Welcome back to Lords for not quite the start of the second day of the third test between England and India, because we've just had 10 minutes. Unfortunately, we had a few technical gremlins. They have now been sorted out, and it's Mohammad Siraj running in from the pavilion end, bowling to the left-handed Ben Stokes, who seems to have made a very, very welcome recovery from what potentially looked like a groin strain yesterday evening. Anyway, we've seen Joe Root to his 8th Lord's 100, his 37th career 100, off the first ball of the day, a late slash cut drive against Jasprit Bumrah, first ball of the morning, and he duly celebrated, no matter that he hadn't been batting for 4 or 5 hours today. Hugged by his captain and successor as England leader. That's pushed away by Stokes, behind square on the offside to Ravi Jadeja. 255 for 4. Plenty of chirping yesterday from the Indian fielders, most notably picked up on the stump mics from Mohammad Siraj, who was bowling during a spell of 28 scoreless minutes between when Ian Bell was at the crease with Joe Root. Almost a whole half hour without a run. And
Ian Bell?
Ollie Pope. Ian Bell's just been made an honorary member of the ICC. No, that was Brett Lee. Here is Mohammad Siraj again. Stokes forward, driving up towards extra cover, sets off for the single, gave up. He was out. If that was a direct hit, Stokes wasn't. He knew that he'd made a mistake, and it was Shubman Gill at extra cover who picked up, dived, and had one stump to aim at, and Stokes said, "I'm yours. I give up. You just have to hit."
He just completely got his feet wrong. Shubman Gill, he picked it up fine, and then he just couldn't steady himself. I think he needed to turn around and pivot and go around to his right hand, and instead he tried to throw inside out. He fell over in the end. He was so awkward there, but there wasn't a run. That was a bad call, and they've got away with it just because Shubman Gill got himself a little bit in a tangle here. Could have even backhanded it, Harmy, at the stumps.
Yeah, backhanded it. Just didn't quite sit in his hand properly. The captain's just testing his groin out, and he's just showing people that he's fit.
It was Jaiswal, actually.
Jaiswal's got it left hand to right hand, and he just, when he's transferring hands, probably just hasn't sat in the hand properly.
I still think if he spun, he would have been better. That's 2 run-outs Jaiswal's missed now, and both times he's been awkward after picking the ball up.
He could have underarmed it. He could have actually took a step and got a bit closer. Stokes was that far out, but captain just showing the world that his groin's fine. That's all.
Just Bumrah around the wicket to Ben Stokes. Oh, that's slashed away behind square on the offside. A classic square cut from Ben Stokes. Just a wee bit too much width from Jasprit Bumrah. And there's nothing wrong with his execution and weight distribution in that shot from Ben Stokes. Beauty. 260 for 4.
You do have to worry about Jaiswal a little bit, because they've moved him out of slips because he's dropping everything in slips.
He can do no right in the field.
And the problem is that he doesn't seem to know what to do when he picks the ball up, because last night he fell over. Do you remember? It's twice in a row.
Here is Bumrah stuttering, and now into his run. That bowled him. He's gone through Stokes. Off stump out of the ground. Beauty from Bumrah. I don't know whether there was an inside edge from Ben Stokes, or whether that one has just nipped down the hill and gone between bat and pad. I think it's been the inside edge, but Stokes is on his way, and a pretty comprehensive, you hardly get more comprehensive than that. They do say hit the top of off stump, or at least aim for it. He's aimed for it and hit it, and England are 260 for 5.
Yeah, it's a beauty from Jasprit Bumrah around the wicket to get the England captain out. Jarrod, I think you're trying to sort of say, did it creep below? I don't think it did. I think it's just the way Stokes plays these balls from around the wicket. He exaggerates sometimes. When he gets out, there's a little bit of exaggeration on his body movements, his body language, as though he's been hard done by, which is either the ball's kept low or the ball's bounced. There, it's an absolute beauty. Round the wicket, down the hill, through the gate. Stokes does leave a gap between bat and pad when he gets squared up a little bit, and that for me there, I don't think he can do. I'm not saying he can't do too much more. You'd say he could possibly gone forward, but I just think top of the off stump from coming down the hill or around the wicket of Ben Stokes, that is a vulnerable blind spot, and he does get out that way. So good ball from Bumrah. It looked as though it possibly kept low, but not for me. I just don't think Ben Stokes, I think there's a blind spot there where Ben Stokes from around the wicket and Jasprit Bumrah's hit it.
No, it hit the top of off actually in the end. So it is incredible. I was talking to Robbie Otapa this week, their former India player, and he was saying he hadn't seen anyone ever look as surprised when he goes out as Stokes. And I said, what about Virat? And he goes, I've never seen anyone look as surprised as when they go out as Stokes or Virat. Someone needs to make a supercut of those two getting dismissed and the shocked faces that they both have. That's just a really, really good ball. Again, a little, as you said, he gets a little bit stuck when it's around the wicket at him, I think, at times. But very good bowling. Up until that point, Bumrah hadn't quite looked on it this morning. And then suddenly, he's Jasprit Bumrah again, and there go your stumps.
He finished his action off, that's what he did. The ball before around the wicket was just it was a drag down. Not a loosener, but it was just a drag down. And he got an easy cut shot. And I think there was a lot of venom in that. It's like when you stand on the first tee and you hit the ball at the trees. Your next one's always absolutely nailed straight down the middle of the fairway because there's venom in it. You finish your action off, and that's what happened with Jasprit Bumrah there.
Bumrah in, first delivery, full and wide, tempting the drive from Jamie Smith, the new batsman. And it's left alone, 260 for 5. He's currently the greatest wicketkeeper batsman in the history of Test cricket, given his batting average. He needs.
Is it above de Villiers? I thought de Villiers as a keeper was still one run above him.
Well, Jamie Smith's 58.5, isn't he? De Villiers'
was
career
59,
average
wasn't
of
it?
55.
Yeah, but your career average is not your wicket-keeping average. I think Gary will send us through in a moment. I thought de Villiers was slightly higher just as a wicket-keeper.
Well, Gary Morgan will confirm that in a moment, I'm sure. His Bumrah is in again, full away swing. It's lovely bowling, that. Two juicy full-length deliveries outside the off-stump, wide.
It is, it's beautiful. And I mean, Jamie Smith will put that to bed by getting 100 today, so that'll be fine. But looking at the first two balls from Smith, he's just lost his balance both times. You know, how many times has Jamie Smith batted at Lords? It'll be minimal, I would have thought, if any. He got runs here last year, didn't he? And he's just lost his balance here going down the hill. Just noticed twice. He's just gone over, and he got to be careful on that to Bumrah, because if you go and push at one from there and you lose your balance, you bring slips into play.
Bumrah in again, third one in a row, a little bit straighter. He's saying, "Come on, drive me, drive me." And Jamie Smith has left 3 in a row alone, and England are 260 for 5. Apologies if you tuned in at 11 a.m. local time and we weren't online, just had a few technical gremlins, but they are now sorted, and players well underway. Almost 20 minutes on this second day. Ben Stokes bowled by Jasprit Bumrah for 44, but Joe Root has century number 8 at headquarters. He's 103 not out from 197 balls, and it's Bumrah running in once again. It just bowls, I don't know whether it nipped back, straightened, or whether it just went straight on, but Jamie Smith is off the mark by helping it off his pads out towards deep backward square leg for a single. He's underway. England are 261 for 5.
I would like to know, in an over like that, where he's bowled a ball that's nipped away or nipped back into Ben Stokes, but it's nipped left, then he's done that one that swung right. I would like to know what the average differential he has in an over, because I reckon there's about 40 centimetres of different movement, whether it's going in one direction or the other. Like, it's not just that it's not like Vernon Philander where he gets a little bit in either direction, is it? It's so extravagant in both directions.
Yeah, and I think to follow on that from yesterday morning, Jarrod, I think there was a lot of bowls bowled yesterday morning with lavish movement, and you're playing and missed, but left comfortably because there was too much movement first thing yesterday morning. So man is talking about 10 wickets falling a day. If that movement just sort of slightly dampens down a little bit, you might see a lot more wickets, because players aren't leaving it as comfortably, not leaving it as easy. Bowlers are pitching it up that little bit fuller and bringing the outside and inside edge into play. So while there's movement like this, it'll encourage both bowling units that we can get wickets on it.
2 slips and a 4th slip. Smith drives through the offside. That's running up the hill towards the grandstand, and it just reaches the boundary rope now before Jadeja can pursue it and catch up with it. Lovely shot from Jamie Smith. He's now equalled another world record, wicket-keeper batting world record. It's his 21st Test innings, and that was his 1000th run. Well, 1002nd run, actually. Equals the record of Quinton de Kock. Got there in 21 innings. This is 21 innings as well for Jamie Smith.
Does that include Quinton de Kock when he played not as a wicketkeeper in his first match? Do you remember he was out in the field?
I'll have to ask Benedict Bermange that. Outside the off stump, he made his debut as a batsman, actually, didn't he? Outside.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Left alone by Jamie Smith.
I remember his fielding was not particularly great when not with the gloves on. But Gary has got back. I was right and I was wrong. De Villiers does average more as a wicketkeeper than he does as a batter.
Yeah.
But it's 57.4, whereas Smith, well, before those boundaries, was at 58.64. So he still had him. I thought, for some reason, De Villiers was closer to 59 as a wicketkeeper.
Well, it's unusual that his average as a keeper batsman is higher than when he wasn't keeping.
I talk about that in the book, actually, because I think there's a very specific reason why that happened.
Here is Mohammad Siraj again on the back foot, dropped by KL Rahul at second slip. Looking to force it away off the back foot, genuine edge, and KL Rahul has nothing but himself to blame, I'm afraid, for that. Yes, it went quickly and it went to his right, but
that's flown. That has flown on a surface which has got a great deal of life in it. That has flown to KL Rahul. He caught one like that at Headingley, didn't he? Hands, you'd argue the Australian-style hands, fingers pointing up, but the one at Headingley was exactly the same, where he went up with it. I thought it was a good catch because of his wicket-keeping background, where he went up, and he still kept his hands in quite tight. That was a I wouldn't say a difficult chance. International cricket, you should be catching that, but it did go quickly.
And he is standing in front of the keeper.
I was going to say, I think this is a similar situation to what happened with Smith at the World Test Championship, where he's just a little bit too close. Not for the wrong reason. He's too close because everything yesterday didn't carry. So he's gone up closer because of that, and this one has absolutely gone through at him. And we saw that in that World Test Championship. I think we saw a couple of drops as well. Marco Janssen dropped one that almost decapitated him. Ladybird? Have we got Ladybird?
I don't know, but Mohammad Siraj has run into something, or Steve Smith, as Jamie Smith has been.
Joe Root
picked up a bug.
Something down there.
Yeah.
Siraj is ticking here. Siraj is not happy. He's ticking here. That's twice he tried to run in. Both times Joe Root's pulled away. I'd pull away again, me, if I was. I'd really get up his nose.
Still the two slips and the fourth slip as Root drives down the ground, and there is a diving stop. It's a good, committed, full-on effort there from Shubman Gill, captain, running and then diving to his right to save, well, certainly two, maybe even three runs. 267 for 5. Root 104. It was just one. Jamie Smith 6.
So I can explain that De Villiers thing and why he averages more as a wicketkeeper than not as a wicketkeeper. It's because almost everyone in the history of Test cricket who has wicket keeps when they're young and they're still learning batting. And then when they hit their peak as a batter is usually when they give up the gloves. So McCullum, Kumar, Walcott.
Siraj in beauty, lovely delivery, beats Joe Root outside the off stump. Jamie Smith, sorry, and it flies through to Dhruv Jurel.
So it's very uncommon for someone to start wicket-keeping when they're in their batting prime and when they're actually 27, 28, 29. And so that's what happens with De Villiers. He actually starts the wicket-keep quite late in his career, and he was already a star batter, whereas if he had kept early in his career, it would have looked the same. Because if you look at first-class cricket, there isn't really a big difference between people who have the gloves and don't have the gloves, and that's because in first-class cricket, wicket-keepers take the gloves for a while, then they stop, and then they take them, and so it doesn't actually have the same impact. Whereas usually in Test cricket, it's a star batter who gets so good at batting that they're like, well, I don't need to keep anymore.
Here's Siraj in, and Jamie Smith cuts handsomely. Gosh, he's such a crisp striker of the ball, Jamie Smith. 4 more runs, square cut through point, up the hill, second boundary to him. He's into double figures already, 10 from 9 balls, 271 for 5.
Yeah, good from Joe Root there, just to get under Mohammad Siraj's skin, because he's come flying in and bowled 2 bang average balls there to Jamie Smith, and that there is, I mean, off the back of scoring 220 runs at Edgbaston, walking out here at the home of cricket, and he gets one as wide as that, as juicy as that. He's not going to miss. He is not going to miss. It was an absolute beauty of a sound off the bat. It was like a slash drive, wasn't it? huge amount of width from Mohamed Siraj. Just needs to calm down a little bit.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah. Full bowled him! He's gone straight through. Would you believe it? Joe Root has been bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. He nipped that one back up the hill. Joe Root also in disbelief, but doesn't hang around. He knows it's comprehensive. Jasprit Bumrah picks up his 3rd wicket. All of them clean bowled. And this one hit the top of middle stump, but it was off the inside edge, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah, middle off the inside edge. It was. I thought it had nipped back. It nipped back a little bit. It didn't go down the hill. Joe Root had quite a lot off Jasprit Bumrah, swinging away, going down the hill. And this one, it didn't swing in. It wasn't like the big in swinger you can see from the shoulder and the head position. This one was just held. I want to see the seam again, whether it was a wobbled seam, but it's just nipped back. And it's nipped back slightly, which has caught the inside edge of the Joe Root bat. Back onto middle stump, up the hill, and he walks off the standing ovation, and rightly so. This ground is a picture at this moment in time with red everywhere. And Joe Root goes, and it's a wonderful innings. 104 of 199 balls. And Manners, 8 more to go for your prediction of 10 wickets.
He's on his way, isn't he? I think that was a standard seam. Looked like to me. I don't think he was trying to swing it. I think he just held the seam up normally, and it's just come back a little bit. Like we were talking last over about how dramatically he moved it. That didn't move all that much, but again, just getting it in the right area, constantly moving it around, and things change here. 8 to go, Manners. Cheer him home.
Yeah, I mean, if India are 4 down at the end of the day, I really just thought. New ball. I mean, just remember the ball was only one. This ball was only 1 over old at the start of the day's play, and Jasprit Bumrah was due. I just felt. But Bumble said before this Test match, he said, "Oh, Joe's due a big one," and we both agreed that Bumrah was due some wickets, having not played at Headingley and having bowled very, very well in the first hour yesterday without reward, and so both due men have delivered. Root with the 100, Bumrah with a couple of clean bowls this morning and one yesterday. So he's now, that's quite a trio, isn't it? He's clean bowled Joe Root, Harry Brook and Ben Stokes that ripped the engine out of the England middle order with by hitting the stumps. And so Chris Woakes is the new batsman, and Jasprit Bumrah is running in towards him, and he's beaten him outside the off stump. It's exactly the same ball he bowled first up to Jamie Smith, full wide, swinging away, and Woakes didn't have the presence of mind to leave that one alone. He had a little play at it.
I thought there was a noise there.
There was a noise.
There's definitely a noise. They're just having a chat now. I think this is one of those ones where you end up reviewing it because it's a really good ball, and he has reviewed it.
Yeah, I just wonder if I thought there was a noise here. Chris Woakes has chased it and left it more or less at the same time. I wonder if his bat's clipped the ground.
I heard the noise, but it just somehow instinctively didn't sound like the right kind of noise.
I don't think it couldn't be anything else, because his bat's well out ahead of himself. Whether
did he flick his his bat couldn't have flicked his
miles
pad,
away. His bat was miles away.
But his bat's nowhere near the ground either. Let's have a look if there's any other movement.
Creaky handle.
Oh, it's closer to the bat. Yeah, okay. It's gone with the wobble ball there. It's just moved away a little bit. Did that take a little bit off the surface? It looks like he's hit it there, by the way.
Yeah,
really?
It does look. There was a noise, and it can't be anything else, unless it's his trying to see if his foot's scratching or anything.
Creaky
on the ground.
bat handle. Remember those?
Yeah, it'd be nice, that would.
There we go. Good work from India there, because that was not obvious, and they didn't all go up. They had 3 different conversations in the cordon, and even Bumrah was like, I'm not sure. Dhruv Durrell wasn't sure, but the slips and point heard it a lot more, and he's gone. First ball. Wow. It's a big chunk.
Well, put it this way, I wouldn't say that I'm on Chris Woakes' Christmas card list, but I would say that I do know him, and I would suggest to you that he is absolutely convinced that he didn't hit that, and he is like, he's not looking bewildered in the Stokes Virat Kohli kind of way, like how dare I be dismissed first ball. He is just absolutely genuinely bewildered.
He is. I was just about to say that, man. As you go off player reaction, and you know instinctively, you can see if a player's made the mistake, he's nicked it, he's standing there, with a sort of guilty look, as you would like Sam Allard stand in front of a kitchen when you're full of chocolate.
Yeah.
You just look at his reaction when the scratch came on the screen, he was, I mean, he just looked as though he was perplexed to go, I've not got anywhere near that. I've not hit that. And he's a genuine guy, Chris Woakes. And I think if he knew he had hit it, I'm not saying he would have walked, but the minute they've gone up, I think he would have been edging towards, I'm off here.
Umpire wasn't sure, bowler wasn't sure, wicketkeeper wasn't sure, batter wasn't sure. I'm pretty sure he did hit it. And also, the only thing that makes him look guilty is, as it goes past, he does whip his head around a little bit. Everything else, even, as I said, I think it was point and third slip and maybe that gully fielder, Washington, in there. They were the ones who were like, guys, there's a noise here, isn't there? And it took a long time to convince. They went up at the last second. They must run out of the shot clock again.
2 seconds to go on the shots clock. Bryden Carse, I mean, hat-trick ball.
Small things I find
7
pleasing.
to go, Manners.
Captain putting in a big slip cordon, 5 of them, short leg as well for the hat-trick ball. Jasprit Bumrah, hat-trick ball is in, bowls, and it's defended successfully. Bryden Carse on a hat-trick ball, and as I wouldn't say lunged forward, he actually looked quite in control of that. But I do love it when a captain makes an effort, you know, to go, yeah, come on, let's pack the slip cordon, let's put a short leg in. Silly mid-off, silly ball, yeah, absolutely. Let's make it happen for you.
I mean, you could argue that you could almost have that feel to Bumrah every ball.
I was going to say, yeah. You're not going to have that to Mohammad Siraj, are you? You're going to have it to Jasprit Bumrah every ball.
They've chucked one out of the slip cordon now, but short leg Jaiswal is still in there. Bumrah in. Place on the honours board beckons. He's got 4. And that one is left alone by Bryden Carse. 271 for 7.
Yeah. Is this what you expected, Manners? I expected wickets today as well. I thought your 10 wickets was punchy just because I think that India will be batting through a good session for batting, and the pitch might even come on.
Jofra's going to take 2.
Well, there you go. So, I mean, you've already worked the maths out. We don't even need to do this. Simulate innings, as they say in the video games. Have you ever played a cricket video game?
No, I haven't. No.
Well, there we go. talkSPORT one day will get you to play.
Enough of the real thing.
We'll record you playing. You and Jeremy Coney.
3 slips in a gully, short leg. Here's Bumrah, and now beauty, absolute beauty. Bumrah's got it on a piece of string today. He's just bowling magnificently. Carse plays and misses at that one, and England 271 for 7.
I mean, Bryden. I love Bryden Carse, as you know, but that was hilarious. Bryden Carse it was like trying to teach a 5-year-old how to play the forward defence, where you go with your foot, but the foot doesn't go. You try and go with your hands, where the hands are miles away from you, and then your hands come back in, and then your head goes. I mean, he did the hokey cokey trying to defend that ball and got nowhere near it.
I don't know whether he was expecting a bouncer, but his feet just didn't move. Here's Bumrah again, bowls. Carse leaves alone outside the off stump.
I can tell you what that was.
Oh, that was a big booming away swinger, and Carse left it alone. And I suspect momentarily thought that he might hear the death rattle when he did leave it.
That was the Mitchell Johnson leave, where the ball before you've missed it, and Mitchell Johnson next ball would quite often just leave it, and then he'd watch his stumps get castled. He decided not to play that before it was bowled, I think. But the foot movement on the last one was great, because in his brain he was like, got to get forward, and his foot goes about an inch forward, and he's like, that's close enough.
But it obviously symptomatic sometimes when you first start your innings at Lords, is that because you're leaning over because of the slope, your head takes you in a position where your feet can't move. And unfortunately for Bryden, in the last three of the last 4 deliveries he's faced, he got stuck a little bit on the crease, and if any of them were on the stumps, I think Jasprit Bumrah would be on the honours board by now.
Will he be denied, I wonder? He's got 4, and it's Mohammad Siraj in now to... Oh, my goodness me, there's all sorts of trouble for Jamie Smith as he plays defensively. The ball spins back towards the stumps, and he was... Again, it's an instinctive thing. Momentarily, just initially he was going to knock the ball away with his hand, he would have been out. Then he realised he couldn't do that, then he had to try and kick it away, and he got into a bit of a mess.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a tangle there.
He almost kicked his stumps.
I was going to say, he nearly kicked the stumps, didn't he? So he's defended down, bounced up, heading back towards the stumps. He's got a sort of soft shoe shuffle on to try and get it away. He's gone for the big kick, missed it. Unfortunately for Jamie, he's missed the stumps as well.
I can tell you what happened afterwards as well. Siraj went down and did the Stuart Broad and switched the bails over as well.
Here is Siraj down the leg side, and it's not a great delivery. It's a very good stop from Jarrod. Gets his left hand to it, doesn't take it cleanly, but does prevent some buys. Talking of ladybirds, there's a giant one on our commentary box window.
They're everywhere. What do you think about this field? Smith hasn't looked great. He's already been dropped once. He's played and missed at least one other time. He's not looked fluent. Siraj, I wouldn't say Siraj was all over him because he bowled a couple of wide balls to him as well. But suddenly they've just gone 6 guys, not quite on the boundary, but certainly out for singles.
Here is Siraj again, bowls to Jamie Smith and pushed away behind square on the offside.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Look, as long as the three catchers are in place, then at this moment in time, let's not. We sat last night and said England are ahead of the game because we don't feel as though this wicket, from a scoring point of view, is going to rack up big numbers. So obviously I think India are now wrestled that initiative back. So why not protect the boundary? You know, Jamie Smith's a big shot player. You've got Carse, you've got Archer, and you've got Bashir to come. Don't give England any easy runs. Make them hit the boundaries.
Here is Siraj again, bowls. Jamie Smith defends, pushes it straight back to the bowler. It just feels like if England got to 300, it feels like an old-fashioned 300. It feels like, do you know, it was like there was a sense of real satisfaction and not impregnability, but you know, in like 10, 15 years, 20 years ago, you got to 300 and you know you're in control of the Test match. The Test match is your, but that not been the case. You shouldn't lose the Test match.
Yeah, you shouldn't lose the Test match.
That was
the case
in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So 300's the new 200.
That's 2 sessions.
Yeah. Amazing how much it's changed. But this does set this total, because it's been so hard fought for, feels like it's in old currency. Here is Siraj again, bowls to Jamie Smith, drives nicely through mid-off, and another very good stop from the Indian captain Shubman Gill, diving away to his right. He is quite deep at mid-off, so he's conceding the single. 272 for 7.
Why would you be conceding the single now at that point? So what was the point of Shubman Gill being in that position?
Well, he's always been that deep.
No, I get that. But they brought the other fielders in to keep Smith on strike, and he forgot to bring himself in, and so they've ended up getting a single. And now
they're giving Carse a single.
Yeah.
Keep him on strike if he wants it. Down the wicket he comes, looking to play the huge drive. I don't know if he got anything on it. It's gone between bat and pad. Jarrod gets a glove on it, which probably saves at least a couple of runs. They've come back for 2. We'll have to see what the umpire signals buys. So he did. Well, Bryden Carse has played the running straight drive, missed it. Jarrell's got a glove on it. They've gone through for 2 buys. 2 more to England. 274 for 7. Just before you go, Harmy, quick word from you on Bryden Carse, maybe, and then it'll be Jon Norman.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put the field back in for Jamie Smith. I'd have basically said, right, I'm going to stop you from hitting boundaries. If you want to get a single off the last ball, I'm not bothered. I've got Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, I've got Jasprit Bumrah in the, you know, arguably with the ball moving in the form of his life here, so in the spell of his life. So I'm not sure. I'd have kept protecting the boundaries, even though it is Jamie Smith that's coming on strike, because you know my prime asset is the big man, and he's about to attempt to get on the honours board. I mean, Bumrah could end up with 6 or 7 wickets here. The way he's got it on a string, it doesn't matter who's at the other end.
Jasprit Bumrah, who might be towards the back end of one of those spells, is in. Always leaps up from a length, and Jamie Smith will get off strike. He moves to 12, and Bryden Carse, who has just run down the track and played a defensive prod at the other end. Strange shot for the considering the circumstances. Is now going to face. He's going to see a field change. I think we're seeing a replay of the Chris Woakes dismissal. Jeremy, good morning to you, by the way, as you get yourself ready. What an exciting start to the day. Yesterday was, well, any day where the highlight is ladybirds. Bumrah is in again. This is wide, and Bryden Carse will cut this away to the boundary for 4. He's stretching a touch, but it's too wide. And it's probably the worst ball that Jasprit Bumrah has bowled today, and given due treatment. 275 for 7 then, with England losing 3 wickets this morning, all going the way of Jasprit Bumrah. Ben Stokes bowled top of off for 44. Joe Root inside edging, and seeing his middle stump flattened for 104. Chris Woakes departing first ball, although he felt, the batter, that he didn't hit it. The Indian fielders certainly felt that he did, as did the keeper. And Shubman Gill went upstairs, and there was a definite snick as the ball went past the bat. So he's gone, and Bryden Carse is ducking the short delivery from Jasprit Bumrah. Wow, Jeremy.
Morning, John. Loads of action this morning, folks.
I think we needed it a bit.
Yeah, we did. This certainly, I think, that this pitch has quickened a little. I think that's the new ball, of course, and part of it is the fresh bowlers. But certainly Bumrah today, having taken the 3 wickets to fall, has been the man. He's pitched the ball up. He's got it to move today a little bit in the air, but mainly from the surface of this pitch, seaming it.
3 slips in the gully, backward point as Bumrah is in again, and this is another away swinger to the right-handed Bryden Carse, who comes forward and lets it go through to the keeper.
So Stokes in between bat and pad into the stumps, maybe a little tiny inside edge with that, I'm not sure, but certainly pitching it up and hit the top of off. And so a great wicket there early on to remove Stokes, who'd just played a cracking shot square on the offside. Then KL Rahul dropped the catch from the edge of Smith, one that was a bit awkward in terms of height, put it down.
The fielder's been pushed out. They're going to give Carse a single, and he wants more than that, does Carse, who just opens the face of the bat, and there's a good chase from the fielder, who was at deep point. It was sailing away to the boundary. So 3 runs added, so in a weird way India will give 3 rather than 1, but it does mean that they might just have to bowl 1 delivery at Jamie Smith, and they'll get another over at Bryden Carse at the end of this one.
Yeah, and then the wicket of Root, of course, the important one after getting to his 100, his 8th 100 here at Lord's, and he's he's pushed out just a little, so you show both edges of the bat to the ball. He's got an inside edge and then onto middle, so he was gone, and it was 271 for 6.
Phil's come in, there's only 2 slips in place. Final ball of Jasprit Bumrah's over. It's Jamie Smith facing, and he's beaten past the outside edge. Deep in his crease, upward stance, trying to play on off stump. Oh, I tell you what, that hasn't gone far from off stump.
No, just the length just a tad short, so when it pitched, it's gone over the top of middle and past the outside edge as well. So 271 for 6 when Root was gone. Not an imposing total now. We thought that 251 at the end of last night was worth a bit more because it was such hard work and the pitch was so slow yesterday. It's quickened up a little bit here today. Then Woakes getting that edge that you just mentioned, John, through to Jarrell, and 271 for 7 at that point. Nearly 270 odd for 8 there, with the ball just missing the outside edge and the stumps.
Siraj continuing, bowling to Bryden Carse. This is punched up to mid-off, and that brings Smith back on strike. To see the replay of that final delivery. What a ball that was from Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, Smith's in rich form, and the ball has almost kissed the top of the off-stump bail as it's gone through to the keeper. And the camera operator has picked up Jamie Smith's expression and just kind of exhaled and had a little nod and look towards the bowler. It could have been caught behind, could have been bowled, but he's still there, and he's facing Siraj, and he's up on his toes and crunching this square of the wicket. What a shot this is. Just in front of square. Fielder at deep point will retrieve the ball. That's a really powerfully compact shot from Jamie Smith, who moves to 16 and the score 287 for 7. Oof.
Yeah, that's an emphatic shot, isn't it? I wonder how wide this one is to get it out there. He stood up. It's actually just a length ball, really, and he's been able to punch it to the left of cover. So he's square cover, and they've pushed him back and round to that position now.
It was a really, really good shot. It goes again to Smith, but picks out the fielder that's at cover. 287 for 7. Yeah, you say about the score. I mean, I just heard Neil Manthorp saying this is more of an old school 300 pitch. And of course, we don't know what's going to be happening with Rishabh Pant. Have we had an update on Rishabh Pant? I don't think we have we?
Not that I've heard.
Not fielding.
That's a bit of a concern, I would say, that they haven't announced what's going to happen. We've seen Stokes come out. That doesn't seem to be a problem, and there was word today that he might be bowling as well.
Of course, the person we all want to see bowl today is Jofra Archer. It's been a while. As Jamie Smith getting up on his toes and trying to pull this straight through mid-wicket. It goes a touch too straight and it's fielded at mid-on, no run.
Kind of looks a little bit like two games here. One from one end, where the batsmen are desperately trying to remain at the crease with Bumrah bowling, and then at the other, Siraj, wherever he bowls, the batsmen look to be after him.
Well, and that's what would concern me a touch if I'm English, because I'm thinking, hang on, maybe this pitch isn't as tricky. Maybe that 287 for 7 isn't an old-fashioned 287 for 7. You know, Jamie Smith certainly is playing a different brand of cricket. India are trying to get the ball changed. I mean, how many overs is it? 10.4 overs old, the second new ball, and struggling to get through the ring gauge. I think they might be successful. Umpire can't force it through. No. What's going to happen here? We're going to get... I mean, I don't want to talk too much about the Duke's ball. I'm not sure it's that interesting at times, but you know, you shouldn't need to change a ball after 10 overs.
And I'm not quite sure why they are going out of shape so early. Is it? There was word that it was the bat hitting the ball as harder than in the past. I'm not too.
Well, I mean, 10 overs old. I mean, that can't be right. I mean, it's hit the stumps quite hard.
So yes, they are going to look as if they're going. It hasn't gone through the ring, and so out comes Bumble's son again at a slow gait, I'd have to say, as he comes towards, wearing his red hat, of course, the red of today of Ruth Strauss.
Let me read through a couple of the messages that have come to us then. Rahul Mahani says, happy to be listening to the commentary from Dubai and seeing the boys. Why is Jarrod wearing a jacket in the heat wave in London? Well, he is from Australia, so maybe this is just like early spring conditions from someone who grew up in Melbourne, maybe. Now, Mandeep Diol says, this is the Bumrah we know. One of the best bowling displays I think I've ever seen took place at this ground in 2005. Glenn McGrath. I mean, that was as good as it gets, I think. Obviously different from someone who can bowl at 90 odd miles an hour and is, you know, spearing it in or bouncing away, the old West Indies of the 80s and all that. It was accurate, nagging, there was seam, swing, top of off stump, kept getting pegged back. It was absolutely phenomenal. I say that because England went on to win the Ashes. Of course, I probably would remember it quite in the same way if Australia or Glenn McGrath had stood on that ball at Edgbaston, but Bumrah today, it's just been phenomenal. This is the Bumrah that India hoped to see on day 5 at Edgbaston. Not Edgbaston, Headingley.
Yeah, absolutely. He does make a difference, and he's kind of changed the course of this game this morning, with the middle order being dismissed through Stokes and Root. Both had starts, you know, and then of course Woakes at number 8. He's selected a little bit for his batting as well because he's a decent number 8. None of them lasted, and now really Smith is the man that stands on the sort of the edge of the bridge, doesn't he? He's about the last one. Cass can bat a little, he can bat aggressively. They're talking, doesn't look to me as if Gill's not happy about the selection of the ball at all.
Well,
there's an argument there.
Mean, this is shades of Virat Kohli. I've never seen Shubman Gill as animated and as angry as what we're seeing right now, and India aren't giving this one up.
No, Siraj now.
They've replaced the ball, and the umpires are telling them just to get on with things, but they are unhappy. I think they're saying, this is not a 10-over new ball. This is not a ball that has only been used for 10 overs. You've given us a ball that's older. And Siraj is going at the umpire. Shubman Gill is absolutely furious. He's not happy. Wow. Can Jamie Smith and England take advantage of this little moment because I tell you what, if this ball here is carted to the boundary, then the tempers and the animosity and the anger is only going to increase. Down the leg side, and it's taken by Jarrod. Jamie Smith has missed out there. One ball left of the over. It'll all be forgotten if they can have a bowl at Castle and get rid of the England towel. It's actually dropped by Jarrod. There's no indication that there was an inside edge on the ball before.
No, but no swing, was there? That was angled to try and get the ball to swing, start on sort of middle and leg and then swing away as he has been doing. There's absolutely no swing on that one. It's just carried on down the leg side, and Smith missed out actually, getting some runs down to fine leg.
The field hasn't come in on the leg side. There's a single to the leg side all day long, and Smith is actually going to take 4 down to fine leg. It was an identical ball to the ball that Siraj has just delivered. This time Smith doesn't miss out. It's come off the bat, and he moves to 20. The score 2-9-1 for 7, but it does mean that Bryden Castle is going to face the first ball of Jasprit Bumrah next over. And it's Bumrah has taken all 3 wickets this morning, and what's been an action-packed start to day 2 here at Lord's. Day 3, another full house as you'd expect. And the conversation is continuing between Shubman Gill and now with Paul Rifle.
Yeah, they're not at all happy. India, he's turned his back on Rifle and turned away from him to walk away. Rifle is remaining pretty steadfast about their choice of this replacement ball. Well, Bumrah we'll know once Bumrah's got it in his hand, is it moving as much? They'll want the old one back.
Yes.
We'll have that other one, thanks, that we wanted replaced.
Well, if there's a double teapot from Jasprit Bumrah in this over, you'll know the ball isn't swinging anymore. And he's in, and this is just guided out to the fielder at deep backward point. And again, a comfortable single there. I'm not surprised by that. Castle's off strike, Smith back on it. He's been dropped, of course, by KL Rahul. Peter Holland says the pink lanyard suits you well, Jeremy Coney.
Oh, well, yeah, I was given this. I didn't really realise, but thank you so much. Whatever that means, it looks nice. Okay.
Brendan,
don't normally wear pink.
Brendan, maybe you should.
Brendan, just the lanyard.
Just the lanyard. Brendan Caller, good evening from a winter's night here in New Zealand, and hello, Jerry.
Hello there, evening.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah on the pads and flick through mid-wicket powerfully. Chases on for the fielder, ball's going to win. Wow, that's another crisp shot, timed and hit hard. I imagine that the fielder probably stops the ball from reaching the boundary against pretty much any other batter in this England side. But 4 more to the score, and if Jamie Smith and England can get up to 350, 375 even, possibly, then India are going to be behind the game again. Scott Clowry, I'm listening from the back of an Uber in Melbourne, back from a trip to Brisbane. Let's see what Jamie Smudger Smith can do here. Let's see, shall we? He's facing now, 24 not out, as Bumrah is in, and just defends this length delivery. It doesn't seem to be as much movement. I mean, it's only been a couple of balls, but it's just not doing. It's just going straight there.
It is, and it changes the game. Absolutely changes the game if this one doesn't move as much, and India will be disappointed that they've actually replaced that last ball. And they'll be very disappointed with the decision of the 2 umpires to select that one they felt was the closest to the one that they replaced.
I've got a question for you, Jerry, in a second, as Bumrah past the umpire, and Jamie Smith will take a comfortable single down to 3rd. The fielding team choose the second new ball from the box that is brought out, don't they?
They do.
No. So why don't they choose a replacement ball?
They don't. They've got to get something that's exactly the same, and they would probably like to choose something that was better, I guess. You've got.
But surely the box that comes out, they're all options.
I'm not sure they are.
Really?
Well, what happened against Australia at the Oval last time?
Oh, don't get me wrong. I know
Yeah,
that. I know
that
it
was
can
it.
change. Don't. Oh, full toss, and Cass pushes this up to mid-on. I lost the ball momentarily. The batter didn't.
No, it was I don't know whether that was a slower ball. Certainly it was a full toss. Surprised the batsman. Just punched it to mid-on. Yeah, I think that probably... They would obviously choose the best ball they could. You need someone to...
Adjudicate.
I think so.
Officiate.
Well, to mediate that
Mediate.
choice, don't you?
Bumrah again, and this beats the outside edge of Bryden Castle's bat, who's defending on off stump. 297 for 7. Bumrah 4 for 58 in this first innings. India aren't happy though. They should be happy. They've taken 3 wickets this morning, and if not for a drop by KL Rahul, they'd be well and truly into the tail. But whilst Jamie Smith is there, seemingly batting on a completely different track to anyone else that we've seen in this test match so far, India will be concerned. They want to wrap things up now.
Yeah, that catch was, it travelled quite quickly.
Did go quick. And
Just
an
to the
awkward
right.
height as well.
And around about that sort of breast height to shoulder height of Rahul. He didn't quite know which way to have the hands. And it looked a little bit awkward for him. He either had to stay down and do with the fingers facing upwards and catch it like that, or does he jump a little to take it so it's at a more comfortable height?
It went quick
for
though,
him.
didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Are you able to jump in that time?
Oh yeah.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, you are. You got time.
Okay. You know more than I. Listening from Kiev in Ukraine, says Andy Austin. Have we had Ukraine yet, Scott? Oh, there's an outside edge from the bat of Jamie Smith. There's a half stop at backward point. Smith's going to come back for a second. 299 for 7. Siraj yet to pick up a wicket. He's been ticking. Are we adding Ukraine to the list? Is that so? What number is that? 76. Find out in a second. What about Malaysia? Have we had Malaysia? Owen Ashton, listening from Langkawi in Malaysia, really enjoying the coverage. We haven't had Malaysia. 2 new ones. Wow, that's good. Right, where are we? 299 for 7 then. England one away from a little milestone with Smith at the crease, 27 not out. He's just defending this back to the bowler. Siraj.
Definitely not as much movement with this ball.
As much, is it?
No doubt about it. It's not actually working on the pitch and the movement that the Indian bowlers, particularly Bumrah, was getting. It's just not happening. I know Siraj is bowling at the moment, and he was tending to just, if anything, take the ball away from the right-handers. I wondered whether they might have 2 gullies actually if he got a little bit wide. And Smith has that tendency to go at a slightly short of a length ball.
Seen him dismissed in that area in ODI cricket,
have
white
you?
ball cricket as
Yeah,
well.
I just wonder whether it's more of a 2 gullies pitch.
Yeah, I agree. Siraj is in. This is off the hip and flick towards square leg. Wow, again, hit with such timing, and he also places the ball so well. Real good diving stop from Jaiswal, I think it is, down there on the boundary, who had to make up some ground and in quick time. 300 up then for England, 301 for 7. The game just feels like it's in the balance. England take the... If England are still batting at lunch, well, of course they would take that right now. But the rate that Smith is going, then they'll, you feel, be happy with their first innings. But if India are batting the next 25-30 minutes or so, the reverse will be true. Listening from the Solomon Islands, says Jumalinho. Solomon Islands, have we had that?
The South Pacific down there.
Wow.
Yep.
Siraj is in and on his toes. He's pushing up to mid-off is Jamie Smith. What a test match he had. In a losing cause though, at Edgbaston, he's 29 not out. And Scott has just googled the Solomon Islands. Have you ever been to the Solomon Islands?
Yes, I have. Yeah, nice place.
Nice.
Yeah.
That sounds like you're underselling it a bit, looking at these pictures. I mean, you are from New...
No, it was a good place, good holiday. Yes,
6 out of 10.
Well, you said it, not me.
The whole world tunes in to hear Bumrah get his 5 first, says Joshua Lamore. Amazing commentary as always. Well, we'll see. I wonder how many Bumrah's going to bowl. Siraj is in again, and this is a single. Just in front of square leg. Thrown in now, so one delivery at Bryden Cast. Jamie Smith and England are playing this one well. Listening from Vietnam, says Antoine. And at Sanjeewa, Leeton in New South Wales, Mark Taylor's birthplace. So there you go. Oh, James Milner. I wonder if it's that James Milner. Enjoying the excellent commentary from Malta. Have we had Malta? Had Malta, okay. And Savage says 450 needed minimum. Wow. England some way off that. Final ball then of Siraj over, and oh, has that been caught behind? He's gone up for an appeal. It's nearly bowled him past the inside edge. Beaten him by pace, cramped him for room. Cass playing defensively. This could have taken top of middle stump. Jarrell behind the stumps has taken a brilliant one-handed grab to his left. It's one of those deliveries which you feel as a fielding team that we deserve a wicket. We need to go upstairs for the third umpire to agree. Morally, Bryden Carr should have been dismissed there, but he hasn't been. And England see off the over, 302 for 7.
It missed everything, didn't it? It missed, first of all, it missed the inside edge. Then it's missed the top of the stumps. And it's died quite quickly. And Jarrell, as you say, has made a very good take with the left hand. There's no edge on it from the bat, but it's very close to the stumps. It's hit his back leg as it's gone past as well. And maybe that's what slowed it down and made it just go to ground quite quickly. A good take.
Very good take. Well, I did ask the question whether we would see another Jasprit Bumrah over. The answer is no. We might do, of course, if England continue batting. But for now, it's going to be Akash Deep.
Yep, time for a change, I think, and also from almost a double change as well. No swing at all with this ball. Let's see if Akash Deep can get some movement.
First ball, Jamie Smith just places this to the right of backward point, who picks the ball up on the bounce, throws it at the non-striker's end, as Smith has to hurry up a touch to get himself home, and that means that India have got a few deliveries at Bryden Cast. Possibly 2 slips in place, but the field. Now we're seeing a bit of movement. Deep square legs coming in.
Yeah, they're closing
Ghali,
in everywhere.
They are now, yeah. Ghali is coming a little bit tighter, and deep point. No, it's deep point. No, it's going to stay at deep backward point on the boundary. That's a slight surprise. As Akash Deep is in, and that's exactly where the ball goes. So
Only
the single was taken.
One ball.
That's poor.
Cast.
Bring backward point in, and then, I mean, if he wants to try and hit the ball square of the wicket through Ghali and backward point, fine. Let him. He's a number 9 batter. As it is, he's now up to 10, and he can bat, don't get me wrong. But it's, again, just a little moment. I do wonder. And now the field is spread again. Although 2 slips and a Ghali in place for Smith, who's 31 not out, and he's down the track and just pushing this to the left of mid-on, who fields. Moves to 32, 305 for 7.
Well, John, this game you just sense this game has changed, and it's all from the time of the replacement ball that was selected by the umpires. It was immediately noticed by Shubman Gill. He wasn't happy with the selection process, and that's proved to be pretty true, because nothing has moved, nothing's swung, nothing's going from the pitch for the bowlers.
This is pushed through point by Bryden Cast again. Another comfortable single. 306 for 7. Brings Smith back on strike. Neil Manthorp and Bumble about to come in, maybe Harmy as well. Heavyweight lineup. Akashdeep's thinking, I've just been watching the ball swing around corners, they've changed it, and now I have to come on.
Yeah.
And Smith, who's been put down, is 32 not out, and again eases this through extra cover, come through for a single. Or do we have...
Well, we have a game 2.
We do indeed. 307 for 7. India really hitting back with those 3 wickets this morning. They'll still feel happy. I mean, they'll still feel happy with where they are in regard to where we started out. 56 runs added this morning, but they've got rid of Joe Root. Seen off Ben Stokes. Woakes has gone as well, but Smith, oof, they'll be concerned. Carl's facing, and he's forward, pushing this towards mid-off. No run, end of the over, and England find themselves 307 for 7. I imagine that might be drinks. It is. The drinks are coming on, and so are Steve Harmison, David Lloyd and Neil Manthorp coming in for myself and Jeremy Coney. Thanks for joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Tell us where you're watching or listening to our coverage. Kefalonia in Greece is Jane Ormiston. Hamburg in Germany says Balaji, Raja Gopalan. And Trinidad, Reggie Mohammed from Trinidad. So there you go. Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
It's been a great start from India this morning. Jasprit Bumrah looks as though he's bowling a different wicket to everybody else. And then they changed the ball, Bumble. And that ball, the ball looks as though the one that they've just getting back looks as though it's a little bit older than 10 overs, because it's not done. I'm not sure if it's done very little because it's not Jasprit Bumrah's hands, or it's got something to do with the ball.
But I can throw light on that. The replacement balls, there'll be varying degrees of wear and tear, and this was changed at 10 overs, so that ball in the box would be quite new, and they'd have one at about 20 overs old, 30 overs old, 40 overs old, and you replace the one that's out of shape, if it was out of shape and it wouldn't go through the ring. You've got to try and get one that's about 10 overs old, which you knew, but there's no doubt that this replacement ball is doing nothing like the one that India asked to be replaced. They said this is not good enough, when actually it was getting all the wickets.
It was zipping about, was swinging. Bumrah had it swinging, but Bumrah had it seaming as well. Two absolute beauties. The one to get rid of Ben Stokes, which nipped down the hill from around the wicket. He had it missing the outside edge of the bat. Got one to nip back and an inside edge from Joe Root. And you're right, the new ball was doing all sorts, but it didn't fit through the ring. You spotted something.
Yeah, the umpires are together again. Fourth umpire is out. Can you see if he's got another box of balls? If they're looking again, they've gone mad, India. But it was India that wanted to change the ball. They said we don't think this is good enough. We want to change it. They've changed it. Now they don't like this ball.
He hasn't got hasn't got any balls in his hands. He's got the drinks. That's what he's got.
Oh, I've got you.
Question to you, Bumble. Can you get the old ball back?
No, you can't. No. They've replaced, and same process that if this cricket ball that they've got now, if they complain about it again and the umpires try to push it through the ring, and it doesn't go through the ring, but there's something going on, because the umpire now, that's Paul Rifle, he's summoned the captain, so the captain is now with both umpires and fourth umpire. It's about the ball, is this?
It is. It's about the ball. I think what looks like fourth umpire, Graham Lloyd, your son, I think he's got a towel. It looks as though he's got a towel, and he'll have a couple of drinks for the umpire. A very animated conversation. Shubman Gill, it's been driven by Paul Rifle. Shubman Gill, I mean, there's hands, there's hand gestures, And there's a heated conversation going on, and if I was in Shubman Gill's shoes, I'd be asking the question as well. He was not happy about that ball that's been changed. TV cameras are showing us the action, the real-time action when I think Shafidullah give him the ball, and now it's shown on our screen, which is next to us, that Shubman Gill is having a conversation with Paul Rifle. He's got a drink in hand. You're right. The fourth umpire has a towel, but it looks as though it's a two-way conversation. It's Shubman Gill and Paul Rifle. And Shubman Gill is not backing down here. Neither is Paul Rifle, Neil Manthorp.
Can we just rewind and ask you, both of you, an earlier question? Why did India want to change the ball?
Because it didn't go through the ring. They complained.
No, but hang on, it was swinging.
Absolutely.
It was seaming, it was bouncing.
I have no sympathy with India. They wanted to change the ball when it's swinging round corners and moving around, and they said it's too big, and it didn't go through the ring, so therefore they changed it, and they're looking at it now. This is going to go on for quite some time.
That's like rejecting delicious bananas because they're a funny shape.
They do. I mean, a delicious banana. I mean, you're speaking Dutch to me, manners, because that's health food. That's health food. But yeah, I think what
you wouldn't send a McDonald's burger back.
Now you're talking.
Because it looked funny.
Because it's got too much lettuce on it.
Yeah.
No, look. The ball has been rolled. That was a real strong conversation between captain and umpires. The ball now has been rolled on the ground. It's just been left, and they're in a huddle. India have got their arms round each other. The captain is speaking. He's just been going at Paul Rifle. He really has been going at it. Now they disperse. Let's get on with the game.
They've circled the wagons.
I'm with you, Bumble. I'm with you. I've got no sympathy for India, right? None whatsoever. That ball, I think the process was the ball got hit for four, didn't it? Went down the ground. It got hit for four, and I think it might have hit one of the advertising board, the screens that are going around the ground. And whether there's a mark on it or a little scuff on it that the umpires looked at, then they put the ball through the ring. It didn't go through the ring. That ball's just been rolled across the corner of the wicket. And for me, and I can see a little bit why Shubman Gill's upset, because that didn't look like a 14-over old ball. That looked a little bit older than 14 overs. There wasn't a great deal of writing on the side, and in 14 overs with a Duke ball, there's still a lot of goal writing on the side on each side from a 14-over ball.
Well, drinks have finally ended after 10-11 minutes. That's how long that took. And the first delivery from Mohammad Siraj is driven sweetly by Jamie Smith up to a deep mid-off. Shubman Gill is absolutely simmering. And he circled the wagons. He got everyone into a tight huddle. And it looked like one of those, it's them against us. The world's against us. It's unfair. I mean, I still cannot understand why India wanted to change the ball. If it was out of shape, then just see if it's still swinging.
See if it gets hit back into shape.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter what shape it is if it's swinging and seaming and bouncing, does it? Here's Siraj again, bowls, Bryden Cast defends, out square of the wicket on the offside. The other thing is, Harmy, it's not a science. If you were to play 10 overs with 10 different balls in 10 different grounds, they all wouldn't look the same after 10 overs.
No, absolutely, and I think that's the point of the balls coming out with a box. The ball is it's not being replaced by a ball which is 10.4 overs. It's being replaced by a ball which is in the region of 10 and 20, 10 and 15. But like Bumble says, I 100% agree. They chose to change the ball. This is on India. This is on them.
Siraj in once again, and that's pushed away at square of the wicket on the offside for a single. Nicely done by Bryden Cast. A little gap there, backward point. It's a gamble, isn't it? And the thing is, sometimes the gamble works in your favour. When you opt to change the ball, or you can't opt to, you can ask to, and the umpires then make the decision. But it's a gamble. It doesn't always work. Often it works for you because often it's a newer ball, isn't it? It's a harder ball.
In conclusion, India have messed up. They have. They've just messed up. You've got a ball that's doing all sorts and taking wickets. Oh, we want to change it. Okay, we've changed it. Oh, no, we don't like this. He's not doing enough.
Jamie Smith on strike. 2 slips in a gully. Everyone else protecting the boundary or ones, and he takes one happily. Jamie Smith clearly is of the view that Bryden Cast can bat and look after himself. He's big enough and good enough to take care of himself. 310 for 7, Cast 12, Smith 35. So, Bumble, I mean, there'll be lots of people listening going, well, I don't understand. Why do the umpires... if the umpires agree that the ball's out of shape, why can't the fielding captain or the fielding side choose the replacement out of the options available? Or is there only one of a similar age that's pushed away out on the onside? My view is that there were 3 in each sort of category, and the umpires would then choose one that they thought was most similar to the one that they're replacing.
It's the umpire's choice, and that's the regulations, and they've got to try to get one that's as near the same age as the one that they're replacing. It's as simple as that, and they will choose it. I mean, and also the replacement balls are provided by the ground authority, which is the MCC. They will provide the replacement balls which are in the umpire's room before the game. Plenty of them. That's the box. That's the replacement ball for England and India.
Here comes Mohamed Siraj running, straight approach from the pavilion end, bowls. Bryden Cast again slices this one away behind square on the offside to deep backward point. Jadeja fields, and they go through for another single. 311 for 7, and without labouring the point, they come from a variety of sources, don't they? So if a county game has a run chase situation where the team need 80 or something, and they use 20 overs, that ball will then be handed in.
That's right. They just make a choice as the season progresses, or when it actually starts. That there are replacement balls on hand at each ground, and they're in the umpire's room. It's dead simple. It's so simple.
And when you were umpiring, you would log those balls, and so how many overs were bowled with it if it was going to be used as a replacement?
You'd look and think, well, that's a very new ball. That's about 10 overs old. That's 20. Or the writing's gone off this. It's 50 overs old. And so at that stage, when you replace, you've got a choice. Simple. Why did they want to change the ball when it's doing all sorts?
And it is fundamentally a gamble. You don't know what you're going to get as a replacement,
you're
except that it will be rounder.
It isn't a science. Some do, some don't.
Yeah, the only guarantee is it's going to be in shape and rounder.
Jadeja is into the attack with his left arm spin. That's pushed out towards extra cover, fielded by Shubman Gill. It's up to Gill to channel this anger, channel his own anger, and I must say that it wasn't looking very channeled for quite a while. Pushed away defensively out on the offside. The other thing is, what does he want to achieve? Is he just making a point? Is he, again, as I've pointed out several times in the first 2 Test matches, showing who's in charge, that he's the captain, he's the man? Does he want to be like Virat Kohli? That's driven to Gill again at extra cover, and there's no run. Because challenging the umpires, taking on the umpires, isn't going to persuade them to, oh, all right then, Shubman, all right, we'll get the other one back for you. Not going to happen. Made their choice. Gill is, Jadeja is in again, pushed away defensively.
It got hit into the stand, that was the thing, wasn't it? Jamie Smith got a bouncer which got hit into the stand, and then when it come back, they've either got a scratch on it or something that they're not happy with, and that's why they've asked to change it.
Well, down the wicket comes Bryden Cast. Good use of the feet, driving to halfway back mid-off. Nitish Reddy. They go through for another single. But you would have, if you got the ball back and it had been swinging and you were happy with it and it's got a scratch on it, you'd still bowl with it.
Of course you would. Of course you would. In that situation, if it was in my group, we had, one of Bumble's prodigies. We had a big lad called Andrew Flintoff who had massive hands. Whenever the ball went a bit soft, no cameras, not as many cameras, you give it a good squeeze and a shake.
Jadeja in again, and that's pushed out square of the wicket on the offside. That is not manipulate. That's not ball tampering.
No, it's not. It's just a big lad with a bit of strength. But you knew that this thing's out of shape, and if this thing's out of shape, we can change it now if it's doing nothing. But we also know that we've got 2 goes with it. If it's swinging and seaming and something's happening with it, you can go right. The minute this stops doing that, one more squeeze, we'll give it to him and he'll change it. So we know that that's working. Jasprit Bumrah had this thing going round corners. He had it going round corners. granted, he was the only one that looked like had it going round corners. But while it was doing that, you stick with it, knowing that at any given time, when Akashdeep and Mohammad Siraj have got it, when Bumrah's gone, we can change this because it's out of shape. But keep going with what you've got.
While it's swinging. Siraj in again, and that's a quick. No, it's not Siraj, is it?
Deep.
It's Akashdeep, and pushed away out so hits him on the thigh pad actually, and picked up at cover. 312 for 7. We'll be talking about this for the rest of the Test match, and if it turns out to be a series-defining moment, or a match-defining moment and a series-defining result, then that'll be talked about forevermore. But you know, I'm trying very hard to see India's point of view, and it's Akashdeep in again, beats the outside edge. It's nicely bowled. Bryden Carr's just fending for that. But if we do play devil's advocate, I'm finding it. Go from an Indian point of view now. What could they be angry about? The fact that the umpires chose
the oldness of the ball.
The oldest ball.
They feel as though they've given a 10 over one and they're getting a 21 back. So
well, the umpires.
If somebody, you know, if you go with a £20 and you only get changed for a tenner, you're going to be upset, aren't you? That's what they feel like.
Here is Akashdeep again. Bowls, casts forward, plays defensively out on the offside. The umpires, Bumble, we should be letting you do the talking here, are bound by what's in the box.
That's exactly it. I don't know what the debate is. They've messed up. India have messed up. They're inexperienced with the captain. He's rocking at the umpires. Well, just get on with the game. You wanted to change the ball. We've changed the ball. There's your ball. Get on with it. You're dead right. It's a gamble. They don't all do it. The umpires are given these balls. They don't choose them and carry them round.
Here is Akashdeep in again, and that's flicked away on the onside. I think it's bounced off his pad actually. Bounced quite a long way in the air on the leg side, and a leg bye is confirmed. 313 for 7, England.
And I'll tell you also that his inexperience is the captain, so he's got the ump with the umpires, and it's nothing to do with the umpires. You wanted to change the ball. We've changed the ball. Just get on with it. They've messed up.
They are elite international umpires, and you back them to make the choice of which ball looks most similar.
As ever, players don't know the regulations.
It's true. Golfers always are calling match officials, aren't they? Match referees. That's pushed away, square the wicket on the rules officials. On the offside, bottom edge, straight to Washington Sundar at cover, no run.
But in that box, Bumble, you know, going sort of for your umpire's hat on, it's probably easier to change a ball between sort of 30 and 60 because there was probably more options between 30 and 60. The likelihood is there's not many options between 1 and 10 because you're not going to have that.
No, they will. Yeah. They will. At this level, Test match level, they'll have everything covered. There's 12. All eventualities will be covered.
12 balls in the box, aren't there? Akashdeep in again. That's driven nicely on the onside. India conceding too many singles, for my mind. They're scared of Jamie Smith. So Smith's reputation, that's pushed out to mid-on, and they scramble through for a single as Reddy fields. But Smith's reputation is preceding him here. He's had an amazing test series so far, second highest run scorer actually, and India are fearful, I think, or at least respectful of his boundary hitting ability, and therefore they're giving him singles, and he's just stolen the strike there at the end of the over. Cast 14, he's doing a good job. Jamie Smith 36. Jasprit Bumrah ripped the engine out of England's middle order. Clean bowling Joe Root today for 104, and Ben Stokes for 44 before having Chris Woakes caught behind first ball. He has 4 at the moment. I said earlier that a place on the honours board beckons. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't come back when England well, maybe 8 down, 9 down. Anyway, they're currently 314 for 7. Ravi Jadeja is continuing. There's a man catching at short cover and a slip as well. On the back foot goes Jamie Smith. He's going to take the runs. India are going to hand them out, or going to make the options easy. Jamie Smith's going to take them, and that seems like the right thing to do.
These are good runs for England. Very good runs. 315.
Jadeja, quicker one, pushed out to silly point, fielded by Jaiswal. There's no run. pitch a bit quicker today, Harmy?
Tiny bit, yeah, a little bit quicker. I just think there's a pitch that Jasper Bumrah's bowled on, and there's a pitch that everybody else is bowling on. Simple. We might have the same with Jofra Archer.
Jadeja in again. Forward comes Jamie Smith, pushing that one defensively out on the offside. There's no run. That's Bryden Carse on strike. Sorry.
All but one wicket have fallen from bowling at the nursery end. Brook was the other end, wasn't he?
Yes. Here's Jadeja again. Forward comes Carse, playing studiously defensively forward. Jamie Smith, 356 runs in the series before this, with 150, average of 178, and he's added another 44, so another 37. Forward comes Carse again, playing defensively. No run.
Sorry, man. It'll be interesting to see how Carse goes in this, because we haven't seen the tall bowler bowl yet, and whether he gets any bounce. There's any tennis ball bounce, or there's any bounce in this surface. So we see that's gone quicker.
Jadeja in, square drive by Bryden Carse to the sweeper on the cover boundary. They'll take a single, he'll keep the strike. Carse moves to 15, Jamie Smith 37, 316 for 7.
He looks a handy batter, does Carse. I mentioned these are good runs, 316 for 7. It's a very interesting pitch. It's a different colour. It's gone lighter in the heat, and it is stifling today. Very, very hot. I just want to see how Jadeja, he spun one yesterday, the one to Joe Root, wasn't it, that spun and bounced. And we'll see if he gets that today at some stage. Very, very dry pitch. England had the heavy roller first thing this morning. Who's this now? Is this Akashdeep?
Akashdeep continuing, yeah, trying to make something happen with this replacement ball. 2 slips, Gully. Shubman Gill needs to. I mean, the one thing about Virat Kohli is that he was very emotional and would sometimes lose his rag, but he was able largely to channel that fury into a positive energy. As pushed away defensively by Bryden Carse again towards the bowler. So sometimes, I mean, I always used to enjoy Michael Vaughan. You used to say that he would hide his emotions behind those big sunglasses, reflective sunglasses and whatever, but he always looked very calm, and everybody else was letting off steam. He looked calm, even if he was steaming himself.
Yeah, that was the beauty about Michael. You never knew, did you? You had them glasses on, so he always said they hid, 1,000.
Driven nicely by Carse up to mid-off, fielded by Gill, no run.
He said they hid like thousands and thousands of emotions that people couldn't see. Michael always had the glasses on. He always had the brimmed hat on, and there probably was times where he was losing it. He's cool underneath there, but he had this great ability to just stay calm and stay comfortable, and that was for me, that was the beauty about Michael Vaughan. His decision making under pressure was, I think, as good as I've ever seen anybody in the game.
Here's Akashdeep with this ball that's doing nothing suddenly. It is a replacement ball, as we've been telling you. Bryden Carse turns it away off his pads, down to long leg. Jasprit Bumrah fields. Wonder whether he'll have another wee burst of a couple of overs before the lunch break, see if he can make something happen again. But clean bowling, Joe Root, Harry Brook and Ben Stokes is quite a trio. Quite a trio stumps to hit. He's just looked a class above, class alone. Akashdeep hasn't managed to recreate the heroics in both innings he managed to produce at Edgbaston. Here he is running in towards us from the pavilion end, and Jamie Smith drives powerfully off the back foot, and he will get a single if he wants it. Yes, he does. He just had to wait and see whether Washington Sundar was going to cut that one off, diving at mid-on, but he got a hand to it, took the pace off it, takes the single. Smith on to 38, 318 for 7.
But the thing you mentioned there about making decisions and being calm under pressure, India had this game, England bowled out for 320 here, and they had another look at the ball, try and get the ball to go through the rings again. We talk about Vaughan making things under pressure, but I didn't mind even Nasser Hussain when he lost it every now and again, but I knew Nasser was comfortable in making the right decisions. The ball's going through the rings again, Bumble, and you're having a good look there. And I think the umpire Shafadullah is trying his hardest for the ball not to go through the ring with the amount of stick they've been given.
Here we go again. They've tried to get it through the ring and it didn't go through, so the game is stopped again. Both umpires get together. Fourth umpire will come out eventually. Here he comes again. Doors are open. Players get together. We've got to stop him play again. This is a farce. It's like Brian Ricks.
Does it make a difference? Because obviously the seam on the ball. I mean, does it make it? Can it go through the ring in one direction, but if you twist it round and put a different part of the seam?
Yeah, you're right. You can twist it round. There's plenty of balls coming out here. He must have at least a dozen.
Oh, I think he's got more than that.
I
think he's got 2 dozen.
It looks as though he's got two brand new the white boxes, and then he's got a suitcase as well. So in his holders.
Now you're looking for about 20 overs. It's 20 around about 18, 20 overs old. A cricket ball that's 20 overs old. Weren't we saying yesterday that 30 overs it goes soft? There's nothing in there. So they've got to find one in this box or boxes that they think is about 20 overs old. I'll say again, you can only go off what is provided by the home authority.
Look at Shubman Gill loitering. All the other Indian players are just having an impromptu drink and whatever, but Shubman Gill is getting. It's like the band area. He knows he's not allowed to be part of the ball selection process, but he is loitering as close as he dare.
Well, Sky are showing Joe Root and celebrating his 100. Get on the ball. Get on this. This is the story. The story is this cricket ball, and they're trying to choose. They're almost on their hands and knees. The boxes are on the floor.
And Gill's trying to look round their bodies to see which one they pluck out.
Here, wait till they just throw him this. Here we are. Now they've got it. They've got the big camera that's above, and they're looking to find a ball that's at similar age.
Oh, that one on the left looks a bit dog-chewed. The seam was all scratched up.
They were looking for a 20-over ball. Yesterday, both teams are saying at 30 overs these balls go soft and there's not much about them. This is 20 overs. What are they? He's just thrown them there. Have a go with that one. It's got a shine on it, Army.
It's got a shine on it. Yeah, Shubman's going to get a look. Is he happy with it? You see the camera's going to go on to Shubman. He's laughing. He's happy. He's happy. He's happy. Shubman's happy. He's got a smile on his face. He's now thrown it. Where's he thrown that to?
He's thrown the old one away in disgust, I think.
No, he's thrown it down. He's thrown it down the ground. Oh, Keil Raoul's got it. He's the designated shiner at first slip, so he's been thrown it. No, Shubman's happy. And to be fair, look at it now. Look at it now, Bumble. That looks a lot. That looks a lot older than the one that they've just had.
Older? Or newer?
Sorry,
newer.
Newer than the one they've just had.
I was going to say
a bit more writing on it, and there's a good shine on
actually.
it. Yeah.
From the commentary box, that looks like a good cherry. That one. It's quite nice, dark leather as well. Here's Akashdeep, bowls, and immediately it's pushed away behind square on the offside.
So if you're a batter now, you've got to knock it around a bit, get that shine off. The batters have just gone about the business. You do what you want. You get ball any ball you want.
But like what you just said there, Manners and Bumble, you talk about a Michael Vaughan calm under pressure making decisions. Nasser was a little bit more. You knew what was going on. Neither of them was right or wrong. But you have to make the right decision, and this has taken the decision making away from Shubman Gill, because in the last 45 minutes his decision making has been poor. They haven't tried to get Jimmy Smith out.
Here's Akashdeep again, bowls, and it's driven by Bryden Carse, who looks very organised at number 9 and restrained as well. He doesn't mind a big hit now and then, but he has reined himself in a little. Carse 16, Smith 38, 318 for 7. And all by the by, as we say, cheerio to Harmy and to Bumble, is just by the by, is not a great advertising. This series, not a great advert for the Duke's ball, which is of course hand stitched rather than the Kookaburra, which is machine made, and you would assume that there would be a little bit more latitude with the way that the ball behaves and deteriorates, just given the fact that it is hand stitched. 99 overs gone in this innings. England scoring at 3.2 and over. Very un-Baz ball. Ollie Pope spoke to the media at the end of the day's play yesterday and reiterated what we had all gathered with the evidence of our own eyes, which the pitch was not conducive to, in his words, for batsmen to come out swinging. They're talking of swing. This is Reddy's into the attack, and this replacement ball, the first one, did swing. Lovely away swinger, but it's driven away out into the covers for a single. Did they take? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they continue to take the singles when they're available, and I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. Smith moves on to 39. Bryden cast 16. Last half an hour before lunch, you will be in the company of Jeremy Coney, Jarrod Kimber and Jon Norman. I'll just finish off this over. It's all happening.
Yeah, and Bumble's just run downstairs because he has to go to the other side of the ground to massage his son's legs. But Paul Graham, the fourth umpire, he's been out in the middle. He's done more running than any player has in this game so far.
Well, he had about 14 balls there, didn't he? I mean, different bags and different boxes of them.
Bumble's other son is a bodybuilder. You might need him to take the balls out. They might need to tag team this.
Nitish Reddy is in again, bowls very wide of off stump, wide enough for Jamie Smith to belt it through the... It's Bryden Cast to belt it through the offside. Sorry, that was a shot Jamie Smith to be proud of. He's done not only well to reach it, but to time it so sweetly through point for 4. Cracking shot from Bryden Cast, 50 partnership.
Yeah, swung into the arc a little bit, but you're right. It's kind of an old school square drive. You don't see as many of those anymore. I really like that. I'd prefer him just to slog, though. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't really enjoy Bryden Cast unless he's playing ridiculous shots.
But he's looking a bit like a proper batsman at the moment.
It's not for me. It's not for me.
He's going very nicely. Cast 20.
Try and put one on Abbey Road now, right?
Smith 39. England 323 for 7. Good runs, having slipped to 271 for 7. Well, not slipped to, crashed to. Bumrah. They were Joe Root and Ben Stokes, both clean bowled by the great man. Here is Nitish Reddy again, bowls full and straight, and Bryden Cast plays proper cricket shot, pushing it firmly up to Bumrah at mid-on, and there's no run. Bumrah was magnificent in the first hour this morning, absolutely magnificent.
I know what the answer is going to be before I ask you this, but they're not changing the ball again.
Well, they're having a moan.
Oh,
They're having a moan about it.
it's not a good day if you own Duke stocks, is it?
No, what is happening to these balls? Is it what's underneath the leather, or is it the leather itself?
So the Kookaburra balls were reinforced with plastic
Yes, they
recently,
were.
and one of the reasons I believe, although Kookaburra never really talk about this, was because they think batters are hitting the ball harder.
Well, hang on, but this is a Dukes.
The point being is that
Different cows.
the Kookaburras aren't going as flat.
Reddy in again, big away swinger, left alone wisely, sensibly by Bryden Cast. There was a piece of leather just sticking off the ball, and you're not allowed to pick it off as a player, so you take it to the umpire and he snips it off with his nails.
And then while he's doing that, you scratch the underside of the ball while he's not watching.
Do you?
I've seen a few people do that before. Come on, Jeremy. You were working with paddles. You can't tell me that seam wasn't occasionally lifted a little bit?
Never.
Not intentionally. But I'm in my element now because Nitish Kumar Reddy is swinging with this brand new, well, not brand new, 20-year-old replacement, 20-over-old replacement ball is swinging immediately, which tells you it's all in the wrist with Reddy. It's pushed away behind square on the offside, fielded a backward point by Mohammad Siraj. 323 for 7.
I think they need a catcher on square, a little bit deeper. But for all those ones that swing away a little bit wider and they do look to play it aggressively, they've got the man out right on the boundary at the moment. But I think it's one of those pitches, if it holds up a little bit as it did yesterday, you need a catcher in there, I think, and sort of square or just behind. Maybe 2 gullies.
Double gullies.
Here is Reddy. Well, I mean, he's swinging the ball towards the gully. He's swinging it lavishly. That's pushed away for another single by Bryden Cast, batting really well at number 9, taking his responsibilities with the bat very seriously. 324 for 7. What did you both make? I'm obviously with Harmy and Bumble. You can discuss. Jon Norman's coming in, so you talk amongst yourselves about what you thought about Shubman Gill's emotions and how in control of them he was while that kerfuffle was going on with the ball.
He probably didn't handle himself a way he'd be very happy with. Look, he made a mistake, and then he tried to get upset with the umpires because of that mistake. you know, when the ball change happened in the Ashes and Australia lost that test, Australian fans don't really understand that if you get a ball change, sometimes the ball's going to be newer, sometimes it's going to be older, sometimes it's going to be rock hard, sometimes it's going to swing.
3-2-4 for 7, and Bryden Cast has slogged. It's gone miles in the air, but there's no fielder out at deep mid-wicket, and so he'll come back for 2, possibly 3. But there's your slog.
Yep, bit just short of the green, wasn't it? Nice pitching wedge there. But yeah, so when you do that, and you're doing it in the 10th over, Jeremy, there is every chance that the ball that you get back will not quite be at the ball you had. The ball they had was still doing stuff. I'm not saying it wasn't going out of shape. I'm not saying it wasn't getting soft. But until it stops taking wickets or looking like taking wickets, you don't replace it. No, I don't care if it looks oblong.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. If it doesn't go through the rings, are the umpires on a bound to replace it?
Here comes, that's a wide delivery from Akash Deep, and Bryden Cast, who's hit 2 boundary shots at square of the wicket on the offside, reaches again, hand off the bat, and he's lucky actually.
Well,
and the ball bounces just in front of the backward
rule?
point.
Well, I'll get to that, but I'll just say he's not lucky, because that's exactly where Jeremy told them to put a fielder, and now they are, but he's a little bit in front of square perhaps, or maybe he's not, maybe he's just waiting for the ball. No, if the umpire sees the ball and thinks it's out of shape, they can do it on their own. That's not what I saw. I saw India go to them and ask them to do it. So if the ball's doing something, just don't give it to them. Keep the oblong, keep the out of shape marang.
Short delivery, and this is swung away from the wicketkeeper, Jarrod, who dives to his left and goes down to the boundary here at fine leg, and one of the backroom staff who are essentially employed to throw the ball in from the other side of the boundary. It does exactly that. 330 for 7. Didn't feel like we would be here when Jasprit Bumrah dismissed Chris Woakes' first ball. 271 for 7 at that stage, and if not for that drop, KL Rahul on the slip cordon, putting down a tough chance, went to him really fast at an awkward height, and maybe England would have been bowled out by now. Forget that need to swap the second new ball. It's been changed twice. As Cast just drops this down.
Actually, if India had held their catches right from the start of this series, they would be seriously in front in this. So it's been quite costly.
Missed 2 run-outs in this innings as well. So I mean, you look at the total fielding, it hasn't been up to standard, has it?
Some of those run-outs today, I've felt, have been very much one stump to aim at, because you got to yourself, you've got the ball at the same position on the field, that you've only got one stump target.
Akash Deep again, running in from the pavilion, and this is pushed through point and away to the boundary. Bryden Cast doing a good impression of a top 6 batter here today. Beautiful. He moves to 27.
Eased that away, didn't he? No, you're right. Both of them were probably 1.5 stump to aim at, but in both the Jaiswal situations, he got himself in the wrong position to throw them. So yes, it would have been hard for him to get either of those run-outs, but he could have actually just got himself in a better position. Probably should have hit the stumps on one of those occasions, and instead he fell over on one of them, and the other one he kind of did a dance
Yeah, he
move.
was off balance the first time, wasn't he? He'd done well to actually make and to get to the ball and make ground to get it, and he couldn't stop himself.
Deep again. This is left alone on length by Bryden Cast, who remains 27 not out. Jamie Smith at the other end, playing another pivotal innings, 39 and a run a ball. 334 for 7, and we're pushing up towards the lunch break here at Lord's.
Well, recovery, isn't it? 60-odd runs since the last wicket, 7 for 271. So this is a good partnership between these two. Yes, there's the one chance, you're right, John, and that of the important wicket of Smith should have been held. Yeah, it wasn't a totally easy catch, yeah, because of the height. But you have to, I think you've got to practice. Are you going to take that with fingers up, or are you going to jump and move and make it a bit easier that way?
Nitish Reddy, who has swung the ball, and he swings it again away from the bat of Jamie Smith, who looks just a touch flat-footed on the drive. And credit to the bowler, he of course picked up those 2 wickets earlier yesterday, and to my mind, he's looked the most threatening Indian bowler outside of Jasprit Bumrah this morning. I wonder, bowling from this end, the media and nursery end, is this the end that you want to be bowling from? Jamie Smith on the move there. That's a good ball.
I wonder if they shouldn't actually use Jadeja at the other end as a stock bowler and just rotate their swing bowlers from this end.
This time it's just guided down to backward point from the bat of Jamie Smith. He moves to 40, the score 3-3-5 for 7 here.
Well, certainly Bumrah has enjoyed the nursery end, hasn't he? He's liked that from yesterday. He decided this is the end that he wants to bowl from. There seems to be just a little more bounce, perhaps bowling towards the pavilion here. And we saw it from the spinners yesterday when the odd one bounced a bit from Jadeja from the pitch and the better part of the pitch. And perhaps for the seamers as well. And maybe you're right. Jadeja got a few to turn from this bowling from the nursery stand end as well.
And that might be why we haven't seen him from the other end, because it's also helped him from this end.
2 slips in place in the gully for Bryden Castle, who's 27 not out, and this is left alone. Again, there's some swing there from Nitish Reddy, who's bowling around 82 miles an hour.
Can I ask you a personal question, Jeremy? Were you a fingers up slip fielder?
Well, when it was appropriate.
Because you're quite tall, so like quite often shorter slip fielders are more comfortable going fingers up than...
Where did you field in the slips?
Second. Always.
That's the glamour position.
Well, in New Zealand, because of slightly slower wickets, I thought that with Richard bowling, that most of the catches, they're not fast enough to go to first slip, not bouncy enough as if in Australia, but second they tended to go more.
Here's ready again, and driving is Cass, but it's fielded. There's 2 fielders in the covers, one in front of point and another at extra cover. 3-3-5 for 7.
Ricky Ponting always used to catch them fingers up, didn't he? Even though they were quite low.
Yeah, he's it was
unusual. That was.
Yeah, I think he would just bend at the knees, wouldn't he, and just sort of go with it. But I don't think there are that many people. I certainly, I grew up in Melbourne. He grew up in Launceston. We were taught to catch them with your fingers pointing down until you're on a big, bouncy wicket.
Shane Warne famously put down Kevin Peterson, didn't he? His Cass comes forward and turns a length delivery into a slightly fuller one, and it's driving to mid-off at 1 run, 28 not out. Cass 3-3-6 for 7 the score.
Should Bumrah be bowling here?
I mean, the ball's swinging again now. I don't mind Nitesh bowling, but I think I would probably bring Bumrah on as well.
It does feel a little bit, now or never. Bring him on.
It's 15 minutes, isn't it? Yeah. Although we've only had 4 overs bowled in this session. We've had 28 minutes of ball. There was a ladybug delay again.
Here is Reddy running away from us. And this is another pitched up delivery, which Jamie Smith actually plays via a leading edge. Oh, it's a Yorker. It swings again.
It's a good delivery, isn't it? It's very full, and he's looking, and as it straightens because of the swing, he's looked to play it into the leg side, and that's why he's got that leading edge. It's actually ended up behind point, coming off almost the back of his bat.
They've got Akash on. I just think that as good a bowler as Akash Deep is, he's more of a seam bowler than a swing bowler, and the ball is swinging right at the moment. So I like my idea of Jadeja before, but with 15 minutes before lunch, I'd worry about Jadeja after lunch, and I'd just say to Bumrah, can you give me 3 more? And he might say no.
Well,
did you have bowlers say no very often?
No.
Does that ever happen?
Is that because...
has it ever happened?
In New Zealand?
Well,
in Test cricket?
Not generally, does it?
Yeah, it happens quite a lot.
Well, they just say no to the captain.
Yes.
Good take by Jarrod. Oh, what they say they're physically they're not up to it.
I'm tired. I don't want to bowl this end. The ball's old. I don't want to bowl bounces.
Oh, there's lots of reasons for those.
I don't like your attitude, Jeremy. I don't like the way you asked me.
You're telling me that a bowler is going to say to Ben Stokes no?
not to Ben Stokes, but it does happen quite a bit. I was shocked at how often, when I worked in franchise cricket, how often a bowler would come up with a random reason not to bowl it over.
Yeah,
I can stand it. And I can understand it in franchise being slogged out of the park.
But then the captain then says, "No, I'm not asking you to."
Sometimes that happened, yes.
Ooh, hurried up this time is Smith. Is that inside edge onto the pads? Looks like he was just beaten a bit by the pace of Akashdeep. Was a touch late to get his back down on the ball there.
Yeah, they're trying to angle that ball back into him. I think they think middle and leg stump is where Smith struggles, and they try and he has a bit of a gap, doesn't he? And so they bowled quite well to him at times, but they've just never really managed to hit the stumps with any of those balls. Yeah, well, when I was at St Lucia, Kyron Pollard was the captain. I don't think he was an easy person to say no to.
He's hit on the pads again, hurried up, cramped for him a touch, and another good delivery from deep. He's struggled a bit with the slope, hasn't he, Akashdeep, in this innings. I guess this is the first time he's played here. In fact, it must be the first time he's played here.
But yeah, I would have thought in your team, every bowler would have said yes, just because they were happy that Richard Hadlee wasn't going to bowl the next over. He would have bowled about 38%.
Yeah, he got the chance.
3-3-7 for 7, deep in again, and it's tucked away to the leg side. Smith sets off quickly for the first and comes back slightly more sedately for the second. He moves to 43. It's not the swashbuckling innings that we saw at Edgbaston. A bit more controlled. I think India are bowling a bit better, and it's also not that kind of pitch.
No, it'd be really interesting to see how India go on this pitch as well.
I'm fascinated to see how India go. I find it very difficult. I mean, when you consider how many runs India have scored in this series so far, run scoring has not been that big a problem for them. And 339 for 7 when put up against those first two test matches seems like a middling score. But run scoring yesterday seemed so difficult from everybody.
Run scoring does. I'm not sure if... I know outside of the Bumrah spell, I'm not sure getting people out is particularly easy either.
Agreed. But then we haven't really seen, this is pushed back to the bowler, we haven't seen at any stage, on any ground, okay, the tail for India in the first test, was blown away. But I'm not sure that had that much to do with the pitch. It was just this laissez-faire attitude in first innings where I think they kind of felt they had enough, and then they kind of panicked a bit in the second innings. But it's certainly not been...
they haven't lost wickets in bunches all that often, have they?
Neither side. And
you look at guys like Karan Nair and KL Rahul, like they could bat forever on this. They're not going to worry about the speed, are they?
It feels like that. And then when you factor in, as this is another delivery on the pads which is clipped away, and that means that Smith will take the first ball of the next over. When you throw into the mix, there's two huge unknowns here. How Jofra Archer is going to bowl, and how Ben Stokes is going to bowl after that. The injury picked up
even
yesterday.
If he's going to.
Well, exactly right. So those two, I think he was out there in the outfield.
No, he was warming up. I'm just saying.
But you don't know.
He could bowl one ball at full pace, and then it's not working for me.
Exactly. So when you factor those two great unknowns in, what are you pointing at, Jeremy?
I think he's saying that Jasprit Bumrah is coming on.
Good spot, my man.
I think if I'm Nitesh, I'm a little bit like, can he not bowl at the other end? I'm doing okay. I'm not sure. Got this thing to swing.
Not sure Nitish is quite ready to complain at the skipper. Give me one more, Skip. Bumrah can come on after lunch. Now, I've got this.
Well, India really need, I think, after this partnership has started to flourish a bit more, that they kind of would love another one before lunch. Then you look to who's my bowler most likely.
It's Bumrah and he's bowling, and Smith just guides this to point and gets off strike. 341 for 7. Of course, Jasprit Bumrah 1 away from getting up onto the honours board.
I think also, if I'm India, I'm pretty happy with that single.
Yeah.
Getting Carson. I mean, Carson's batted fine. I'm not saying that he's suddenly going to get blown away by Bumrah. But if you've brought your strike bowler back on, and England have we'll steal a single here, I think I'm pretty happy if I'm India being okay.
I'm not sure whether, I mean, we saw Cast last over coming down the pitch, actually, to Reddy. Don't know whether he'll do that to Bumrah, we'll see.
Backward point is in off the boundary. So there's no single there now. As Bumrah is in, there's a flash from the blade of Bryden Cast, and actually maybe the fielder should have been out on the boundary. Would have gone straight to him as it was. It's gone past Mohamed Siraj, and the applause will tell you 4 more to the score. Bryden Cast moves to 32. His test best is 38.
So I think this is Arshdeep Singh on the boundary, who's trying to get a cork off the boundary without picking it up with his hands, and he's managed to eventually put it between his 2 shoes and then flick it up like a football to get it over. But he did spend about a minute and a half trying to get the cork back over the other side of the boundary.
Here's Bumrah again, pitched up and pushed to mid-on. Cast sets off and then sends Jamie Smith back. There's a throw at the stumps from Jaiswal, who misses again.
Well, he missed, and he also went to the wrong end by about 5 metres.
And there were 3 stumps that time to aim at.
But his balance was better, so we'll give him every little bit. At least he's picking the ball up every time.
You know, there was a Mexican footballer who for a short while perfected it. It was part of his trickery.
Picking up corks.
Picking the football up with both feet and jumping inside challenges. Quite bizarre. Short delivery and ducked by Cast. So imagine
you get a lot of corks in Mexican football.
Imagine the footballer by a corner flag, right?
Okay.
And he's got 2 men on him. And what he would do is essentially what Arshdeep Singh there, with a football rather than a cork, and he put the ball between his 2 feet and then jump between the 2 footballers, get past them and then just run off. And for about a game, nobody could work out what to do. There was another one as well. Is it called Seal? The Seal Boy. Well, I'll get back to that. Pitched up and driven to extra cover. There was a footballer who essentially worked out a really good way of evading challenges, and that was to basically chip the ball up and then head it and then run the length of the pitch, just heading the ball.
While heading it.
Yeah. I think it was called Seal Boy. Both quite short-lived tactics in the world of football. Where are we? 6 minutes to go, so India will hope for 2 overs from Jasprit Bumrah before the break. He's not getting it to swing as much as Nitish Reddy.
No, should
have kept him on. And Nitish Reddy saying, I told you, Skip. Bumrah does have pace, though. And this draws Bryden Cast forward, who defends. And that's the end of the over, 345 for 7.
Maybe all those other balls, the actual issue, right, was that everyone was bowling them too fast, Jeremy. It wasn't that the balls were out of shape, it was that the bowlers were too fast. And just you bring on the medium pace. You know, the Craig McMillan and Nathan Astle, Gavin Larson, Jonathan Trott, Colin de Grandon. There's a lot of New Zealanders in that list, isn't there?
Well, I suppose now that Darren Stevens has been forced from the game, maybe Nitish Reddy can get a gig with Kent.
He's about
County Championship.
He's about 2 yards quicker than Darren Stevens, isn't he? So that he switched ends. Maybe is it possible here that Bumrah was the change bowler for Nitish Reddy?
It's been a strange test match, isn't it? I still can't work out how, you know, when you consider the size of the bugs you get in India. Play was held up yesterday, driven beautifully by Jamie Smith, who's threaded this through. Extra cover and mid-off and away to the boundary, where the corks have stopped popping momentarily. And that's at 4 more. 1 away from 50 now. That was fun, wasn't it, towards the end of yesterday with Joe Root. Will he get his 100? Will Chris Stokes get his story? He didn't.
Have you seen Chris Stokes today? Is he still upset?
I imagine so.
We'll
have to go check out what he actually wrote.
I was going to say, he probably pivoted to a piece on Zach Crawley that was maybe harsher than it needed to be because he was so angry that Root hadn't made his 100.
Jamie Smith then 1 away from another 50. Averaging 61 in Test cricket. And Nitish Reddy is in, and he's going to get it as well. Well played, Jamie Smith. And the crowd appreciate his efforts as well. 271 for 7 at one stage when Smith and Carse came together. That's the 350 up for England as well. And Jamie Smith, 50 not out, that average. This ticks upwards and upwards. Raises the bat to the crowd, who sit back down again.
Yeah, he's looked pretty comfortable, hasn't he, after that drop? Since then, he's got the drives out, and 2 deliveries from this over, a long half volley, the first one, and then going leg side, trying to adjust.
Here's Bryden Carse, who pushes up to mid-on, comes through for a single. He's batted well as well. I mean, there was, you know, for all the conjecture about the various decisions that have been made by this England set-up over the last couple of years, the Jamie Smith decision is one that, there's a gold star there, isn't there?
Sounds like a late 80s band, the Jamie Smith decision.
The Jamie Smith conjecture. That would be an even synth band
On an outside glass, not main.
Definitely keyboards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon.
Dueling keyboards even.
Wow. Clipped away for certainly another one here from the bat of Smith. He moves to 51, 352 for 7. We're going to get another over in, I think.
We've had some good musical things in cricket, haven't we? But I don't know if we've ever had a
synth band.
No, we've had songs from synth bands about cricket before, but I don't think we've ever had a band named after a cricketer. Is there a Fred Titmus? That's
There
a song,
is, but
isn't
you
it?
can't say it.
Oh, of course.
And it's a band called Half Man, Half Biscuit.
That's right.
Welcome back to the DHSS again. I had that album as a kid. I didn't actually know Fred Titmus was then. Pushed up to extra cover from Bryden Carse. One ball left of the over, and India need to hurry up actually if Bumrah is going to get one more over in before the lunch break. They've gone very slowly, India. They're not racing around, are they?
Well, no one is racing around because Jamie Smith's halfway down the wicket. Bryden Carse walked out the square leg. He's still come back, and Nitesh Reddy's still not ready. So obviously they've had enough. They want a break as well.
Yeah, and they want Bumrah to take the first over after the lunch break, maybe. 352 for 7 then. It's Bryden Carse facing, 33 not out. Nitesh Reddy running in from the pavilion end. Final ball of the session, and he is just beaten Bryden Carse. Did that take the outside edge? It's been spilt by Jarrell behind the stumps. Carse has no idea where the ball's gone. He started looking at the crease, and then Jamie Smith has called him through.
It was definitely given byes,
for a bye.
Jarrell is in pain as well. We might have a second wicket keeper with a broken finger.
Well, KL Rahul, get yourself some wicket-keeping gloves. Right, end of the session, chaps, and it's ended with Bryden Carse and Jamie Smith, an unbeaten partnership for the 8th wicket of 82 runs. Bryden Carse 33, certainly played his part in that, but once again England thankful to their wicket-keeper batter Jamie Smith, who walks off with 51 next to his name. The session started off in dramatic fashion. Ben Stokes bowled top of off stump for 44. Joe Root losing middle stump via an inside edge, and when Chris Woakes was dismissed, caught behind first ball, although he didn't think he hit it, nor did the umpire actually, had to be reviewed. England in danger of being bowled out for under 300, and maybe they would have been if Jamie Smith had been caught. Sharp chance put down by KL Rahul. Not for the first time. England have capitalised on that. We've had some fun and games with the ball change, not once but twice. Shubman Gill doing a passable impression of Virat Kohli at his very angriest, and then with the big smile on his face shortly after. But it's England who will lunch the slightly happier of the two sides, Jeremy.
Well, yeah, I think they probably will. A session of 2 bits, really, 2 halves. The first one belonging very much to India, with Bumrah at the height of that, picking up 3 very quick wickets, and perhaps with a chance of going ahead and finishing the English innings off. But no, out came Smith. A catch was dropped, and then he was joined by Carse. And what we've ended up with is a very good partnership between, you know, the number 7 and the number 9. and it's still unbroken at the moment. Only 22 overs bowled in that session. That's really poor by you know, all the changing of the ball and all those sorts of things. But nevertheless, you've got to do better than 22 overs. I mean, Jadeja had a few there, didn't he? Had a couple of overs. 102 runs, is it? And they've had 22 overs, as I say. So I think the session has to go to England in the end.
It was an incredibly long drinks break as well in all of that. But yeah, it was a bit mad. But as Jeremy said, it was two halves. They changed the ball and they gave away their session. That they really could have bowled England out for about 300, it looked at that stage. And now England are like, well, this is not an easy pitch to bat on. 350 is, you know, within the ballpark, and they could keep going for a little while.
Okay, we'll be back for commentary shortly after, well, immediately for the afternoon session. Jarrod, don't go anywhere. You're hosting. Remember, arms in the air. We have had this conversation. Okay. Well, we're about to have the conversation. Okay, let's have this conversation in a second. But it will be Jarrod Kimber with Melinda Farrell and Cameron Ponsonby. And we're going to be talking, or they're going to be talking, Jarrod's just finding this out, about the weird and wonderful world of cricket freelance journalism. The very many different tournaments that now provide work, the different ways you can go about working. And who better to talk about this than a man who essentially made his name by pushing the boundaries of what at the time wasn't thought possible. Cricket with balls all the way up to where we are today. So we're going to have a little short turnaround, and then Jarrod, Cameron and Mel will be in the hot seat very shortly.
Welcome back to Lords here with talkSPORT Cricket, and with me I have freelancers. I have many, I don't know what the collective noun for freelancers is, unemployed.
A loveliness. Oh no, that's ladybirds.
And unemployment of freelancers is maybe the best way of putting it. Cam Ponsonby and Mel Farrell. Mel was actually commentating with us. Cam, you've been around on talkSPORT as well.
Yeah, I've worked for you guys loads. So whenever John's willing to have me.
As a freelancer?
Yeah, correct.
I'd actually be really interested in this, Cam. I've never had a job in cricket, right? So
Yep.
I've worked in cricket for 17 years, but I've never had a job. I would assume, have you ever had a job, or has everything been contract as well?
No, you're correct in that. I think I'd call cricket my job for the last 3 years. I started 4 years ago, and then there's a very clear line in the sand where, from basically the England men's test tour to the West Indies in 2022, from that point onwards, this has been my livelihood, as it were. But I'm the exact same as you. Is I've never had a full-time job in this world. I've never been employed, and you kind of just, well, as I'm sure we'll get into, I think last year I remember it was 21 people I worked for across the year.
Wow.
And you're kind of.
Can you name them all in alphabetical order?
It's kind of like Ravi. It's like Ravi Vipara trying to do his kind of franchise teams. I absolutely could not do it, but there's a spreadsheet next door which could.
Mel, you did have a job in cricket. You worked with Cricket Australia briefly. Was that was an actual job? Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, I signed.
Your face is like, was I working for them?
Well, I thought you were about to say Cricket Info because I was full time at Cricket Info.
Oh, were
for a
you?
while.
So you've had two jobs then?
And then I also had a job with Sporting News Australia during the pandemic.
I don't even know why you're on this panel. You're not even a real freelancer.
Well, I'm someone who's had 3 jobs in cricket and left them all.
But you would, if Cam is freelancing for 21 places a year, you probably wouldn't quite get to those numbers, but you're kind of everywhere doing all sorts of random things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm up there. I also have a spreadsheet, so I do keep that going, and sometimes jobs coming. But I mostly do. I do a lot of stuff for a lot more commentary now for various people, and then writing as well. And I've got a contract at the moment with The Cricketer for 6 months, which is just a part-time one. So that's actually an ideal.
I thought you were about to say, but they're about to get rid of me.
Well, maybe they are. But that's actually kind of really nice because it's almost an ideal situation where I've got a guaranteed per month amount of money coming in, and then I still have the freedom to be able to freelance. So it's actually really nice having those two things.
So I was a cricket specialist before either of you. I know, Mel, you were in the sports media before I was, but you worked in many different sports at that stage. But it's really interesting to me, having been in the industry for 17 years, how either you two are taking up all the freelance jobs, or there aren't as many freelance jobs. But really what has disappeared, I think, is being a freelance journalist. The ability to be freelance social media, or to be, to be a videographer or commentary and everything, Mel, that's the stuff you didn't even, that wasn't your speciality when you first came across the Cricket Info. You're more of a host, and now you're going in all these different directions. And
that's the key, I think, is you have to have a lot of strings to your bow. You can't just do one thing. I mean, even the full-time writers now often have to do some video in there as well, or things have changed. So whether it's writing, whether it's hosting videos, whether it's doing commentary, you have to, and even Cam does a lot of writing that's not cricket. It's very hard to just solely be able to make it work just doing cricket, and so usually you have to have some other things. You've done a brilliant job in being able to build up your YouTube and podcast empire.
I'll be honest, I only did that because I was sick and tired of freelancing. I was finding it harder and harder, and during COVID there wasn't much work out there. Cam, you, I'm assuming, got into this to be a writer. I mentored you when you were a young 100 writer.
You did indeed, I remember it well.
Yeah, and I'm shocked that you're still in the industry.
No, it's been... I went
Too much? Too far?
No,
I thought you were a podcaster. I thought you could handle the bands.
I was trying to work out why I was shocked. I was trying through your mentoring, I was meant to not enjoy it. I don't know.
I didn't think you were very talented, and I thought I tried to ruin you. Those are the two things that happened.
Both of those things are true, which is a shame. No, so I kind of fell into being a freelancer in that I had a quote-unquote normal job after university. I'd always been thinking about doing media, and I was going to have a conversation with my work about potentially going down to part-time hours. Then the world exploded with COVID, and I was put on furlough, and it was a case of, all right, if I don't give this a go now, I never will, basically. So when I was off not working, I started a blog, and then I actually set up a podcast with my cricket club to basically be able to say to university, this is what I've done, this is what I'm doing to try and look into this world of media. Can you let me in, please? And they did. And I remember calling around a lot of people who were sat next door to us in the press box, kind of asking questions like, do I need a degree? Do I need a journalism degree to become a journalist? And I realised everyone said no, but everyone seemed to have one. So I went, okay.
Okay. You're looking at the wrong person here.
I know I'm looking at the wrong person here, but in
general... Do you have a journalism degree, Mel?
Well, I have a BA in communications, which was partly done through media and journalism.
I would say if you go next door, all the journalists who are 30 and younger, or 35 and younger, I reckon for the most part they'll either have an NCTJ or they'll have a broadcast journalism degree, which I did. And out the back of that course, I ended up with kind of 3 small things happening. I had some work from the Wisdom website, I had some work on the 100 Rising programme which the ECB put together, and David Hobbs, a former cricket writer for Cricinfo, basically messaged me and wanted to sublet me a day a week. He'd done his time, he didn't want to work 5 days a week anymore, he wanted to do 4.
So David Hobbs, he was like, I don't want to actually do my job, can you come in and do some of it for me?
And then off the back of that, I was effectively doing 3 small part-time jobs over the course of the summer. That was 2021, and that was just the start of it. And I loved the idea of working in cricket. Cricket is my passion, it's been my favourite sport forever, but I didn't set out necessarily to work in this sport. If I think of all my peers who I graduated with, they all work at Sky or Channel 4 as producers. Some are on screen, some are off screen. But in terms of being a kind of writer first and foremost, that wasn't the intended direction, even if it was.
So what was the intended direction then?
I think, truthfully, this was the best case scenario to work in cricket, but I didn't necessarily think it was.
What job did you want?
Writer. Writing is the skill I admire the most and value the most. If in 30 years' time the career's over and you say, Cam, what would you like to be remembered as? It'd be, he was a good writer, basically. I think.
Well, in 30 years' time there will be no writing, so we don't need to worry about that.
Oh, he's so negative. He's so negative.
Have you only just met him?
Mel, you were more of a host and a broadcaster at times, but you also did production stuff and all sorts of things. When you got into cricket, it was more maybe at the start of the sort of social media thing of, getting on camera, doing little bits. Obviously, you had that, we won't talk about it now, but your dress split in front of Brett Lee in the middle of the Wacker, all these sorts of things happened. But you it was a little bit different at that time, and there were a lot of opportunities for people who could hold a camera, set up a camera and hold a microphone, which was what a couple of different skills that you had at that point.
Yeah, because I'd had a fair bit of time. I did work in production. I was what in Australia you call a director's assistant, and over here in England it's called a production assistant. So you basically sit next to the director in the truck. You count backwards a lot. You're responsible for all the timings and all that kind of thing. So I had that background, but then back in Australia I'd started freelancing from the start as a journalist. I had enough of a show reel, and I was working in my hometown of Orange, doing news and sport.
Village. Okay.
City, and doing freelance reporting for them, and then I would go down and do shifts at Fox Sports News on the weekend. And so I basically then moved to Sydney full time.
So when you say journalist, are you saying more of a broadcast
journalist? Yeah. So I was definitely more of a broadcast journalist. But because I'd had that production background, it was kind of pretty handy and au fait with the camera and mics and everything else. So there was a bit of that in there as well. And I took some strange jobs at various times. One of the first things I did as a video journalist, I started doing some shifts at the Sydney Morning Herald as a video journalist. And on my first day, I went to do a story, and I had to interview Baz Luhrmann, the Australian director who directed, of course, Elvis, Moulin Rouge, all of these great movies. And it made me so nervous. I literally just picked up this camera that day. I didn't know how it worked. And he's going, oh, let me see you framing. How have you framed me and all of this? And I did the thing that every cameraman tells me they've done this at some time. I buttoned off instead of buttoning on. So the only footage I had of this interview with Baz Luhrmann was the bit before and the bit after. But I mean, you were instrumental to really how the cricket thing started, because I'd taken a full-time job with Cricket Australia, as you mentioned, when they started
How did that go, Mel?
Yeah, I started up cricket.com.au. I signed a 2-year contract, moved to Melbourne, met you and George on that 13-14 Ashes tour, and then I resigned 3 months into a 2-year contract. So, but because I'd met you and George, you kind of knew that Cricinfo were looking for someone to do more video. And I took a massive risk. You told me that Sambit Bal, the editor of Cricinfo, was going to be at the Oval on day 3 of the 4th test between England and India. So I banked this whole trip. I came over, I did my old job as a production assistant with Sky Sports, and picked up some freelance reporting as well, all so that I could be at the Oval on day 3 of the 4th test, and sat outside with you and George DeBell, and then Sambit basically couldn't ignore my emails anymore. I was standing in front of him, and within 48 hours we shook hands and I had a job at Cricinfo.
Yeah, I am to blame. Cam, so you said you wanted to be a writer. Can you actually take me through? You don't have to go through all the different places you've worked for, because I don't know if we have enough time. But if you could take me through the different jobs you do within cricket as a freelancer. So one would be Adam Collins' PA.
Yep, that's correct. So I'd say, let's use this test series as an example. I have, across the first 2 test matches, been writing 3 pieces of test for the Independent newspaper. So that's kind of a preview, colour piece on request, say, if Jamie Smith scores 180, and then a review of the test match. I've been doing the daily Final Word podcast episodes at the end of the day's play, and I've also been writing for Cricket et al., which is kind of Gideon Hayes' Substack over in Australia, and just kind of doing a wrap for them. But the best case scenario, what you're really trying to do is you're trying to double and triple up, which you guys all know very well. So the kind of freelance life has worked for me was a tour last year, the West Indies men's white ball tour, and I was working for talkSPORT, so I'd get to the game really early, do the pre-match interview for talkSPORT. The match would happen, I'd write a match report for The Guardian on the whistle, hit send on that as the last ball was bowled, run downstairs, do the post-match interviews for talkSPORT, run back upstairs, put the quotes from the press conference into the Guardian match report, go home, and then because everyone's asleep in the UK already, write for Cricinfo and do an analysis piece. And that's kind of the dream scenario where you've got...
I mean, it sounds like a nightmare.
It was perfect. It was such a good 3 weeks. I loved it. And that's what you're trying to do, where you're effectively doing 2 or 3 jobs in one, and that's where you make your money. Because as you guys know, it's kind of a very it can be a feast or famine lifestyle when people need you. And in effect, in my own experience, this is the first time I've ever really worked in English summer, because no one needs help getting to Lords.
No, I mean, I think, doing that smaller series, I think most people are like, I need to go on an Ashes or
absolutely not.
And it's like, you actually need to go on the limited overs series where none of the major journalists want to go to, or the broadcasters don't send a full team.
Well, probably the best one was doing the Women's T20 World Cup in South Africa. The women's tournaments are often really good, because what happens is a lot of outlets know that they should be covering Women's World Cups, and they want to look like they're doing it, but they don't have any budget for it. So you become a cheap way for them to have coverage.
You end up picking up 3 or 4 gigs instead of 1, don't you?
Yeah, and I'm actually, so how the sausage is made, that's what I'm doing at the moment, because I'm considering going and parking myself in Colombo for a month at the upcoming Women's World Cup. And so I've started putting out feelers now to just see, and it is ideally you want that, and it's having the different kinds of work too, because when you're talking about what Cam's talking about in having 3 or 4 people that you're working for, a key, I think I couldn't write for 3. It's takes too much for me. I'm not good enough for that.
I've seen you're such a slow writer.
I know, but if you've got one that's like a broadcast or a radio or a video
or a social gig
or whatever, that helps, because those things, they're immediate, and when you do them and send them, they're done. Whereas once you start writing, I've written for 3 in the past. That's my absolute maximum. It's really hard.
It also gets a bit silly with, and Mel's completely correct there, if you're doing different styles of media, they also complement each other. You might interview someone for one outlet, and they say something that's really interesting that then helps and informs something for you for another outlet that you're writing for later. And if you're doing, without putting too fine a point on it, if you're writing the same piece 3 times over, A, it's bad, and B, I remember I had to do it once where I was doing...
You're assuming Mel's are bad.
No, as in if it's a news piece, the news is the same. The people have said the same stuff. And so I had to write...
different intros.
I had to write 3 600-word pieces of the same news quotes that had been spoken. And like the thesaurus got a hell of a run out that day. So I was like, it's the same thing. So ideally you want to avoid that situation. But it's fun. It's fun, Jarrod. I like it.
I did one when I was working for 3 different organisations on the Women's Ashes over here. I was working for the ABC in Australia. I was writing for them. And then The Guardian had asked me to write on this same match as well, and I'd said yes. And then The Independent called up. And so I checked with The Guardian. They said, look, we don't mind as long as you prioritise our piece and file that first. And also, can you use a nom de plume for the Independent? So there is still to this day a match report on that Women's Ashes match by Charlie McLennan. And that's me. I had to make it up on the spot.
And it's worth knowing that is a very common thing in sports writing.
Is it anymore?
Yeah, it doesn't happen as much now, because generally you are hired now because of your social media background and your name. But it was only 4 or 5 years ago that I used to go through cricket publications trying to work out which were the real names and which were the fake names. It wasn't that long ago, Cam. Me and Mel have been around for a little bit longer. So Mel, what about the commentary? How does that start? I know how it sort of happened for me. For me, it was more. I'd done Test match sofa, and then I started working with Jim Maxwell on a couple of projects, and he was just like, "You should start commentating." But how did you get into the sort of commentary stuff?
Do you know, the first one was a series in Australia between Australia women and New Zealand women, and I think that it was the first time Cricket Australia had done some streaming. They streamed games, first series ever of any kind. And I think they had already approached every woman, and then there aren't very many in Australia, certainly then. The only
There's a lot of women in Australia, not a lot of women in cricket.
Who'd commentated. And I don't think, and not even in cricket. I think they are some commentators who, like Steph Brantz and others who'd commentated on other sports, and no one was available. So there's me showing up going, I've got no idea what I'm doing. So, and then the only people I had commentating with me, there was no other commentator. They basically just rotated whatever players weren't playing in that match. So that was my first time doing it. And what I would find is actually was more coming over here and getting an opportunity on the BBC, primarily at first when Australia women were touring, and then kind of just branched out. A lot of the time it's absolutely being in the right place at the right time and taking those risks that I spoke about in putting yourself out there. And I pushed against, though. I'm now mostly commentate on men's cricket. I do both, and I'm very happy to do both, but I've tried to push a bit against, because most of my time is covering men's cricket, but then I would ask to commentate on women's cricket or talk about it. And so I've tried to make sure that I don't want to be nicheified.
Can I give you a great story about someone who may or may not be in this room, Jon Norman? When he was a freelancer, he was offered a gig to commentate basketball.
Nice.
But Jon Norman doesn't know anything about basketball. I didn't really understand it. And all he'd ever really done is play the game NBA Jam. And so he just kept saying, he's on fire, and all the NBA Jam phrases over and over again, until eventually I think they said to him, it's quite clear you don't know anything about this sport. Maybe we should get someone else. And I remember my favorite freelancing, someone was asking me about this the other day, my first freelancing job. So most of my stuff early on was on my blog. And, I was getting sponsored on my blog, so I didn't really need to find freelancing. And then I was heading to the MCG for the 10-11 Ashes, and I got a call from someone going, are you free to be a stringer on Boxing Day? And I went, yes, absolutely. Hung up the phone, Googled stringer, because I didn't know what the phrase meant. It just meant freelancer for an agency. And then I wrote agency copy, and I was so nervous about it, I wrote the most bland agency copy of all time. It happened to be a really exciting day, so I actually rewrote it to be more exciting. But it does tell you how many times you have to say yes to something that you've never done before. You must have that, Cam.
Well, the phrase I always use, which is a bit twee, is the best ability is availability. Just be there. Just be around for someone. Someone's going to fall over, and someone's going to need help at the last minute. I always think as a freelancer, you're basically everyone's 12th man. You're waiting for someone to be ill, someone to not be able to make it to a tour, something to have gone wrong, and then you're just helping at a time of need. And it's the thing I found interesting and sometimes a challenge in reference to you kind of like writing a bland piece of copy and then it getting scaled up, is trying to match the tone of who you're writing for. Because often I remember writing for one outlet, and one of our colleagues had got me the job, and I'd written, the first two things I'd written for them, I'd include like a joke or two, and then when it'd gone up online or on newspaper, like they'd just been taken out. And so I wrote a few more things. I went, okay, they don't want the jokes, I'll leave the jokes out. And our colleague was kind of like, mate, play your shots. Like, I've recommended you for a reason. Like, be good, be yourself. I was like, yeah, but I'm very aware that I'm filing at 11:30 p.m. UK time. This is the last thing that this kind of sub-editor on the desk is getting, this person just wants to go home. And in that instance, the best feedback I could get to that outlet's desk is clean copy, fine, it was on time, it was to length. I could just hit upload and I could go to bed, basically. And trying to work out when you have the opportunities to play your shots, be funny, try and make the joke or two, or where it's just your job to be, just tick a box for us. We don't care who you are, we just need this done.
I would tell you a story. There was a really talented rider who came over to the UK not long after I did, and he basically did everything wrong as a freelancer. So he had this idea in his head that like cricket writing was a bit like, you know, magazine writing in America, that he was going to have these relationships with editors for life, and he was going to have 20 emails back and forth and big phone calls, and they were just like, we're just trying to get copy in the magazine, like we're oversubscribed, we need to cut, and he didn't understand it, and he ended up alienating everyone in the industry. So part of it, Mel, is just being, you know, I always say Pommy and Bangwa is a perfect person to hire for any broadcast, because everyone loves Pommy. He's the nicest person that you'll meet in almost anywhere. He's always on time. He's always professional. He does everything right. That's a big part of just keeping yourself in this career.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's also about being adaptable and flexible as well, because just to what Cam was saying, you know, there's very different kinds of writing as well out there. There's a massive difference between writing a colour piece or an analysis piece as opposed to, you know, on the buzzer kind of report. So those things, and I also find, I know that I've got jobs before where I probably got them because someone's thought that I would fit in well with the team, or they thought I'd be easy to work with.
They were wrong,
but you know, as long as I can keep fudging it and fooling people, that has a massive part of it. Because sometimes too, you know, it can be a really stressful business, and so you know, there are times when people don't want to have the hassle with working with a prima donna, and I've not done anything enough to be a prima donna about.
Whereas Cam has.
Well, that's true.
I was actually going to ask you two if you've experienced the same. Something I've found as an advantage of being freelance is, because you belong to no one, I found that at least everyone looks after you a bit. I was 26, 27. I wasn't working for the Telegraph, so I wasn't the Telegraph's responsibility to look after. Everyone was like, oh, there's this new kid who's just here. He's not encroaching on any of our actual spaces. He's not a competitor. And I felt at least that people kind of very open to put me under their arm, being like, come along, mate, we'll try and give you opportunities where you can. I don't know if that's a kind of new age press box mentality. I know that 20 years ago it was a bit different, or whether even 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when you were the original fan of the laptop, encountered a bit more hesitancy.
It was very different when I came in. When I came in, I think because it wasn't like I came in going, I am going to disrupt cricket writing, but I did it in such a way that I did kind of anyway. So I thought I was telling the stories the way my friends told the stories.
Yeah.
You know, the way that we talked. And I thought I would build a career because no one had done that. I didn't realize that there would be as much hesitancy. I didn't realize that there were things that you couldn't do. So there are still relationships that I struggle with today, Cam, because I was very honest in my early writings. I still think I was right to write those things, but, you know, I'll put it this way, I've never appeared on Sky, and I don't think that's a mistake. I don't think Sky are unaware that I'm available. One of the few people never to do the Surrey commentary streams. Again, I don't think that's a mistake. I think these things are on purpose.
What is this? Is this like a vendetta against the world?
No,
these
but
people aren't hiring me, those people aren't hiring me.
I think because of early on, there was a lot of stuff that I did, and, you know, I did a lot of things right, but I did a lot of things in a different way. Whereas I think if you come in the way that you did, Cam, which is, okay, I understand the industry a little bit here. I'm going to write a piece for The Guardian like The Guardian. I'm going to write a piece for The Independent like The Independent and try and fit in. That I did the complete opposite. I, lit myself on fire and ran through the press box naked. And it was a bit, I'll tell you, my first job with the Cricketer, they got me into the press box and they sent me a list of how to dress. And I was like, really? I didn't know there was like rules on how you had to dress in press boxes. And then they said, no, we're just afraid that you won't dress correctly. So I don't think you had that problem. I mean, you grew up with cricketers. Was Alex Tudor your school coach?
No, Tudor was just from the same club as me.
Same club, was it?
So yeah, you grew up, mate. It was amazing. Like 10, 11 years old, and Tudor had just finished his career with Surrey, and he was down coaching, and he's also a QPR fan, and I'm a QPR fan, and my best friend was a QPR fan. So you're going down to play cricket in the summer holidays. There's this guy who played for England there, and he supports the same football team as you, so he takes an interest in you guys. So
I can tell you, he's very. I remember you came up at one stage. I think you might have been working on talkSPORT, and he was so excited that you had got into the industry.
No, so I remember my first time pretty much ever at Lord's. It must have been 2 or 3 years ago. I'm really glad you said this because it reminded me. And I was sat right in the middle of the press box, and for those who haven't been there, like it's a fiddle to get into the middle. There's cramped room, it's difficult, and I'm sat there, I'm nervous, and I'm excited. I'm here at Lord's, this is brilliant. And Tudor's here for whatever reason with some kind of hospitality party, and he's 25 metres away at the back of the box, and he sees me and he like shouts out to me, and he wades his way through these chairs, all kind of 6'4" of him, and gives me like the biggest hug.
Lots of limbs.
And it was like you're there, like you're the new kid on the block, and then in front of everyone, this former England player is giving you a big hug. Like it makes you feel amazing.
So that didn't happen with me. The opposite happened with me. I mean, Mel, yours was very different. I mean, one of the issues I had is I was pioneering a lot of stuff, and so there was a lot of the media going, well, he's making comedy videos about cricket. That's not proper cricket writing, and you know he's writing with swear words. You don't do these sorts of things. You came in again with that outsider mentality because you were a broadcast journalist, and what was mostly a written broadcast, a written press environment at that stage.
And it felt like it took quite a while for me to earn respect. I think it's very different now.
Let me know when you have.
Yeah, thanks. But certainly when you were coming in from that, and I do think it is different now for like people like Cam coming in because the industry's changed. But yeah, I was female, and B, I came from a broadcast background, and there's a little less snobbery now than there was, but there used to be quite a lot of snobbery when it came to the written press and the broadcast or the video or the social media kind of thing.
Well, I can tell you, I was told flat out by a very respected member of the English written press that I wasn't a real journalist because I did videos. That's how it was, and you came in not long after that was happening.
Yeah, so I mean, I remember a colleague once saying to me, we were talking about the difficulty of working out what the story of the day was, and when I sort of said something, they said, yeah, but you're not a writer. And I was writing at the time, but I felt like I had to, it was a lot harder, I think, to do that.
I'm sorry for saying that.
Yeah, good on you. It was not you. But yeah, it did take, I think, longer, but also being female, because I was always also the only female, so that there was still
there's a disadvantage and an advantage to that, isn't there? I felt when I came over from Australia that I got a lot of jobs because I was Australian and they were looking for a different voice, and then the other side happens, right, when there are disadvantages that come from that, and when you're on your own as well. Yeah,
because quite often it's what kind of voice you have. And by that I mean whether you're from a certain country or whatever, that always plays a big part in it. So it just generally it took a while to fit in. There were times when maybe it has advantaged me where someone's looking for a female broadcaster or a female perspective. I don't think that happens as much for me now, at least I hope not. I hope that I get those gigs because I've been around, but it just took a long time. There were a lot of remarks made at those first few years where I just did not feel like I was taken seriously as a real journalist or whatever, and it probably took a couple of years of working for Cricinfo and writing for Cricinfo that I felt like people started to take me more seriously.
And I think that's a big point, though, isn't it? Because I think what Cam has come through is a completely different environment where everyone does so many different things that it's funny now. I used to look in press box and be able to tell you basically what everyone did or what they were doing in that test match. And now I don't even know what you're doing here, Cam. Like, you're next to me. I know you're probably doing final word, and but I don't know. Whereas before it was a lot more clear and defined what everyone did. So where do you see it going? You're the young one here. We're basically both dead, me and Mel.
I think the next 12 months is really interesting in that a lot of outlets, because this year is India, then the Ashes, are going, all right, let's give cricket a go now, and let's see what happens. So you've got the Observer, who's just been purchased by Tortoise Media. You've got the Athletic giving cricket a go. You've got talkSPORT, who have got the digital rights for this series in a way where there's now 2 domestic broadcasts in a way there's never been before. People are seeing whether cricket can provide the success and the numbers they want. So the best case scenario is, on the one hand, it's the best time to be a freelancer at the moment because there's going to be opportunities. There's more opportunities, more money being spent than there has been over the last year or two. On the flip side, it could not work in a year's time. You go, blimey, like, what is next? I know for me, the challenge I find personally is that, don't get me wrong, at the moment I love it. I go away each winter and I kind of follow England, and that's realistically where I make the majority of my money, because again, you're much more used to an outlet if you're overseas than if you're at home. I would eventually like to not have to do that all the time, to translate that into regular work at home in the country, and so for that to happen, you'll need more regular cricket work, or to become a better broadcaster, become a better writer, and get employed more. But for the most part, it's been fun.
But the thing is, at least in England, there's still an industry. The freelance market in Australia is virtually non-existent.
I would say the freelance market in cricket is really never been at a lower rate than when I've worked in it.
Yeah, but still, I tell you from experience, it is much better in England than it is in Australia. Yeah, Australia is, which is why actually I didn't even cover the Border Gavaskar Trophy last summer, because I got work in South Africa on the SA20. And it just wasn't worth it for me covering that series in Australia.
You started as a production assistant. You then became in front of camera, broadcast journalist, writer, and then commentator. What random thing are you going to try and get your hand at next? Well,
that's a really good question.
Because there's no way you can really guess where the industry's exactly going to go.
Yeah.
But there will be opportunities for you in the future, won't there?
Yeah. I actually have no idea what will happen next. But the thing is, I've always been willing to take a risk and do something utterly stupid, which most people would think, oh, you're going to go to England for a month to try and meet someone on a specific day at a match. But yeah, I just take whatever risk comes along and see where it ends up. Because unlike Cam, I am really bad at staying at home and doing stuff. If I stay at home, if I'm not somewhere random doing some commentary or reporting on something, I get really anxious and feel like I need to take off again. So I'm very fortunate because I'm a dual citizen, which means that I've been able to come over here and work the English summer and then go wherever.
Thank you very much for both of you coming on. Just so you're aware, John told me beforehand, neither of you are getting paid for this, just in case.
Yeah, I checked.
That's generally the first question that any freelancer has. The players are coming back out into the middle. Neil Manthorp is behind me at the moment. We'll have a quick break here, and then afterwards we'll be back with the cricket.
Welcome back to Lord's. Jasprit Bumrah's bowling the first over after lunch. He's bowling it to Bryden Carse, who's angled the bat, pushed this one away behind square on the offside. We've had 105 overs in this innings. We've got 68 left to be bowled today, so already a long way behind. But this really is a frustrating partnership as far as India are concerned, and a potentially very, very important one as far as England are concerned. They came together at 271 for 7, now 353 for 7, 72 they've added. Here is Bumrah once again. Oh, that one swings away, seams and swings and keeps low and does everything apart from hit the bat. Taken on the second bounce by substitute keeper Dhruv Jurel. Place in the honours on the honours board beckons for Jasprit Bumrah. Good job it's on the visitors board, because look at those list of England players over the years that have been desperate to get their names on there, and they have. Joe Root got his name on there for the 8th time today with his 104. Bumrah bowled him. It's Bumrah looking for that 5th wicket now. It's driven square of the wicket on the offside to backward point Suraj Fields. An intriguing morning session, David Lloyd. Really fascinating, and it was more about the ball rather than what the ball was doing.
Yeah, I think India got sidetracked about the ball, and England profited from that. These are excellent runs for England. 353 on the board, and he looks an accomplished player, does Carse. He's on 33. Handy.
And restrained as well. He doesn't mind hitting a long ball. Here is Bumrah though, bowls, and that's down the leg side and tucked away nicely by Carse, probably off the pad actually, or maybe even the thigh pad. But he does, when the ball's in his arc, he certainly doesn't mind giving it the, I mean, big powerful shoulders. Why wouldn't you mind hitting a long ball?
He looks a batsman. He's coming in right down the order, and he looks, when you just look at him, he looks organised, and he's been a superb ally for Smith, who just carries on with this wonderful form.
Partnership is worth 83, not 70, as I said earlier. So it really is an impressive alliance that it's actually been dominated by Bryden Carse. And Jamie Smith has just allowed him to take the strike. He's got no protection whatsoever. That's a beauty from Bumrah. That is just unplayable, really. Jamie Smith pushing at that and missing. Do you know, Bumble, I was thinking whether I've ever been more impressed by a young player so immediately, ever really, watching live. And there is a massive difference, I think, batting or bowling, watching somebody live. And I just had no kind of perception of how good Jamie Smith was until until this series. He's been quite remarkable. Here is Bumrah again, and pushed away defensively this time. He bowled it straight, hits the middle of the bat, and bowled it just on off stump, and it seams away. 354 for 7.
So before he came into the team, you get that Bush telegraph, don't you, that there's a player, there's one. And all the talk was Folkes. What a great wicket keeper Ben Folkes was. This lad's in the same team as a wicket keeper, not keeping wicket, but all the talk was about him. So you could tell they weren't keen on Folkes because he couldn't play that dominant role at number 7, well, like this lad does.
There's been talk about moving him up the order. I mean, I think that I write off the talk as plain silly, swapping him and Stokes around like immediately. I just think that's totally daft. But there's talk about him perhaps moving up to number 3 in a year or two. Here is Mohammad Siraj into the attack, and it's driven by Bryden Carse very nicely to the sweeper at deep backward point. Ravi Jadeja runs around, and I keep thinking, why are you even talking about that? I mean, you know, presumably he's very happy playing the Adam Gilchrist role at number 7. Why would you try and fix something that's clearly working very well?
Well, McCullum has said straight away, 7. That's where he's batting. McCullum has stated it. He's 7.
Very glad to hear it too. And also, why talk about taking the gloves off him? I know he doesn't keep regularly for Surrey. He's doing a decent job for England. That's a drive edge. We talked him out. I apologise. Jamie Smith punching off the back foot, gets the edge to an away swinger, and I've talked him out. I feel very responsible for that. Jamie Smith, apologies. He's gone for 51. However, credit to the bowler. Mohammad Siraj has toiled away, deserves some reward. Smith was trying to be assertive, but it's the 8th wicket England 355 for 8.
And there's movement again in this afternoon session for the Indian bowlers. We saw that from Jasprit Bumrah. And now Siraj, he gets a beauty, and Smith looking to punch, looking to be aggressive, gets a thin edge through to the wicket keeper. And appreciative crowd here who haven't, the majority of the crowd haven't come back from lunch, but Smith with an early exit, but a really good telling innings from Jamie Smith for England, and excellent runs added with Bryden Carse. So England now 355 for 8, 10 and 11 to come in.
Jofra Archer is, I think, a very good number 10, and I think if you look at his achievements with the bat outside of Test cricket, there's more than enough evidence to suggest that he knows what to do. In fact, do you remember the first time he came back after his initial 18-month layoff? He played a game for Sussex second 11, and everybody, newspapers and media outlets sent a barrage of reporters down to watch how he bowled, and Sussex batted first and he scored 100 for Sussex second 11. Do you remember that? A couple of years ago.
I do. What a reception he's got. It's a shame that so many people are still having lunch, and it's half empty, is the stadium here at Lloyd's, but he's got a really warm reception as he came to the crease. I'm with you. I think he's a very handy number 10. And he's fortunate that, you know, if England were 255 for 8, there'd be a great deal more hope and expectation heaped on him. But, you know, he's come out at number 10. It's 355 for 8. But he takes his batting seriously. I mean, I'd be very surprised if he just has a swipe, at least early on. 2 slips, a 4th slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, classic orthodox field. Oh, and he's guided this one, unintentionally. I think he tried to leave it, and it's gone between 2nd slip and 4th slip. Not much of a gap there, but he's off the mark with 4. Am I doing him an injustice? Was he trying to leave that? Yeah, he is. He wasn't ready to receive. He was looking down, and he's trying to get his feet in the right position, and his bat. And Siraj is running in, and he just looked up at the last second, tried to remove his bat. It's the bottom of the bat, goes through the slips, and he gets 4.
And he is actually, looks like he's saying something to the umpire. You know, like, well, what are you letting him bowl for? He's got a big smile on his face because he's off the mark with 4, but clearly he wasn't ready. And Archer feels that the umpire should have maybe held Siraj up a little bit. Siraj in again. This time Archer is ready and pushes it out to mid-wicket.
Are we into Barbados? All the countries that we broadcast to, Barbados we are in. So I'm going to give a shout out to Andy Payne, who will be at Royal Westmoreland Golf Club. I got a message from him to say that Jofra, who's a great mate of Andy, Andy's a great mate of mine, they've been in touch with each other this week. He said that he's in a great place, raring to go, and can't wait.
And that happy spirit has been evident in all of Archer's appearances in the breaks and before play, as he's forward now, pushing this one up towards mid-off, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. 359 for 8. But you would be, wouldn't you? I mean, if you haven't been able to do what you love doing most for 4 years, and then you're back, and you know you've got a captain who backs you and supports you and relies entirely. I mean, Ben Stokes said to Jofra Archer, "Are you ready? You tell me if you're ready, and you're in, and I have you back." Which is a fabulous vote of confidence. I keep saying it is a gamble. It has to be a gamble, fitness-wise. Outside the off stumps from Siraj, and it's left alone by Jofra Archer. You know, it's like the only thing I can relate it to, Bumble, is running a marathon. I run quite a few. If I hadn't run one for 4 years, I haven't run one for 4 years, but I still run. But you know, it doesn't matter how many you've run, 30 odd in my 40, 35. Someone said, "Can you run a marathon tomorrow?" I could say, well, I mean, I feel fit enough, but you know, I couldn't say yes or no. And that's the test match equivalent.
Not for me. I've got a metal knee, I've got a snapped Achilles, my back's killing me, my head hurts.
perfect for the commentary box then.
And some people do it dressed as a piano.
Oh, and all sorts, and the rest. Bumrah, can he claim that 5th wicket now? He's in, he bowls. Thick outside edge, and it's gone straight past Nitish Reddy at 4th slip. That's, I'm afraid, call a spade a spade. It's poor fielding from Nitish Reddy. He should have had that covered. And it's gone down to the unguarded 3rd man boundary for 4 more. Bryden Carse is up to 38, England 363 for 8.
Well, the tail just wagging for England. Carse steers down into that 3rd man region. There are 2 slips, a gully, a deep backward point, deep square leg, deep fine leg.
Here's Archer once again. Bowls, and similar shot played, this time off the middle of the bat by Bryden Carse, and it is fielded by Nitish Reddy, diving away to his right. It's in my mind, Bumble, just thinking of the sporting events that I've been to, mostly cricket events that have a social atmosphere that mirrors the atmosphere on the nursery ground behind this wonderful media centre, and all the food outlets you were talking about, people having something to eat out there and something to drink. You can bring your own food and drink into Lord's, one of the few grounds where you can bring your own wine within reason, even let you bring a glass bottle in, and that's in-swinger from Bumrah. Looked like an in-swinger anyway. Bryden Carse plays it away defensively.
No, it was a in-swinger. This ball's moving around in this afternoon session.
Which is the 3rd ball or the 4th? I've lost count.
Well, I think in this innings, this is the 5th.
5th.
I think up to 80 overs yesterday, there were 2 balls. There's 1 change. There's been 3 this morning. So they've had 5 cricket balls.
A word to Shubman Gill: if it gets damaged, don't change it before you know that it isn't swinging anymore. Here's Bumrah again, looks for the Yorker, and it's flicked away for 4. That's a lovely shot from Bryden Carse. It was a Yorker, it just wasn't. It was either too straight or maybe it was heading towards middle and leg, and so all Carse had to do was get some bat on it, and long leg is way too square to prevent that from charging off to the boundary. 367 for 8.
He's got it moving. Full length ball, looking for the Yorker. He just squeezes it down to fine leg. There's movement.
So the nursery ground end behind us is where most people choose to go and have their lunch, whether it's a takeaway or bought in, or brought in rather than bought in. That's pushed away defensively on the offside, and it's a magnificent atmosphere, just very, very social. However, I do think that it's that the international game has become very exclusive in this country. When I was told yesterday, and I had to be propped up by Steve Harmison when he saw the blood drain from my face, when I was told that tickets are £175.
Yeah, in London at Lloyd's. Yeah.
175 per day, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Bumrah once again, and that's full and straight, and once again open face of the bat, steers it away down to 3rd, wide 3rd man. They go through for a couple. Good batting this from Bryden Carse. And I was putting it all together, Bumble, and I thought, okay, let's say it's just me, not with my wife and not with any friends. So if I was to come to Lord's and buy a ticket for £175 and then buy something to eat, just a standard, let's say a chicken wrap for lunch, and I was not having a big day, but I did fancy 2 beers in the afternoon, 2 pints of beer in the afternoon, and a cheeky glass of Chardonnay in the evening. And put it all together. So ticket, match ticket, not transport ticket, chicken wrap, 2 beers, glass of Chardonnay. Nothing sweet. That would be my minimum to have a good time at the cricket. Here's Mohammad Siraj pushed away square of the wicket on the offside, no run, and it's £218 just for that.
How much would you pay for an Oasis ticket?
How much would I pay?
No, forget. I
Dynamic pricing, I know that exists, doesn't it? So
yeah, it's about the same, about 170, 180 pounds, but they're paying £4,000 per ticket. That's what they're going for. 4,000.
That's beaten outside the off stump. Jofra Archer, good ball from Mohammad Siraj. Is that to get tea with Noel Gallagher beforehand?
Well, Liam, his brother, on stage said, "Are you getting your £4 worth?"
Did he?
Oh yeah, as he would do.
I read a quote from him saying that, oh well, we have nothing to do with the pricing. It's got nothing to do with us. We leave that up to the ticketing agents, which. And not everybody takes that approach, you know. There are a few performers who do take an interest in fairness of ticketing. As Siraj is in again, pushed behind square on the offside, and there's no run. Conrad McBad says 75 quid gets you all 5 days at the Hagley Oval. Is that right? That would be right, actually. I think that probably is quite close.
Well, there are test match grounds in the UK where it's much cheaper than 175. This is for this ground. I think you get a good value ticket at the out grounds at Trent Bridge.
So
or at Old
like
Trafford.
Headingley is like £100.
Maybe less. You get a ticket for less than that at Headingley and Old Trafford.
Class divide. Oh, big appeal for leg before wicket. Big appeal from Mohammad Siraj. Nip back at that from Siraj. Hits Jofra Archer on the pads. I think it might have been doing too much, actually. 369 for 8.
There's movement for these bowlers again in this afternoon session. So, you know, just fast forward to when England come out and bowl and Jofra Archer, which will be terrific for everybody to see. I wonder who would choose the cricket ball. One of the players goes into the umpires and chooses the cricket ball that we will use. Choose wisely.
Who's the leader of the attack and the ball chooser when you were coach?
Oh, Angus Fraser, I think it was.
Here's Siraj in once again, and it's pushed away out on the onside, and there's no run. What I love most is bowlers who there's a box of 12 to choose from, and they pick them all up and they try them on as if they're a pair of shoes. As if they're all going to be slightly different shapes. And they all, of course, are the same shape, but bowlers absolutely swear that they feel different and that it's like putting gloves on.
I'm trying to ask Steve Harmison in that 2005 with that fantastic attack, who was the ball chooser? Matthew Hoggard. I wouldn't trust him with anything.
Except his instincts when it comes. There's often a belief that the darker they are, the more they might swing. Here, this one's pushed away by Archer, and Siraj is in again up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But Harmy's the same. I've said to him on air, they're all the same. They're the same size, they're the same weight, and he goes, no, they're not. You pick them all up, they'll all feel a bit different. Toss them in the air.
They used to toss them in the air to see how the seam reacted. They'd throw it in the air and see how the seam would react. Talking Matthew Hoggard, Michael Vaughan tells an extraordinary story about Matthew Hoggard, that in that 2005, and Vaughan's the captain, and he would go up to Hoggard with some statement or a question or what do you think, and he answered him throughout the day and throughout the game with animal noises. Bah, moo. He said he'd gone completely mad. He just answered with animal noise. And that was what he answered. So, do you think we should have a third man? Or do we like 3 slips? Let's have a gully.
For the whole test match?
Day, yeah.
Oh, a day.
Well, he might have said the test match. Harmison will know.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah, the one and only. Oh, down the wicket, on the charge. Bryden Cast looks trying to get to 50 with a 6 by the looks of it. And he's missed the cavalry bugle there. Cast was on the charge. And I don't think Jasprit Bumrah will actually mind that, because it could end up going anywhere. And what a compliment this is as well, yeah, to the England's number 9. What have we got? 5 men on the boundary?
Yeah. Well, they want to get Archer, but Archer can bat, he can play.
4 men on the boundary, 3 halfway back or closer to it. This time it's a single. Bryden Castle nudges it up to Washington Sundar at mid-on. 370 for 8. You know what? I mean, India might win this series 3-1, and people will say, "Oh, you said they were negative and defensive," but I'm not the only one that's had that feeling, that they've not been particularly proactive and that they have been defensive. And today is another example. Yesterday, how many singles did Joe Root be given? Because there was a deep square leg, which I don't know why he was there all day for Joe Root, just to give him a single, easy tuck off the legs, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Anyway, we've got a proper attacking field now. 3 slips and a gully for Bumrah to Jofra Archer. Bowled him! There's Bumrah's 5. Hits the top of off. The 4th clean bowled of the innings. And the most modest of salutes from the great man. He wanted to play in the Lord's Test. There was talk about getting his name on the honours board, and of course he has delivered. That's a snorter. Not a great deal that Jofra Archer could do about that. And one great fast bowler removes another want-to-be great fast bowler, and Archer will know that he's been done by a real good one, and England are 370 for 9.
Well, he's hit the stumps again. 5 for 74 for Jasprit Bumrah. He's been irresistible. But England have got themselves into a decent position with 370, 9 down, just Bashir to come. Wonderful bowling from Bumrah. He stands at the crease and observes the stumps that are shattered. And Jofra Archer, they took the single. Yeah, we'll have the single. I agree with that, just take all the runs. So Archer departs for 4. Shoaib Bashir. Number 11's always fancy having a bit of a go, but Bryden Castle is still there. I think these are decent runs. I think they've got themselves into a good position. England, there is movement in the air, there's movement off the pitch. I think we might see a little bit of indifferent bounce as this game progresses, with the dryness of the pitch and the surface. So 370, I think, is a decent score. The ground's still not filled up, as people are out and about.
The other thing, Bumble, about the nursery and the nursery ground is that there's a couple of big screens up, and almost every single one of the food outlets, permanent food outlets rather than the little vans, is that they have a screen so you can watch. So there isn't this sort of compulsion to get back to your seat so you don't miss too much of the cricket. And if you have got a little picnic blanket and you are making yourself comfortable on the outfield of the nursery ground, you can watch it and, you know, take your time over your lunch, and which I think is very civilised, but unfortunately it does leave us in a situation with 10,000 empty seats.
There's so many empty seats, and it reminds me a little bit at the back of Adelaide. You know, Adelaide's a lovely scene when you go over the bridge, and you know, many people will have been to Adelaide. It is a fabulous place to watch cricket because you walk from the city, just walk across the bridge, over the river, and you're into a fantastic cricket ground.
That is exactly what I was thinking 10 minutes ago when I was talking about places and events and venues that I've been that remind me of that. It's exactly right, Adelaide. And I'm glad to say that, I mean, since the stadium was not renovated, rebuilt really, and very much modernised, they have kept all of that that hospitality area and the huge... What's going on? There's somebody's being treated for an injury again. Who is it? Who's down now?
Well, the 2 batters at the crease, the fielding side are huddled together.
Shubman Gill. Someone's
laid on the floor. There's a physiotherapist who's working on his leg.
It's Gill.
I mean,
I think he may have injured himself jumping up and down in protest at the umpires when they selected a replacement ball that he didn't like. But he's got this problem with his back, hasn't he? Do you remember there was a 12-minute break? He had treatment on his back.
They just believe this. Just treatment on the field. The game has completely stopped. There's nothing happening. You mentioned this £175 to watch the grass grow.
We've had a lot of nothing happening today. We've had a lot of breaks. 3 ball changes, one of which took 11 minutes. And then they changed it again 17 minutes after that. It doesn't. I mean, honestly, Shubman Gill needs to be off the ground.
This is just plain daft.
He's still lying there.
But both umpires are there. What are they? Oh, no, don't. Breathe.
But he was on his back for 5 minutes, and now they rolled him over onto his tummy so that they can give him a rub down on his back. It's just fundamentally wrong. He's just having it. Why can't he be doing that on a bench in the changing room? The physiotherapist is on the ground. Steve Harmison has just made a very, very valid point. Well, valid? No, not valid. He's made a factual point, is that he's not going off the field, because if he is off for a certain amount of time, then he won't be able to bat at number 4 when the last wicket falls. And I think it would be as short as 10 or 15 minutes. I think 10 minutes. You've got 10 minutes grace, haven't you? 2 overs, basically. 8 minutes grace, he tells me. So if he's off for 10 minutes, then he can't bat 4. So that's why he's not gone off the field. But that was a very long and very undesirable pause for treatment, and all he was doing is having a stiff back rub down.
It's unacceptable. It really is. It's nonsense. Just nothing happening. Anyway, we're looking at the big screen. It's the great and the good who are watching the cricket. That's Jim Carter, a very accomplished actor.
On the right.
On the right, and he's chairman at Hampstead. He was chairman at Hampstead Cricket Club, just up the road, a couple of miles up the road from here. Yeah, all the great and the good. I worked with a young chap called Adam Patel, and on the screen it showed this chap, and he said to me, "Oh, there's that rock and roll singer, Mick Jagger."
3 slips, 2 gullies. Can Bumrah make it 6? He's bowling to Shoaib Bashir, who manages to keep this out. He's gone full and straight with a little bit of shape away, but it's hit the bat anyway, and England remain 370 for 9 with Bryden Carse on 45. I rather hope that Bashir is able to survive the next 2 deliveries, only because I know that we'll get some excitement from Bryden Carse if he's on strike for the next over. Today, Jasprit Bumrah has clean bowled Joe Root, Ben Stokes and Jofra Archer to go with clean bowling Harry Brook yesterday. Here he is again. Short pull shot from Bashir. Not sure he got anything on it. Down the leg side. Dhruv Jurel dives away to his left. And by the way, on the subject of where injured batsmen can bat in the order, there's no question that Rishabh Pant can still bat at 5 if he can bat. He was having throwdowns this morning and was only using one hand. He tried to go through a few catching drills and was obviously in pain and couldn't continue, and then he had some throwdowns using just one hand, so that injured finger on his left hand is obviously quite significant. But if he can bat, he can bat at 5 because it's an external injury rather than internal illness. Bashir comes forward and pushes this one away on the onside. Says no to the run. Bryden Carse wants to have a swing at the other end. I say illness, I'm talking about, but so like a groin strain or a hamstring, or those are all internal, but an external injury, I don't understand the logic of that. Bumble will explain the logic of the difference in regulations concerning internal and external injuries. I'm sure he knows all about that. And while he does that, Jon Norman will take over from me.
Yeah, I do. An external injury is a blow. You can see it, and a pulled muscle is an internal injury. You know, I've got a bit of a strain, is an internal injury, and so you got to wait your turn to bat, whereas an external injury, you can bat in your regulation place. With that, I shall leave.
Drops mic and walks away. 370 for 9. Oh, it's me and you, Harmy. I don't think we've been on together today. Jarrod as well. And it's Mohammed Siraj, and Bryden Carse tries to go big. He might have picked out the fielder. Oh, he's put it down, but that was a tough opportunity. Just manages to get the ball in from the boundaries. So no insult added to the injury. Who is that out there? It's Akashdeep, I think. He really had to make up a lot of ground and never looked like he was in the right position. He was diving, not just back, but almost at an angle. And he never came close to catching that. He actually, I don't even know if he got a fingertip to it, actually.
There was a
his face planted on the outfielders, and his trousers have nearly come down.
Well, there was a moment when he face planted and his trousers almost came off, and then he flapped around like a fish for a second before he got up, where I was like, is Siraj actually fielding out on the boundary of his own bowling?
I actually thought that was Siraj until I had a look into his bowling. If you remember,
he's made up a lot of ground.
Yeah, a long time ago, before I played, maybe 98, 99, Gough took a catch down there.
I was just about to say, yeah, he banged his whole game around.
Yeah, he banged his head off the ground, knocked some sense into him.
Couldn't have knocked it out of him. 372 for 9 there. Bryden Carse, he's 3 away from what would be a maiden half century, and is he going to get it again? He goes big, he has. It's reached the boundary. It's gone into the members' bottom tier, and it's bounced. 50 up for Bryden Carse. He raises his bat up to the dressing room, and there's 3 or 4 members of the team up there. And that's a fine effort. When it came to the crease, England 271 for 7. He survived the hat-trick. It was him who had to face a hat-trick ball, wasn't it? Yeah. There's been a few England batters who've had to face a hat-trick ball in this series. Was that a back of a hand delivery from Siraj? It was given a treatment.
It was a very slow ball, and it made a very soft sound off the bat, weirdly.
Here he comes again. He goes again. In fact, it is one of the worst shots you'll ever see in the professional game. And where's the ball gone? It's 2 runs from the bat. Bryden Carse is advancing down the track. He's trying to slog this on the up through, I don't know, straight or over mid-wicket. It goes up to wide-ish, quite deep mid-off for a couple. 378 for 9.
You've got an absolute expert on that shot, sitting right here. Trying to hit the ball over leg side and hit it through extra cover. I mean, what shot that is. I mean, it's a number 11's dream. You're just trying to hit it a bit too hard. You know, did well though.
And on the move.
On the move. Shoaib Bashir did brilliant because he's seen it go straight away into the gap, and he scampered back for 2 to get Bryden back on strike.
Yeah. Bryden Carse has got 6 men on the 7 men on the boundary. Goes again, and this is parried up. I think it's been dropped.
Yeah, I think so.
Jarrell's set this down. This is a catch that he should have taken. I mean, we know he picked up a little injury before the break, but Mohammed Siraj, how many chances has Mohammed Siraj seen go down?
Stuart Broad's going, I know your pain, I can feel your pain. Mohammed Siraj, the Stuart Broad of the England team, dropped a lot of catches off Brody's bowling. There's been a lot put down so far. That's a tough chance. I mean, that is a tough chance. It's gone quite hard. It looked as though it was he had taken a step to his left and then he's had to throw himself to his right. But in international cricket, substitute wicketkeeper or not, that should still be taken.
Also, he's a proper wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he had to go with 2 hands.
Yeah, he needed to go.
I don't think he could have got. He could have got that with 2 hands.
Do you reckon he could? I'd have to see it again.
He did seem maybe a little close to the stumps as well. It's Bashir facing, and he's going to get a run. He's going to get off the mark. I think there might have been 2 there, but Carse is enjoying himself, so he doesn't even turn his back to Bashir. He's not going anywhere. He's at the striker's end.
It's
one
a weird
ball
one.
left to the over.
Because if there was 2 there, it makes more sense to go for the 2 and keep Carse on strike for the next over.
Yeah, it does, but you also look at it and think from a Carse's point of view, there's a potential boundary on because they're going to bring the field in, and I can hit a 4 or a 6. At any point, I could get out. Shoaib could get out. I think you run the risk of clothing one into the gap, getting a single, and you get what you want anyway, or you bowl a high bouncer which you top edge for 6, or you bowl a full ball, tries to go for a Yorker, mistimes it, and you can bunt him down the ground for 4. So I think possibly Bryden's thinking, let's take the boundary if I can get one.
It is Bumrah to bowl the next over though. Siraj is in, and this is fired full and wide, and Carse makes room for himself to the leg side and essentially can't reach this delivery. So end of the over, Siraj is ticking again. He's seen another catch go down, and England are still out there, 380 for 9.
I feel like Siraj has been ticking for quite some time.
4 drops this innings. No, 4 drops this innings, 3 of them from Siraj.
Yeah, again, they haven't been brilliant with their fielding, have they? They've just always given some chances. It isn't going to be Bumrah from this end.
That's a surprise. That is a real... Well, how many has he bowled?
27.
4.
Also,
sorry, not in total. There's 4 overs in that spell, one of which was before the lunch break, though. So he's only bowled 3 overs in the spell since lunch.
I don't think he was supposed to bowl that spell before lunch, and they brought him on out of Patton. And so I think they've just said, we'll probably just get one of these guys out here. But it's still a risk. Bumrah could go through him in one ball, but here's Akash.
Here is Akash with Shoaib Bashir facing, 2 slips in the gully in place. And he takes a big step down the track and follows this wide delivery. No run. 75 miles an hour from Akash Deep there. So a little loose now. He's enjoyed the duck at lunch, just like us.
It didn't look 75 miles an hour. It looked a little bit quicker than that, to be fair. But either way, Shoaib Bashir, he played that like it was 105 miles per hour.
Yeah, I mean, that didn't look like 75 miles an hour. But I've never been a big believer that you take much notice, a huge amount of notice of the speed gun. We'll
be looking at it when Jofra Archer's bowling later today. That'll be interesting. We're not that far down the track. Comes Bashir. There's swing, and there's a shout for caught behind from the second slip and from third, but he seemed to miss that by a mile.
He did, and Jarrell took it a little bit higher up as well, and that's 10 mile an hour faster. So
maybe the speed gun was a bit off for that first delivery. I'm not sure you're going to be bowling a slower ball first up to Shoaib Bashir. Here is Akash Deep in now. This is straighter. Bashir defends, and the crowd enjoy that shot.
Well, these speeds on the screen, they can't be the Hawkeye speeds, because there's no way Hawkeye can give you that speed that quickly. It takes a while to rebuild the Hawkeye, right? So that must be an old-fashioned speed gun.
Now the speed on the screen is the same as the one on the TV.
I don't think those are Hawkeye speeds, huh? Because you've seen it. I've worked with Hawkeye data before. It doesn't come through like straight away. Sometimes with the LBWs, you don't get them at all, right?
Yeah.
So maybe I'm wrong, but they seem to come up very quickly.
Yeah, it's instantaneous, actually. Short, and Akash Deep just drags his length back a touch. And Bashir, he seems to be following the ball here. Goes past the outside edge. 2 balls left in the over. The field is in.
This is one of those situations where I think Akash Deep's best ball is wide on the crease, angling in, some seam away, some seam back, and he'll take out the top of middle or leg stump. And suddenly he's bowling to the tail ender, and he's bowling wider and trying to get the edge. It's like, you don't need to. Your best ball should be great for a tail ender.
If you bowl 6 balls at the stumps at a number 11, there's a good chance you get one that through.
It slips the edge forward, and that draws that Shoaib Bashir forward. And he just pushes this out to the covers. No run. 382 for 9.
Just look at that again. I thought there was something about that shot that didn't work for me live, and I couldn't work out what it was, Harvey. And then you have a look, and his pad is like out here, and he's blocked that almost on his, like it was perfectly off the middle of his bat, but he was about a metre back from his front foot where he hit it.
If he had an angled bat, it would have been going straight down sort of gully, fair fifth slip area. 4.
Last ball of the over, and Bashir sees it off. Maiden, and England are still batting here at Lord's. The afternoon of day 2, 382 for 9. Do we expect Jofra Archer to take take the new ball?
Yeah.
And so what, instead of Carse?
Carse, yeah. Carse is not a natural new ball bowler. Perfect first change bowler is Carse. He's not, I don't think in England he bowls natural new ball lengths, and that's not a criticism of Bryden, that's his natural length and that's the way he bowls. I think he'd be more suited coming on first change after a Woakes or an Archer. I think going in like fast forward and thinking, he's been in our box a few times, I think this is England's best team, with the exception, best 1 to 11, the exception of Wood being in for possibly Woakes going into that first test match in Perth.
Carse is in. This is a top edge and just dropped short. Well, it kind of It drops short of third, who's about, I don't know, 10 metres in from the boundary, and there's also a backward point. Essentially, Carse again is giving himself room.
I thought off the bat that was going to go straight to Curran Nair, actually. Just sort of sliced a little bit finer of him.
Yeah, kind of dropped between the two. Curran Nair is now dropping back. So, Siraj is in. Oh, that is one of... Oh, that's just a terrible, terrible delivery from Mohamed Siraj. Essentially, Brandon Carson started moving to square leg. Mohamed Siraj has followed him. He's overcompensated. The slope's got involved. He's dug it in short, and was that given as a wide?
Yeah, it was given as a wide.
Should be.
I reckon if that was a left-hander, Freddie
gone to the boundary.
Freddie would have caught it.
I didn't want to say anything.
It was.
I didn't. Neither of us mentioned anything about the gabba.
Freddie would have caught that. Yeah, Freddie standing at second slip. Justin Langer's on strike, and he catches that.
Actually,
look at that. That's come off.
Yeah, it might have actually gone.
That's come off the pitch.
Yeah, it's gone down the slope.
It's gone down the slope. Yeah. Siraj again. Oof, that's a thrash from Carse, who's seemingly forgotten how to bat. He's batted so well. There's been times I've actually mistaken him for Jamie Smith. And now, with Shoaib Bashir at the other end, he's just trying to...
He's trying to hit too hard.
He is. He's overhitting. He's overhitting. He's losing his body shape, and he's not scoring any runs.
This is my favourite Bryden cast, though. I do like to do it.
You did ask for this.
Because there aren't many dirty sloggers left in cricket. And when he does it with such full force. I really enjoy it.
This is like eating a burger at 2 a.m. batting.
The kebabs.
Now he goes to the offside. And suddenly thinks that he is going to scoop this up, flick it fine, and he just misses a straight ball. The stumps are rattled, and there's the end of the innings. And quite frankly, quite funny start.
Yeah, funny start, but a great innings from Bryden Carse. He's gone over. I remember in that we were talking about them series against Australia. Sean Tate did that to me in Trent Bridge, I think it was, at the back end of that series, where you go and just stand there and hit it down the ground. You've got everything in play, just hit it down the ground. He tried to hit it too hard, has Bryden Carse, over the course of the last sort of 10 minutes since Shoaib Bashir's come out. He nearly got it. He got a little faint under edge onto it, but Mohamed Siraj held his nerve, held his line, and looked to hit the base of the stumps, and that's what you're looking to do as a tailender. A brilliant end to an England innings. 387. It's an in-game score. I think it actually might be more than an in-game score, but it's going to be largely down to the fact and seeing how, if Chris Woakes can rediscover his form here at Lord's, a man who averages 13, and can he get it to swing like what India have done, and also long-awaited return of Jofra Archer.
Honestly, guys, we've all seen a lot of cricket. I am completely confused as to how this Test match is going to go. Part of me is thinking, is this actually going to be a draw? Because India are just going to bat quite slowly and resolutely. It's a decent first innings score. They want to get past England, of course. Run scoring is quite difficult. Are they just going to bat for the best part of 5 sessions? And we're looking at, them being bowled out at the start of day 4. Will there be enough time then to actually see a result through? And another part of me thinks they have batted so well in this series so far. On this pitch, they could go on and maybe hit 550 and put pressure back on England. We could be set for a really exciting day 4 or 5, or maybe a small run chase, who knows? And then the other part of me thinks, well, there's a bit of scoreboard pressure there. The great unknown is Jofra Archer back in the side. Few top order wickets. Rishabh Pant, is he going to bat? And if he does, is he going to be hampered? Can he run singles? I mean, what's going on there? England could take a 150 run lead and be in control of the game. It's fascinating. I just can't call it. I don't know what's going on.
I think from what I think is, there's been lavish movement from a swing point of view.
Depending on the ball.
Throughout the Test match, depending on the ball.
So that's another vague. What ball are they going to get?
Yeah.
Well, they're either going to get one that goes gun barrel straight, or one that's going to be good doing all sorts. And then it might just stop after 20 overs, and it'd be soft and squidgy and That's another.
I'd suggest they'll change it if that was the case.
Yeah, but we see
get a worse
they might get a worse one.
Yeah, it might get a worse one. But I think if we go on the way this game's gone from a movement point of view, you touched on it earlier. When you talked about when Bumrah had it going away and going in from this end, there's the amount of movement that will encourage Chris. That keeps Chris Woakes in the game, right? I think Archer skill set. I don't think it's as high as what Jasper's is, but he's still a very, very high quality seamer on a wicket, on a slopey ground which you can use. And I think Jofra from possibly this end might be a challenge. The interesting one I want to see bowl on this, because I think Stokes will bowl nicely on it as well if he's fit enough, is Carse.
Well, there's a big if as well.
Yeah, well, he bowled a lot this morning apparently off a full run up, and he looked okay. The interesting one I want to see is we haven't seen a bowler like Carse bowl on this so far. So if it is slow and the ball's not bouncing, it's not going to go over the top. His natural length might just skid on down the hill and cause the batters a few problems where they're trying to go back to him, and all of a sudden you sort of, if he gets that top of the stump length right, he could be a challenge. He could be a challenge on this. The one thing you've got to say, I mean, we haven't really seen any proper spin on it yet. So you look at the job is going to have to be done between big overs from Chris Woakes, a durable Bryden Carse, and short spells from Archer and Stokes. And that there, I think for England to win this Test match, they have to bowl India out inside 75 overs, because anything more than that, and I don't think this bowling is durable to bowl a team out twice over the course of 5 days, because it's all right bowling them out once, but to bowl them out twice, I think they need energy levels, and I don't think there's enough in the tank of, from where Ben Stokes' body's at. Jofra's not played for quite a while. There's a huge responsibility on Chris Woakes to lead this attack in these next sort of 2 and a bit 3 days. They're my sort of intriguing thoughts of what this England team can do.
Can I tell you one thing though? You got the ends wrong. Woakes is going to bowl from the nursery end, and Jofra's going to bowl from the other end. So they've already decided that. That's the opposite of what you wanted, isn't it?
No, it's not the opposite of what I want. I'd like to see Jofra bowl from this end.
That's what I'm saying. But Jofra's warming up at the other end.
Not necessarily from the start.
Oh, okay.
Because what's happened is, in this game, you've had, I think Bumrah should have bowled from this end at the start, and Akashdeep should have bowled from the pavilion end for a short spell, and then all of a sudden, what I would do here, you're only going to bowl Jofra in a 4 over spell. He gets a 4 over spell to see if he can get the ball to go down the hill, which is his natural sort of, that's a natural end I would want him to bowl from. But then after 4 overs, he comes straight on from this end, the nursery ground end, because this is the end where Bumrah's caused all the problems, and this is where the ball's bounced that little bit more. So he then replaces Woakes after a long spell, and then you give Carse his head at that end, and the donkey overs, if you want to say they are from the pavilion end, would be bowled by your big tall bowler who's going to run it down the hill. So as much as Archer and Woakes are going to open the bowling, I think they need to give Woakes the best chance to make this ball move, and that would be from the nursery ground end. Make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. So Ben Stokes is bowling at the moment. He's not looking 100%, but he's looking like he could definitely bowl. He hasn't looked 100% in a few years, to be fair. But he's getting the ball through.
Jasprit Bumrah.
He's good at cricket.
He played well, didn't he?
I still think he probably should have got more wickets yesterday morning and could have changed this game quite dramatically if he had. He was just moving the ball too far, maybe bowling slightly too short, but I'm not having a go at him because it was moving. There was that ball to Crawley, where Crawley didn't play his shot and he couldn't get him out because it was swinging too far. Like, it was ridiculous to some of the balls that he was playing. And, he finally got it right this morning, and then they changed the ball on him.
Yeah, he bowled one more over with that first change, second new ball, and then we didn't see him again till the back end of the innings. But sometimes it doesn't matter who you support or what you want to happen. There are some players, when they're at the top of their game, they're just so good. One of the standouts of the World Test Championship final here was watching either Kagiso Rabada bowl for South Africa, or Pat Cummins. In fairness, Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood for Australia. And at the start of this series, or certainly the first test, India had Jasprit Bumrah. He's back again in this third test. He's taken another fifer, his second in 2 matches, both of which have been in first innings as well. He's just an absolute joy to watch. England will hope that we're about to see the return of Jofra Archer. I'm so excited to see Jofra Archer, and a little bit nervous as well. You know what I mean? There's so much on this from a personal perspective, but also the game. The game is better, or was better, with a fit and firing, fantastic Jofra Archer in it. It was England were better, everything was better. Australia would probably disagree, but
it was actually weird the way you put that, because he hasn't played any baseball cricket. And yet, like, if you put Jofra Archer in baseball, it's even more fun, isn't it? I was just watching him in the warm-up, though. He was spraying the ball everywhere. To be fair, I've been watching him. First time I ever saw him warm up at a game, I think it was for the Hobart Hurricanes down in Bellerive. He's not always the most accurate warm-up bowler, but he did look like a little bit rusty just in that first spell there, but I'm sure he'll be fine.
Was it in New Zealand he warmed up by jumping on, they're called segways?
Yeah.
It didn't go down too well with some people, did it? Just
TV company wouldn't have been over him run if you had wrapped that, would you? Yeah.
I don't think England would have been if it had fallen off or taken someone out.
Mind you, was that in New Zealand in Mount Maunganui when he bowled 50 odd overs? By the end of it, he needed to run it. He needed to get him to the crease when he was bowling.
He wasn't going to walk back to the hotel, was he?
Do you remember the one in Australia where the camera operator was on the Segway and went over the helmet and almost killed himself?
We had the boss in yesterday, one of the bosses, and he was asking, what his son came to World Test Championship. He was like, Dad, what happens if the ball hits the spider can? And I said, I think it's dead ball. And he was like, has that ever happened before? And I said, yeah, I think it's happened. I seem to remember seeing it happen in the Big Bash.
I know I've seen it in a T20 game. I think you're right. I think it was in the Big Bash.
And then it reminded me of that. Was it South Africa in the field when the spider can smacked into the side of, was it Norkia?
It certainly hit one of their players, didn't it?
Jamie Overton ran into it in the first test.
I mean, he's a tall man.
Yeah, but Jamie Overton was doing the drinks in the first test, and at the drinks break, and one of the batters must have forgotten something. So the camera's got close up and got close to him, and Jamie's gone right. I'll go in. They must have wanted like a pair of inners or whatever. So he's just turned quickly and gone like that. And as he's turned, he's gone flying headbutts straight into it.
It's a great shot. If you're just joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, welcome. England have been bowled out. They faced 112.3 overs.
Then they must have made 700 runs.
I know, this is the other thing with it. They very rarely bat beyond 100 overs, do they? And when they do, they as you say, they go at 4 or 5 in overs. But no, 387 with Bryden Coss, 56, second highest score. He shared in a really valuable partnership with Jamie Smith of 84. 271 for 7. Coss walked to the crease on a hat-trick after Jasprit Bumrah had dismissed Joe Root and Chris Woakes in successive deliveries. So that partnership, really, really important for England to get up and past 300. Batting first yesterday, of course, deciding to. And Castle's last man out, 387 all out. Jasprit Bumrah, the pick of the bowlers, 5 for 74. England are just about ready. Jofra Archer is back on the field. He's got his right arm encased in that white sleeve that we remember from back in the day. Chris Woakes, though, it is, with ball in hand. He's back to us. He's going to be bowling from the nursery ground end. We just got a little hold up. Akashdeep, 23 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 92. Mohammad Siraj saw another 3 chances go down in that innings, but he picked up 2 for 85 from his 23.3 overs, 6 maidens in there. 2 for 62 for Nitish Reddy, who again swung the ball today. 17 overs, no maidens. Jadeja picked up 1 wicket for 29. That was Ollie Pope yesterday. But it's Chris Woakes to start the innings. First delivery, short, wide, and thrashed to the boundary. Square of the wicket from Jaiswal, who's obviously read Jarrod's Substack piece on England's mode of attack when he's at the crease. He's been practicing furiously in the nets ever since. He was waiting for it, his eyes lit up, and he has powered the ball to the boundary for 4.
I did write a piece saying that the best place to bowl would be short and wide, and he goes out there a lot. Not the ball I would have really started with, though.
Woakes again, and this is straighter and pushed to square. Well, mid-wicket. No run. Just to finish it off, Washington Sundar didn't bowl today, but did bowl yesterday. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21, and Ravindra Jadeja, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. 3 slips and a gully. There is a fielder just in front of point, as well as a mid-off, and mid-on is pushed back a bit deeper. There is a squarish mid-wicket and a long leg. And Chris Woakes, who could do with a wicket or two at a ground he's so successful at, and yet on another day might have got one there. Guided, possibly. A thick outside edge has just dropped to the right of backward point. Duckett can't get down, and it goes to the boundary 4 more.
Yeah, that's a better area for Chris Woakes. That's the area, you know, with that intensity, that pace. That's why he averages 13 on this ground. Not the greatest of starts. But that was a lot better. No swing. He didn't try and swing that way. He tried to shape the one before, which came into Jaiswal's pads. And that one there, just got on with a hand.
He's actually opened the face there, isn't he, Jaiswal?
He played it very well.
He did played it down into the ground. Slip cordon seems to have come up a little bit. They're very close. That's not really what you want. 4 more here, possibly, unless long leg can get around. Nope. Straight onto the pads. It's 4 more, 12 without loss. We've only had 4 deliveries. Was it just me, or did the slip cord and the keeper just come up a couple of steps after that ball that went through between third slip and
Zach Crawley is very, very close at third slip.
He definitely
is. It
did.
just Zach?
No, it's not Zach. Is that Zach or is that Harry?
It is Zach.
Yeah, it is Zach. He's very, very close.
Third. Wow, it's almost like he could just reach over and tickle Jaiswal under the chin. Works again. Ooh, he's up on his toes and he's cutting this to, who is that? Is it Ollie Pope, who misjudged the direction of the ball, and looks like he's going to come in and field it, and realises that no, it's actually going past me, so he has to change angle, and it's another run to the score.
We've had how many balls? 5 balls in this over, 13 runs. If this would have happened in 1998 or 1968, the crowd would be going crazy. And instead, this is, no, he's had a couple of bad balls, he's put them away, got an edge through, it's all fine. Normal cricket. 13 runs off 5 balls.
What is normal cricket anymore, guys?
Well, there is no such thing.
But even in 1968 or 20 years, 1998, I'd still expect the score to be 13 for none, because the first ball was a short and wide one.
That would have
should have been slapped for 4.
That would have been left.
Yeah, possibly, but it should have been slapped for 4. Yeah. The next one was,
Slater wouldn't have left that. It's Phil de Freitas, isn't it?
Do you remember how exciting Slater was?
Well, we're still talking about it now.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You're not going to mention this over in the future, are you?
Good point, well made. Last ball of the over, and it's being bowled to KL Rahul. It's straight on the pads, but KL Rahul can't get the ball away. End of the over, and it's India 13 without loss. Oh, Sam Ellard's at the back of the box who's shouting at me. No, you're absolutely right. Here we are, aren't we? Still remembering that over from...
I mean, I'm not saying he did anything out of the ordinary. One was just a flick off the pads. Another one, maybe an outside edge. And he pushed one through point. But Jofra is coming on. And you can hear the crowd already, instantly getting excited for him.
I'm getting excited, and I'm getting out of it. Neil Manthorp is going to describe Jofra Archer's first over in Test cricket since 2021. Amazing moment here that we're about to bring you on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. The score 13 without loss, India.
So yeah, Jofra's just getting ready. You heard the crowd straight away. He'll be bowling to Jaiswal, who's 13 off 5. 13 off 5. Now, Jofra's... To be fair to Jofra Archer, he has spent a lot of time bowling to people who are 13 off 5 in recent time. But here he comes.
First delivery for 4 years, over 4 years, pushed away defensively by Jaiswal to cover point, and fielded by Ollie Pope. 13 without loss. So it's February 2021. So it is 4.5 years really since his last delivery in Test cricket, and it was pitching middle and leg probably, and straightening to around middle stump. Here is once again for his second delivery. 3 slips and a gully. Here is Archer bowls. Jaiswal beaten outside the off stump. Angled across the left-hander, over the wicket. Beats the outside edge. And the crowd, he's bowled 3 balls. And the crowd are all cheering. Archer, by the way, raised his arm in polite appeal. Just inquiry. Hello, Jeremy.
And half the slips.
Yeah.
they were with the crowd.
Here is Archer again, but edge gone! Harry Brook takes the catch at second slip. Archer takes a wicket with his 4th ball. Jaiswal, the danger man, goes, having scored all of India's runs. Straightforward edge, but not necessarily a straightforward catch. Harry Brook low down, backs of his hands almost on the ground as he pouches it. Jofra Archer, who writes his scripts. Fairy tale return, India 13 for 1.
Well, I'm really interested to see where this ball pitches, because I think it's about leg stump, and therefore to get the outside edge, he's moved that quite significantly. Yes, it is, and he's nipped it away from the left-handed Jaiswal, and it's actually taken a nice little outside edge. Good height for Harry Brook. 2 hands catch about knee high. What a fairy tale start.
Yeah, that catch was far more straightforward than I initially thought. It was, I mean, it was probably knee height, actually, and very safely pouched. And Jofra Archer, Jofra's back, and this Test match is, well, it's caught alight after a quiet first day of simmering yesterday, but it's glorious July sunshine, and it's caught fire this afternoon. Very eventful, lots to write about morning session, much of it happening outside of the actual cricket, but the crowd are enjoying that.
Yes, they are, aren't they? Really, they've come back after lunch, just what they wanted to see once the England innings ended, to see Jofra Archer bowl that first over, and look, he hasn't disappointed them at all. He's my word, that's better than lunch, folks. That's a lovely seam position as it went down the pitch. Held its position, had to play it because it was sort of on leg stump, and it's just moved away beautifully. Well.
Karen Nair is the new batsman, the right-hander, and Ben Stokes has popped himself in at leg slip. He's strengthened the close catching cordon. 3 regular slips. Ben Duckett at gully. Ollie Pope in a deep short leg position. Mid-off, mid-on, and Jofra Archer's helping the umpires and the stewards to make sure the people behind the sight screen and to the side of the sight screen are seated. Karen Nair's not happy with the view behind the bowler's arm, and not surprisingly, he wants it to be absolutely perfect. England 387 all out. Here's Jofra Archer, his 5th ball into Nair to bouncer outside the off stump, and it's very well left by an extremely experienced and accomplished player. Makes it look quite simple, but that was quick. Didn't see a speed on it, but it just to the naked eye, it's 90 miles an hour, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a delivery too that's so often you find
93.
Yeah, it's 93. So, and it's always usually a bit slower, isn't it, if you bang it in short like that? I'm not too sure about that one, but
last ball of the over. Here's Archer bowls. Nair drives a thick inside edge out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Shoaib Bashir. I'm just absolutely loving the atmosphere, and so are the crowd, many of them. I tell you what, for the rare number of people who might have thought it wise to invest £225 in a bottle of Veuve Clicquot on the nursery the nursery end and if they did make it back to their seat in time, they'd have thought it was worth it. Here is Archer. It wasn't his last ball. This is his last ball. Karen Nair plays it away defensively, and there's no run. What a start! What a return for Jofra Archer. One by one, his teammates go up to him again. He's already received all of their congratulations. Just a few more cursory pats on the back, and congratulations. A wee high five, one-handed from Bryden Carse. You used the word fairy tale.
Yeah, and 90 miles an hour, generally the pace of that first over once he got into his work. So that's very good. Doesn't look to be straining at all. It doesn't look to be too much for him. And fantastic first over, pretty much on the money most of the over as well. Having the batsman having to play the ball, having to watch it closely. Not much swing, but you haven't got much time, have you, with 90 miles an hour for it to swing?
Chris Woakes has more time for the ball to swing, and it's pushed away up towards Archer and at mid-on, and he can't prevent the single. KL Rahul scampering down the non-striker's end. What a contrast. You've got the 78 miles an hour of Chris Woakes, who's certainly not yet refound his best form in this series, and then somebody bowling 15, 18 miles faster at the other end, and that makes a massive difference. It might not feel like it in a motor car, 18 miles an hour difference, but when it's a cricket ball heading at your body, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, but he bowled the ball up too, didn't he? That's the difficult part for a batsman.
Woakes in now to Karen Nair, opens the face of the bat, runs it past Gully. It's Duckett in pursuit. It's there now. Or is that Pope? I think it's it's actually Ollie Pope who chased after. No, it was Duckett, sorry. 16 for 1.
Yeah, 90 miles an hour isn't that easy to get forward, and you haven't got a lot of time to get those feet going. You like to get yourself underway sometimes, and that's what that trigger movement that gets you before he bowls the ball. You've got your feet moving, as if people don't like to be too static because you haven't got too long. But boy, did that team race up to see Archer.
Woakes in now, full and straight past the outside edge. That's a little bit more like the Chris Woakes who's taken 32 wickets at under 13 apiece at Lords. Just straightening that one a wee bit down the slope. 16 for 1. Karen Nair has 2. KL Rahul has just 1. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the man out, the danger man. Quite the start to the series for him as well, with a century at Headingley. Here is Woakes once more. Forward comes Karen Nair playing defensively, and there's no run. It's been, unfortunately, not so much a mixed bag for Yashasvi Jaiswal in the field, but a horror bag. He's dropped 3 catches, was banished from the slip cordon, and missed 2 run-outs in this Test match, but I'm sure he'll come good. Yashasvi Jaiswal playing his 21st Test match. Here is Woakes once again, up to the crease now. Bowls, goes past the outside edge. Once again, 2 very fine deliveries. Jaiswal with 220 runs at 55 in the 2 tests before this. Failed today.
Yeah, he's had 100, haven't he? Just over 100 and a sort of an 87, I think, at one stage, but not so much this test so far. That's your lot as an opener, of course. You can get dismissed early on before you get started. The new ball, of course. So just changing the field a bit. Nair not quite so sure where that off stump is. Stokes has now moved an extra man over to the offside. 4 slips, Gully a little bit deeper, backward point at mid-off.
Dispensed with the square leg, or the mid-wicket. Woakes in again, bowls. Karen Nair forward, guides that one out to captain Ben Stokes. Jofra Archer had moved from mid-on to mid-off, and Stokes himself to cover. He does the fielding, the picking up, the retrieving. Much better over from Chris Woakes. Clobbered for 3 boundaries in his first. Looked a bit rusty.
Yeah, but just low 80s in that second over, and much more direct kind of bowling with a little bit of movement away, drawing the stroke and then having the ball move away from the right-handed Nair. And that's what, it's a lovely partnership, isn't it? You've got, while they're both right arm, you've got quick at one end and the other one just teasing you a little bit into strokes that you don't want to play. Now, Mr. Archer, welcome.
Deserves to be called Mr. Archer now, not just because he's turned 30, but he said he was ready. Ben Stokes said, I'm going to take your word, nobody else's. I'll listen to the medical stuff, but it's your word I want to hear. And he said, I'm ready, Captain. And he's delivered with a wicket in his first over. And we've got 3 slips, a gully. Ben Stokes himself is at leg slip and short leg as well. Archer in bowls, Nair forward, drops it out. Oh, sorry, KL Rahul just he's very clever, he's very experienced, KL Rahul. That's all he wants. I dare say for just this over and maybe a couple more, he's not interested in thrashing even half volleys or long ups. And he's just happy to get down the other end and just let Archer get through this first spell, let the euphoria play out, and let's see how he is in a second spell.
Yeah, nice and tall in delivery.
Archer in again, bowls. That's left alone by Karen Nair.
This is quite a nice matchup for Archer, really. Nair has showed that he's not quite sure about the position of his off stump when he's been facing Woakes. And now can he bring him into just pushing towards the line of the ball a little bit quicker? Can he bring one back just a little as well? Because he does push out Nair at the ball, you know, so that there is a gap between bat and pad to come through.
Here is Archer from the pavilion end again, running towards us, just outside the off stump. Enough for Karen Nair to leave it alone. He looks every bit the battle-proven, experienced professional that he is, Karen Nair. We've told the story, or reminded you of the story many times now. 8 years ago, made his India debut and scored a 100 against England in Chennai. Was out in the wilderness. He had 3 poor test matches after that, was dropped for the next series and basically discarded. Here is Archer to Nair again. Good leave once more. It's a good ball, just back of a length, only just outside off stump, left on height as much as line, and he's had to fight incredibly hard to be discarded with a triple century at the age of 25, and to make your way back and force your reselection 8 years later at the age of 33, and to be given the number 3 spot, oddly, peculiarly given the number 6 spot in his comeback test at Headingley, but put back number 3 Edgbaston, and again here at Lord's. Archer is into him, pushed away once more out towards mid-off, but he looks unflustered, he looks calm, he looks organised, he looks like a good lever. All of those things you would expect for a man who averaged over 70 in the Ranji Trophy in the last couple of years.
He's been knocking the door down, hasn't he, in terms of Ranji runs?
Blowing it
up. Yeah, exactly. Well, yes.
Ripping it off its hinges.
It's no longer a door, it's a window.
Al fresco selection.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
he's eating from the door.
Archer in. Karen Nair pushes up towards mid-off. And Woakes fields, and there's no run. Lovely over from Jofra Archer. It really was. And it was very, very well played. It may look that just the scorebook will say there were 4 dots, but there were 4 good balls and 4 good leaves.
Yep, and always up around that 90. Got one just a little bit more than that, but started at 88. But then, so the pace is up, and it's consistent. And he looks comfortable in his run-up. He looks comfortable in his follow-through. Just a nice, easy kind of, almost a jog in a way. It doesn't really increase the pace, but he's right through that delivery stride and through the follow-through as well. Those heavy chains thumping against his chest. I've got to say, there's a fair bit of gold there.
They are.
That's bullion, that stuff is.
Yeah, I mean, it looks uncomfortable for anybody who's not used to it. Here's Woakes, 4 slips, bowling to KL Rahul, and again his experience kicks in. The last 3 balls he's faced, he's just clipped it away or dropped it onto the offside for a single. It's very, very well advised to spend as much time as an opener in the opening spells at the non-striker's end. I mean, I don't know whether you ever wore a heavy gold chain, Jeremy, other than in the theatre, perhaps playing a. But I haven't.
Yeah.
And do you know what I mean? It just looks like. But doesn't that hurt, banging up and down in your chest? Here's Woakes again, played defensively by Karen Nair, no run.
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know because I've never had a chain. Perhaps around between my ankles, occasionally when I haven't done the leaves, swept up the leaves on the, in the tennis court that we had out the back.
Malcolm Marshall the great Malcolm Marshall had a gold chain.
He did.
That he'd always tuck it into his shirt before every delivery, and it would always bounce out during every delivery stride. Tucked away off his pads by Karen Nair for another single now. And there's no run. There's a single, sorry, no more than 1 run. Karen Nair moves to 3. KL Rahul has 3. India 19 for 1.
Yeah, the West Indies did like a good chain, didn't they? They liked. I mean, they were just into gold. It's as simple as that.
Well, as you say, I mean, Jofra's is immense. I hope it's not quite as heavy as it looks. Perhaps maybe those links are hollow. Don't know. We'll find out. Here's Woakes again. KL Rahul clips it out towards square legs, fielded by Bryden Cass, who, by the way, made a career best 56 today. He does have 2 career first-class hundreds, so we know we can back. It was his 8th first-class 50, but his test best of 56 from 83 balls. And you were quite impressed with him.
Good innings. Really good innings. Played forward and the forward defence very well. It's what Gill does well. He bases his game around the forward defensive shot, and when he drives, he doesn't do much more than that.
Woakes once more, good leave, if it was a leave, I think it was, from KL Rahul. He got into position to play, and at the last minute just snuck the bat inside the line.
Just going down the slope here at Lord's. If anything, that's the way that Woakes will get it to go. He's kind of almost pitching it on middle and leg to try and bring the pads into play and looking for an LBW as well.
Here is Woakes again, bowls very full indeed, and almost half volley length, and clipped away, and it was heading towards middle and leg and didn't swing back, didn't straighten down the hill, and it's clipped away for a single by KL Rahul, and the over comes to an end. That's 5 now. Since India began, and they're 19 for 1. Yashasvi Jaiswal gone for 13, caught by Harry Brook at second slip of Jofra Archer.
And can they get a second wicket is the key here, because that would bring Gill in a lot earlier than he has been so far in this series, and he's dominated the run making throughout those 2 matches. But he's been able to come in and sit for about an hour to an hour and a half before he's actually arrived on the ground. Here, with Archer bowling, let's wait and see. Will this be different?
Here's Jofra Archer down the leg side. That's his first really wayward delivery. The 13th that he's bowled in 2 overs so far. 20 for 1 India. England bowled out for 387. And those runs didn't come from the bats of those most strongly tipped to score them if they were to get close to 400, because Joe Root added just 5 to his overnight 99 before he was bowled by Jasprit Bumrah, an 8th Test 100 at Lord's for Joe Root nonetheless, and Ben Stokes added just 5 to his overnight score as well, 39 to 44, before he too was bowled by Bumrah. Archer in again, played away defensively on the onside by KL Rahul. And almost inevitably, you have to say, Jasprit Bumrah, the great man, has his name, or will have his name permanently etched on the Lord's Honours board. There's a nice little modern day tradition of putting the name up there and on a piece or strip of masking tape until the end of the Test match, when the official, he's not an engraver, is he? But whoever does that. Here's Archer again, bowls. KL Rahul pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. Embosser. The name's embossed on the board, isn't it? So I don't know if it would be called an embosser. Anyway, it's a single. KL Rahul moves on to 5. 21 for 1.
Is that someone who's in charge? He's a bosser.
Yeah. The embosser.
Who's your bosser? No. Yes, embosser. Martin. Hello, Martin.
Yes, and now welcome to the ball, Mr. and Mrs. Embosser. 21 for 1. 3 slips, gully, leg slip, short leg, Archer. All eyes, commanding attention. Bouncer, beautifully played by Karen Nair. Absolutely wonderful. Just down on his knees, limbo style, and never took his eyes off the ball. That is an absolute masterclass in how to avoid a bouncer in that fashion. Others would just throw themselves onto the ground.
It's a nice piece of cricket from both players, actually. A good bouncer, nice and straight and on the money, so that Nair had to move, watch it, and then move. He kept his eye on the ball all the time, saw the height, got out of the way.
Driven now by Nair, nice shot, firm push, behind square on the offside, Duckett in pursuit, keep him down to 2. That's nicely done by Karen Nair. He just, I don't know, he just, I don't know, confidence would be wrong. I was about to say he oozes confidence. I think more he oozes assuredness. There's Jofra Archer also tucking his anchor chain of gold into his shirt after every delivery. But he's a man of fashion and style as well as substance. Here he is again, bowls, quick one outside the off stump, kept a bit low that, full of length, but certainly kept a bit low. Jamie Smith took it about bootlace height. Karen Nair 5, KL Rahul 5, India 23 for 1 in reply to England's 387. And just let me finish off quickly with the Stokes and Root adding only 5 each to their overnight scores, but it was Jamie Smith with 51 from 53 balls and Bryden Cast with 56 from 83 balls who repaired the damage. England were 271 for 7, then 355 for 8. That partnership hurt India, and there were 2 ball changes. I'd say controversial, but maybe, is that the right word? Controversial ball changes?
No, I don't think they were controversial.
Here's Chris Woakes once again, and that's short and pulled away. A little short arm jab from KL Rahul, and he's got 4 runs for it behind square on the leg side. Easily put away. Well,
I mean, they wanted to change the ball. They chose that. That was their decision.
The umpires
and
gave
then
them
they found that the ball wouldn't go through the ring. As soon as you do that, the umpire is obligated in the laws of the game to change the ball. And whenever you change a ball, you can sometimes get a better one and you can sometimes get a worse one. And that's the risk you run. And certainly the Indians.
Woakes in, defended by KL Rahul, 27 for 1.
They found that they were displeased with the new ball that they had received. It didn't move as much as they wanted. And so they were dissatisfied, and they made that very clear to the umpires, who said, go back to your bowling mark. India, go back to your bowling mark. And they took no notice of that complaint, and of course 5 or 6. And it's only 10 overs old, folks, this ball. 10.4 overs old, and they were changing it.
Woakes in again, bowls very full, very straight. And Julie clipped very straight up to Archer at mid-on. Just strange that India decided to change the ball.
Was a bit.
With Bumrah swinging it.
Yep.
And it was, the theory is that it was damaged when Jamie Smith hooked that bouncer into the tavern stand. And so it's been damaged, and Shubman Gill according to David Lloyd, Bumble said he showed his inexperience by asking for it to be changed. That one is open face steer from KL Rahul all the way along the ground into the slip cordon between third and fourth slip. Combination of both of them managed to save it. But as Harmy said on commentary, you know, if the ball's damaged, but it was swinging before it got damaged, bowl a few overs with it. See if it might still be swinging.
Too right. You'd also think if the ball is out of shape slightly that it would do some odd things when it landed on different parts of the ball, wouldn't you? I mean, that's just a natural kind of thought.
Here's Woakes again to KL Rahul. I don't understand why. I mean, I likened it to, you know, the amount of bananas that get rejected in supermarkets because they're too straight. Well, they still taste the same, don't they?
What's that song of Never Can I Eat a Straight Banana? Is that right?
Do you know?
Or a round banana.
But it's true. I mean, sometimes the banana crop goes wrong in some plantations, and they start growing straight, and they can't sell them. It's crazy. Here's Woakes again. Rahul defends. There's no run. I mean, if it means that they taste different, I understand. But a ball that's out of shape, if it's still swinging and doing its job, why would you reject it?
Well, you would have thought. Keep it going. Harmy's not listening. He's lying down at the moment.
No, he's hurt his back.
He's giggling. Oh, is he?
He's hurt his back on his morning run.
He's an immense man, of course, and so if he sits down actually on the chair that we've provided for him,
he blocks the view.
He blocks the view. Yes, sitting behind. So, and Sam is not a man that you meddle with, not at all.
Not when he's doing updates for talkSPORT.
He does strange things to kittens.
$27 for 1. We might get some feedback on the talkSPORT YouTube channel page about that. Off Archer in again, edged. No, maybe not actually. Karen Nye, I'm doing him a disservice. I think he's got nicely up onto his toes and steered that one along the ground to duck it in the gully.
Yep, fourth over of Archer now. It's one of the things that we also thought that we might just keep an eye on, how the usage, if you like, how many overs will Stokes use Archer for in this first and second spell and throughout the day.
Here is Archer. He's lost no pay. Oh, he goes past the outside edge. Beauty. He's bowled some big off cutters in his first couple of overs, and that one I think has just held its line. You get the impression that it may have just sort of straightened up the slope, but maybe it just held its line. It was too good for Karen Nair anyway. Fizzes into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
Yeah, Nair batting on about centre, and that one's just come back a tad, outside the edge of the bat, of course, and just nearly over the top of the off stump, but quite clearly over the top of the off stump.
Karen Nair now pushes one on the back foot off the splice of the bat. Good pace again from Archer. Woakes comes in from mid-off to do the fielding. 27 for 1 India, weathering the storm, or trying to.
Difficult to get forward to from that sort of length that Archer's bowling to. And he's got some bounces you can hear from the last ball that's bouncing over the stump. So he's generally around the 90 miles an hour, up around high 80s, and then early 90s. That's the sort of range that he's bowling at the moment. He's got a little bit of nip as well on occasion. It's an impressive start for him.
Here he is once again up to the crease now. Bowls. There's no mid-off. It's beautifully driven. He's tried the full-length delivery, and Karen Nair has accepted the invitation to drive and has played an absolutely classic off-drive. Beautiful cricket shot. Nobody there to field it, of course, but for style alone it deserved 4, and for substance it got 4. India 31 for 1.
Yep. It was a good stroke, wasn't it? You don't have to really come down more than just onto a forward defence, really, and as long as you time it, it's very much a checked drive. No one at mid-off, as you say. No need to do that for Archer. Don't want a mid-off, thank you.
Not going to give you too many drive balls,
No,
though, is he?
no, he was wicket hunting there.
Here is Archer again, bowls down the leg side. That's why Ben Stokes is at leg slip, but he's too wide, and it went at catchable height between the keeper and Stokes is now applauding Archer for the delivery because it was short and it was in at the body, and that's exactly why Stokes has put himself there. But it's a bit of guesswork, isn't he? Just a bit too wide.
Well, I think basically he is too wide, isn't he? For the pace of Archer at this stage with the new ball, who's concentrating on off stump, even if he gets an error as he did there and pitches on the stumps and it naturally goes down with the slope a bit, I think he is a bit wide there, and that was more the old-fashioned leg slip, wasn't it? The first leg slip.
I always thought, no, I'm going to sound wise after the event, but he did look a bit wide, and he's gone finer now. Archer in bowls. Again, it's full and straight, and it's not so much a drive as a firm push from Karen Nair. I think he's got defence primarily on his mind as the number one objective, but that's just so full that he just a firm push, and he's should have picked up 3, but for some reason declined the third run. It was an easy third run, I would have thought. But KL Rahul will take the next over. He's on 9. Karen Nair has 15. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the man out for 13, with Jofra Archer striking with his third ball. India 37 for 1 in reply to England's 387. Double change in the commentary box. Quick word from Steve Harmison, and then who no doubt enjoyed that return of Jofra Archer. Then it'll be Jon Norman.
Yeah, brilliant from Jofra Archer. Great to see him back, first and foremost. Injuries that he's had and the setbacks that he's to hit the ground running, never a question on his skill sets. He was always going to be at a high skill level because that's what Jofra Archer is, and that's what the clamour for Jofra Archer to come back will be, how he recovers from spell to spell. And now Bryden Carr's in.
3 slips in a place for Bryden Carr's first delivery, and he slips in the surprise Yorker. KL Rahul is a touch early on the shot. Did that swing? No, not really. Wow, he's back. It's so good. I've enjoyed the last 20 minutes as much as any 20-minute passage of play, or half an hour actually. It was a half-hour commentary stint from Manners, and Archer bowled throughout, bowled 4 overs and picked up that wicket. Third ball on his return, and it was the celebration for me that really capped it off. Again, KL Rahul is looking a little uncertain. Second ball from Bryden Carr, and again it's pitched up, it's on the pads. It actually was a touch shorter, and KL Rahul was onto the shot a fraction too early, and he just comes down the track, maybe indicating that the ball possibly just stuck in the pitch a touch. Either way, 3 slips in a gully. There's a point, mid-off, mid-on's a bit deeper, mid-wicket, long leg. And India are 37 for 1, and you are following us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Cast again, this is on the pads, and that's a bit more comfortable from KL Rahul. I think it's the experience that these two have at the crease, Karen Nair and KL Rahul. That's what India need right now with Cast about to bowl. And you imagine he might, they often say when a bowler has scored runs, they bowl better. And he did score runs. He hit his highest test score, 56. Really, really useful partnership of 84 for the 8th wicket with Jamie Smith. And now he's got the ball in hand. We'll talk about Chris Woakes in a minute. His 4 overs have come to an end. 3 slips in place in the gully. And Cast is in. And this time, Karen Nair, who's 15 not out, just comes forward and defends on off stump. But the return of Jofra Archer, you can just hear this crowd has just been energised. It was a bit soporific yesterday, wasn't it, truth be told? Ladybirds and all that. But today, the return of Archer and Bumrah with his fifer. Wow, we've been those who bought a ticket for day 2 have been treated already. We've got a lot of cricket to come.
Yeah, it's amazing when a fast bowler comes into the game. Bumrah, this morning, then obviously Archer yesterday was boring. Cricket wasn't the greatest, but today has been box office.
Here's Castle. That's a good ball. He's beaten Karunaya, who is coming forward and playing defensively, and the ball has just moved past the outside edge.
Simple techniques from these two. That's why they've sort of weathered the storm. Not as many moving parts as you'd say of Jaiswal or of Pant, Jadeja. These are more traditional players that move forward and back in a more conventional way.
Well, it's a traditional cricket ground, pitched up again by Bryden Cass, and Karunaya coming forward just guides this ball to the left of point. There's a bit of a stop-start between himself and KL Rahul as drinks are coming on, I think. But a single's been taken. End of the over. Good one from Bryden Cass. 39 for 1, the wicket. That of Jofra Archer picking up Jaiswal. And look at that reaction. It's on the big screen right now. That is what you want to see. All of the heartache, all of the years of wondering whether he would ever return to this ground to play in the whites. And within 3 balls, he's back.
Do you know what, John? I reckon he showed more emotion there than he did in the World Cup final when he bowled that super over, when England won the game. He's just won a World Cup final for England. I don't think he showed as much emotion there than what he's just done there. And that's a huge amount of credit to Jofra, to keep coming back, going to the well, going through the fitness process, getting in a position to play, back and forward to his homeland, all that stuff. People questioning whether he wanted to play Test match cricket, because there are people questioning whether Jofra really wanted the hunger to play a Test match cricket, and that answer's there in that emotion. The emotion of getting that wicket and what he showed. I mean, that is so great to see. It is. Speaking from an experience, a former fast bowler who, yes, Test match wickets is great, and it is. It's what you play the game for. But what he's been through and what he's gone through, I am so pleased and proud of what he's achieved in that sort of first 4 overs he's bowled this afternoon. And
he's continuing. Start the 5th over, and he's in. And this is driven very straight. It's not got time, and the crowd think it's gone in the air. And Karunaya, this is a fine battle. It was in the air. That's why the crowd thought it went in the air. It was in the air, but nowhere near Archer. It was on the strip. It certainly was a false shot. That will go down in the CricViz full shot.
False shot, yeah.
Box, wouldn't it? Tick.
If it was Edgbaston, there would have been a man there. I mean, Ben Stokes had men either side of the strip at Edgbaston.
Hoggy fielded there, didn't he, for Matthew Hayden?
Yeah. Andrew Strauss was for Hayden.
Oh no, Hoggy was bowling. Strauss was.
Hayden, yeah. Vaughan still tells that story that Strauss, he was too late coming back off being to the toilet, and he just says, just go and stand there. I think it was a little bit more of a plan than that, but it's a good story.
KL Rahul facing, and it's Archer, and it's pushed. There's no mid-off. There's quite a wide extra cover for KL Rahul, who again has just got the experience and the know-how. And we talk about the tradition of this ground and this traditional feel to this Test match, but there is also a traditional feel to the way that India have gone about setting up their innings. For all the runs that Shubman Gill has scored, it's very rarely had to come to the crease with his side 2 down inside the first 5 overs. In fact, he hasn't had to do that once, has he? That makes a big difference. Left alone on length this time as Archer turns. Wonder if do you think he'll have one more, or do you think this will be his final over? 41 for 1. He's bowled 4.2 overs. He's picked up 1 for 16.
Yeah, I think this will be his final one. I don't think, unless he gets a wicket in the next 3 balls, I don't think there's been a great deal of value in this over to make Ben think, right, we need to keep him on. Be interesting to see if Ben bowls himself or if he goes to Chris Woakes from the pavilion end. Chris has got a great record here. I just wonder if it'll be Woakes that follows Archer.
Yeah, we'll talk about Woakes as Naya is ready. He's seen one edged between wicketkeeper and leg slip, and he's got a short leg in place. It's not that close to the bat, about 10 metres away, I suppose, and 91 mile an hour delivery, so his speed isn't dropping. And Karunaya, who, I mean, this is why he wanted to get back in the game, surely. To be playing at Lord's against the returning Jofra Archer for India as their number 3 Test bat, You know, this is what it's all about. Challenge is on. And this time he's playing defensively. He must know he's not too long to go now. Another 92-mile-an-hour delivery from Archer on off stump that's defended. And Karen Nair, not for the first time, just has a little walk towards the square leg umpire. What's going on in that mind of his? Is he just trying to keep his heart rate down, keep himself cool, just focus, don't chase it, reminding himself, see off the over, one ball, possibly.
Let the ball come, play within the parameters of the body, don't chase it, don't follow it. It's in your body, just block it.
Here is Archer, and he's defended again, is Nair. And he's seen off the over. Well done, not young, well, he's young man to me. Most of you guys are young men to me these days. 10 overs in. Time for a new ball, I guess.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see what sort of shape that ball is in. You know, we've a lot of talk, and it's been well documented that the balls haven't been up to the standard. And to be honest, John, it's one of them ones as well. You can use that to your advantage as a bowling unit, because whenever there's a 50-50 decision, if you get the right side of the umpire, you can go to the umpire and go, this ball needs changing, and you can use history that the balls are not the batch of balls haven't been in a great shape, and you might sway the umpire that you get that ball changed. It might not be out of shape, but because of the previous ones have been, you might just get that in your favour.
Bryden Carse continuing, running away from us, and first ball, KR Hall just comes forward and pushes down the line, and is pushed up to Jofra Archer at mid-on. Just seeing that producer Scott has just alerted me to the fact that if you weren't with us at the lunch break, it was a really, really good interview between Jarrod Kimber, Cameron Ponsonby and Melinda Farrell, and they were talking about the way that the game has changed in terms of the opportunities and the frustrations, restrictions and the barriers at times to work as a journalist in cricket. It's going to be made available on the YouTube's channel, as well as the following on podcast feed. I'll break away as Carse is in again. This is over pitch. It's an attempted Yorker. Well, it is a Yorker, but it's down the leg side, and got away with it a touch because Kara Hall only needed to get a little bit of bat on that, and it would have flown away to the boundary. But collected by Jamie Smith, who hit another useful innings, coming in at number 7. He hit 51. But yeah, it's a really good chat between Jarrod and Mel and Cam. And Cam told a story about how he was at Spencer. It was his cricket club, which is in South London. Cast again and dropped down by K.R. Hall and Alex Tudor. He came across Alex Tudor, who was, I guess, coaching there. I think does Spencer play? They don't play at Battersea, do they? Either way, he told a story about it was his first day at Lord's working, and Tudes, you know what Tudes is like. Tudes walks in, sees Cam and makes a big show of seeing him, comes over, gives him a big hug, and it just made Cam's day. You know, it can be quite an intimidating place. Here is Carse again, and it's on a length and tucked away by K.R. Hall. Move to 12. That brings Karen Nair back on strike. 42 for 1 then India in first innings, after India bowled England out for 387. Jasprit Bumrah was 5 for 74. The pick of the bowlers. Delivery to dismiss Ben Stokes was pretty out there. It was the first of 3 quick wickets earlier this morning. Anyway, just seen that Gus Atkinson is about to play for Spencer. His first, his first club game in 6 years. And Cameron has known Gus for quite some time. Cam's in the twos, he says.
It's Cam in the twos, is it?
Cam's in the twos.
Been ditched for a test player.
Does look like it, yeah. So bad luck there, Cam. Oh, there's bounce from Bryden Carse, and this is what he can do. He's been mixing up his length, actually, and I suppose bowling first change, in a way, it frees you up just a touch. But this is lifted from a length.
It's a beauty. It really is. Back of a length, natural length, and it's just stood up tall. You know, we've not seen a bowler like Bryden Carse on show, a big, tall release point. There will be people out there, and dive a bit further into why Gus Atkinson's playing for Spencer and not for Surrey.
Cast again, and he's on the pads. Ben Duckett is, that's no run. Ben Duckett has moved to quite a short mid-off, or a wide short mid-off, but a catching position there, kind of between mid-off and extra cover. 42 for 1 then. Ben Stokes tinkering around, and it is going to be Chris Woakes who's going to take over from Jofra Archer from the pavilion end. Let's talk about Woakes, because of course he has gone at an average of 92, I think, in the series so far. He hasn't scored a lot of runs. He was out first ball today, and of course one of the problems you've got as a fast bowler is you're not just judged by your performance, you're kind of judged by the performance of the people you're bowling with.
Yeah, people you're bowling with, and that news about Gus Atkinson, that's throwing his hat in the ring for what will be the third, the next Test match will be the fourth Test match over Manchester. A little bit of a break in between. You've got Josh Tongue, Chris Woakes. He's been in as an all-round package. We've just seen the emergence of Bryden Cast. We know he can bat. Chris seems to have just lost his zip this year. He lost it last year, but got it back as the summer went on. Hasn't quite rediscovered it yet.
I'll talk about the field in a second. It's Rahul with his back to us. Woakes running in from the pavilion end. 3 slips in place. There's no gully, there's no backward point. There is a very square long leg. It's not that square, but it's long leg. And then you've got 2 catching fielders, one at mid-wicket and one at cover. There's a squarer cover fielder as well, with a mid-on and a mid-off.
He wants him to bowl straight. Ben Stokes is asking him to run the ball onto off stump and say to Rahul, we don't get to give him any width outside off stump. We don't want him to bowl down leg side. We want him to be playing with a straight bat down the ground.
And that's exactly what happens. He picks out the mid-wicket close fielder. He's very, very adept, isn't he, KL Rahul, of just doing exactly that, riding the ball on his hip. Anything on leg stump, he'll just nurdle away and get off strike, get to the other end, keep the scoreboard ticking. We know he's very, very strong, and I imagine that's why that squarer cover fielder's there. When he hits a cover drive, it's not always through extra cover, it's squarer than that.
Very elegant.
Very, very, yes. It's Woakes again, and KL Rahul is playing defensively. This is the other thing, of course. India have just bowled or been in the field for 112 overs. They know from their own experience this ball doesn't do a lot after 20 overs.
No, it doesn't. These are 2 of the perfect batters just to try and ride that storm, Jofra Archer storm. Keep trying sort of grind England into the ground a little bit, get the ball a bit softer, knock the shine off it.
Here's Woakes again, and he is continuing to bowl straight. KL Rahul just pushes us out. Not to the covers, no run.
Not seen as much swing, have we, John? We've
No.
not seen as much movement.
No, the movement has come from that little bit of additional bounce. It was seam movement, wasn't it,
Seam
for
movement,
Jaiswal?
Seam movement for Jaiswal, but Bumrah had it swinging this morning. Siraj had it swinging this morning.
Reddy swung it.
Yeah, he's a bit like Chris Woakes. He's a swinger from the arm.
Woakes is in again, but most of the swing came from this end, didn't it?
Yeah.
Defended again by KL Rahul. What do we got? 10 minutes until the tea break. He's more than happy just to continue like this, because of course there are a couple of imponderables or imponderables.
Don't look at me.
I'm not. The fitness of Ben Stokes, of course. We've seen Archer bowl 5 overs. Chris Woakes is now at the start of his 5th. Cast has got a few to come. But we don't know about the fitness of Stokes after that groin injury yesterday. Defended again up to mid-off by KL Rahul. That's the end of the over. A maiden. And India find themselves 42 for 1.
Good from Woakes, really good from Woakes. That's a good comeback over from the pavilion end. Good to see Atkinson. Talk of Atkinson coming back. Amazing summer last summer. The reason why, I had a Bash a couple of years ago, a year ago, when Mark Wood was coming back. The reason why he's playing for Spencer, I think, John, over the course of playing for Surrey, they're in the blast, so all he'll do is bowl 4 overs, play a 3-hour game, and I think England are trying to build them up towards Test match level. He'll be able to, I would imagine, if it's the same as the North East, the Premier League, he'll be able to bowl 15 overs. So they might get 3 spells of 5 overs into him, probably field for around about 55 overs. And if he does that, that's just upping his workload in that environment rather than playing a 4-over blast game.
Yeah, that does make sense. Cass is in here, and Karun Nair, who's been at the other end for the last over, just comes forward and covers the line and pushes us out to point where it's fielded. No run, 42 for 1 then India.
So you're looking at going forward, England see Atkinson as not a Woakes like for like, because they're not the same bowlers, but the all-round package is a little bit more batting coming with Atkinson. Whether Archer plays at Manchester, you save him for the Oval. Having Atkinson's skill sets coming back, it'll be a huge boost to Ben Stokes as the series gets on.
Pitched up, and there's a scoring opportunity here for Karun Nair if he can get the ball past Ben Stokes at extra cover, but he can't. There's a lot of fielders up there. They're applying the squeeze to India, but India will be absolutely fine with this. See through another couple of overs, get to tea, and then see where they are. That's the only thing I would say about this tactic. I mean, with the ball, if it's going to be doing anything, cast again. Do not try and not buy a wicket, but by playing so straight with that field, to KL Rahul in particular, I can see it a little bit more with Karun Nair, because he does like to get the bat out in front of the pad. Shouldn't that be dangling the carrot on occasion, do you think?
Yeah, quite possibly. I just think at this moment in time, I think trying to get India to dig a hole for themselves might be the way going. If you remember in that first innings, scoreboard's going nowhere, and all of a sudden you put 2 wickets on it, and 40 for 3 looks a lot better.
Pass again, and this is angling in on off stump. Defended by Karun Nair, 17 not out.
Your captaincy as a leader, you're thinking, right, what value is 387? Is it a good score? Is it in the game score? Is it par score? Is it above par score? And I think, how much can you risk by dangling that carrot, like you say? I think this is an in-game score. I don't think England want to give India too many soft runs away, and I think that's why they're trying to stifle them.
Here's Cass again, defended again by Nair. The other angle of all this, of course, is with the runs scored by Bryden Cass, and Gus Atkinson has got a Test 100 at this very ground, and I think we were both really impressed by his batting, certainly in that first Test against New Zealand at Christchurch. If England can get runs out of both Cass and Atkinson, then again Woakes' position at number 8, again from the batting perspective, comes into view, because they'll feel, well, Cass could bat at 8, Atkinson at 9,
Archer at 10, who can bat as well.
Yeah, who can also bat, and then Wood can come in. They can do the 5 tests between them. Is this suddenly just, I don't know if it takes something out of the pitch, but the bouncers surprise Karun Nair. This is spat up a touch. It's not extravagant, but it's just more than he expected, and it's come up. And does that hit the bat handle or the glove?
It's ouch. This is sore. I reckon Karun Nair is going to use his experience here and milk this for all money.
He's going to take a good 3 minutes out of the game here. Ooh, that's the bottom hand. That's the thumb on the bottom hand, and it's just popped up. I mean, you've got to fielder it. Well, you wouldn't really necessarily, but you've got to field on the offside close to the wicket. That goes, he swallows that.
Yeah, there's a plastic end normally in the gloves, which just protects your thumb. The tip of your thumb. There's a plastic end and an insert in the glove. Some people like it in, and some people don't like it in. I really hope for Karun Nair he likes his in, because that there is hit, right on the end of the thumbnail. He's bending it, so there's no issues when it comes to from a broken point of view. But with not long, what, 6 minutes before?
Got 5 minutes until the tea break, and you can see the umpires just getting involved. Spider-Cam's getting involved as well. I mean, look, Karen Nye's just flexing his hand and he's rubbing his thumb, and the unspoken conversation that's going on between him and the physio is just take another minute out. We could possibly have a situation where we only have to face one more over before the tea break. England know what's going on, the umpires know what's going on, and Karen Nye has still got his gloves off, he's got his helmet off. K.R. Hall is just having a chat, and now K.R. Hall is pointing at the top of the bat.
Yeah, he's pointing at the top of the bat, top corner of the bat. Just spat a little bit from a good length from Bryden Carse. It was a good over from Carse, it really was a good over. India have played well here, they really have. They've defended very, very well. Not going anywhere. And that's what will encourage England. Ben Stokes will be saying, come on, we are 1 wicket here, 2 on it, 1 either side of a break, and all of a sudden India could be 40 for 45, 50 for 3, and you know the pressure that we're getting rewarded for the pressure and the areas we've bowled.
And 2 minutes has been taken out of the game, so you'd imagine that this would be the last over bowled in the session, and it's that continuation of that field for K.R. Hall as Woakes is in. And nearly gets this ball to come into K.R. Hall. It's a little bit inside edgy there. Certainly doesn't meet the ball with the full face of the bat. Again, seems like he's a little bit late on that.
I think he's trying to leave that, John. I think he's thinking he's shaping up to leave it, and then it's realise it's coming down the slope. First bit of misjudgment from K.R. Hall.
And it was Nitish Reddy who shouldered arms to Chris Woakes' delivery in the last test, wasn't it? Quite early on in his innings, though, K.R. Hall's faced 31 balls now, and Woakes again is in, and it's defended to Stokes at extra cover. Hurls the ball back to Jamie Smith. Harry Brook gives it a little bit of a rub at second slip, tosses it to Zach Crawley, underarms it back to the skipper. Chris Woakes still walking back to the top of his mark. Archer collects above his head, and Woakes has got the ball in his hand. He turns at the top of his mark. The left arm just gives the ball a rub. It's transferred to his right. It's coming now. And this is fired in on the pads. And K.R. Hall will take a single. But he was a little bit late to that as well. And he's actually come quite close to pushing that straight into the hands of that short mid-wicket fielder. It's actually gone behind the bat. But it's not where the ball was intended to go. It's an inside edge onto the pad, actually. That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, it could. That had inside edge onto the pad, that could easily have looped up to the man on the leg side. I think it's Ollie Pope on the leg side.
It is.
Yeah, I think it is. And it's good bowling from Woakes. He's using the slope well. K.R. Hall's trying to play the ball as late as he possibly can. And at the minute, he's getting to the point where he's actually nearly playing it too late.
Changing the field now. 3 catching fielders at mid-wicket. For Karun Nair. So again, we can imagine this to be straight on the pads. It is, and it's placed to the straighter of the 3 fielders there, Stokes. And Nair just again has a little walk towards square leg. I think India have done a job here. 2 balls left, and I don't think we're going to have time, and England certainly don't seem to be in any hurry. India trailing by 344 runs. So the first target would be to avoid the follow-on, a follow-on that India, or rather England, would be very, very unlikely to enforce. Here comes Woakes, and this is just dropped into the offside. It goes to point. There's a fielder at more cover point. Bashir it is. And it allows the batters to cross. So Karun Nair can take his gloves off all he likes now. I think he's done his job for this session. Challenge to come. But if India can just see off this delivery, I think in a weird way they probably would have taken this 44 for 1 at tea.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, with only because of the Archer factor. I think with the Archer factor coming into it.
Last ball of the session then. Chris Woakes is in, and he gets the ball to go past the outside edge of K.R. Hall's bat, who's coming forward defending on off stump, and he's looked far better bowling from the pavilion end than he did from the nursery ground. So, end of the over, end of the session. KL Rahul walks off, beaten, but not out. He's 13. Karunaya is 18. The two have put on 31 for the second wicket, unbeaten, and they trail on first innings by 300. As my screen freezes, of course. 343, as muttered producer Scott. But really the story of a session that started with England batting, 353 for 7. They lost 3 wickets in that session. Jamie Smith, the first to go, caught behind for 51 from the bowling of Mohammad Siraj. You saw him dropped earlier in the innings. Jofra Archer, first ball, outside edge one between backward point and Gully for 4, or third slip and Gully. And Bryden Cast, what a great innings, 56. He was last man out, 387. And that meant that Jofra Archer had 5 overs to bowl in his return to the England side. He only needed 3 deliveries. A ball that pitched outside leg stump, took the outside edge of Jaiswal, the left-hander's bat, in and around middle and off, and was pocketed by Harry Brook in the slip corner. And what scenes! I think we'll see that picture in the paper tomorrow.
Absolutely, we will see that picture in the paper tomorrow. India have done well to weather that storm, but you said just before that last ball, India will take this 44 for 1 at the break, largely down to the fact of Jofra Archer coming back and all the emotion that come with it. England are in a great place. They really are in a great place. But he's back. Jofra's back, and it's brilliant to see. Lords is looking its absolute best. It's red for Ruth, and Jofra's back. A better way to spend a Friday afternoon than at the cricket.
Brilliant stuff. Harvey, we'll be back after the tea break with India, 44 for 1. 343 runs away from England's first innings score of 387.
Welcome back to Lord's. Resumption of play. Third session, second day of an absolutely intriguing test match. And the big news is that all the fears that we had yesterday have not been completely allayed about the fitness of the England captain, but we will know more shortly, one feels, because Ben Stokes is going to bowl the first over after tea, and he's bowling to Karen Nair. 44 for 1 India. Reply to England's 387. First ball from Stokes is short and in at the body. Good line. And just a little hop there at the end of his follow through. We're watching him. Harmy is alongside me. Steve Harmison is watching him like a protective parent.
Yeah, I've been doing that for about 4.5 years now, Manners. I mean, every time he misses a step, does Ben, I'm worried that something else is.
You're wincing.
I am wincing because it's because he's so important to this team. You know, bat ball, but mainly leadership, and it's good to see. It's good to see him out this morning bowling, and now he's in the middle and in the heat of the battle.
Here is Stokes once again. That's down the leg side. There's an appeal. Up goes the finger. Second ball. He's reviewed it straight away. Well, the umpire had his finger up straight away, Paul Rifle, and so did Karen Nair, making the T sign. Reviewed it immediately. He's now chatting to KL Rahul. But 99 times out of 100, when a batsman reviews that quickly, he knows for certain that he's not out.
Yeah, he knows for certain that it's hit his hip. It's whether there's a little brush on the way through, which is going to get him in trouble. So this is what Stokes does. You know, his angle, the way his angle comes, which will naturally sort of take the ball away. He's an away swing bowler. I don't think this is hit anything other than the sort of back hip. No, it's missed everything. It's hit the hip, the back hip. There was deviation, there was movement. The ball's gone up the hill from Ben Stokes. It's just hit Kieran Nayer's thigh pad, and that's what the movement was that Paul Rifle seen, and he's going to change his decision.
It was very quick to raise the finger.
It was, yeah, straight up.
Pistol.
Pistol fire. Pete, off you go. See you later, my friend.
In fact, we'll see you straight away because he's survived. Now then, it's a short mid-off, 3 slips, no gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-wicket. Here is Stokes, bowls again, in straight at the body. There's clearly a feeling that Kieran Nayer is, we know he's good with width outside the off stump, and that's well documented, and there's bundles of evidence from first-class cricket in the last 8 years to say how good he is cover driving and through the offside. So just seems like Stokes is going straight. That's why he's got the man at mid-wicket. But also short mid-off is intriguing. 3 slips, no gully. Here is Stokes again, bowls once more, very straight, in at the pads. Maybe they reckon after a break he might be vulnerable to the straight one on the pads. 44 for 1 India.
Yeah, and I think when you look at what's happened so far in this contest, you know, Jasprit Bumrah, how many was there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clean bowled, 2 caught by Pant, 3 caught by Jarrell. So it's telling you that, you know, if you're bowling at the stumps, you know, the faint nick, that's where you're going to get the most joy, by bowling straight.
Stokes again, it is straight, it is driven straight past the catching mid-off, the short mid-off, and it's frantic chase on down to the boundary for Ollie Pope, and he's very quick across the ground, although I think that ball would have stopped of its own volition even had he not caught up with it, but keeps him down to 3. Kieran Nayer into the 20s, 21 now, India 47 for 1.
It's a nice shot.
It was harming. I still somehow think that, you know, this 387 from England is an old-fashioned. It has an old-fashioned value to it. I'm not saying that we measure it in pounds, shillings, and pence, but it's just going to take a bit of old-fashioned hard work, I think, to match that score.
And yeah, time. That's the time. And I think if they do match it, the time is going to be key, because England won't want to be out there on this ground for that long because of, you know, where their bowlers are at.
Here is Stokes again, full and straight to KL Rahul as well, pushed it out to cover, no run. More on that?
And more on that is Jofra Archer's playing his first test match in, you know, what is it, 4 years, in a long time. Stokes, whether he's got a groin problem, he hasn't got a groin problem, England need to protect him. You know, Woakes, Carse playing back-to-back test matches. Bashir not as effective as what he has been and hoping we would like to be, and you know, England would hope that Shoaib Bashir will shoulder some of the burden of the days in the field. So from that point of view, and this is what I mean, is England won't want to be in the field for 100 overs. They really don't. And I think from India's point of view, it'll probably take India 100 plus overs to get, you know, somewhere close to the 387 or beyond the 387. And that's not what England would like to do because of, you know, the bodies of their fast bowlers. Archer out for a while. Stokes has been a bit fragile in the two bowlers that have played in both the other test matches, and these are back-to-back in Carson and in Woakes. You wouldn't want them to have another, you know, innings with 100 overs in the field.
Bit of movement behind the bowler's arm in the pavilion, as there often is after an interval, and we're just 10 minutes into the session. A lot of people are regaining their seats, armed with an afternoon snack or a refreshed drink, and
for an afternoon snooze.
Yeah, there's a few. A few snoozing on the nursery ground, I tell you. That's a thick outside half of the bat from Karen Nair, but nicely played. Guides it away through a gap at backward point. Duckett runs around to do the fielding. 48 for one. Karen Nair 22, KL Rahul 13. And I wonder, I mean, Ben Stokes said was very clear before the Test match started when we asked him about how he intended to use Jofra Archer. He said, you know, he was asked, will it be in short, sharp bursts, or have you got a limit to the number of overs you would like to keep him to per day? Are you going to manage his workload? And he said, I've got no preconceived ideas at all. But it makes logical and common sense, it makes cricketing sense to use him in short, sharp bursts if possible. But he said, I've got no preconceived plans or ideas. Here is cast once again, and it's driven by KL Rahul up towards mid-on, and he's quite deep there, is Chris Woakes, so they do take a single. I suspect that he probably does have a few preconceived ideas.
Yeah, he will have. I've got no doubt there will be some preconceived ideas to where Jofra's 20 to 20 whatever overs that he's going to bowl in the first innings. But I think the one thing that Ben's very good at is the art of management, and he'll manage how the spell's going, and if he feels as though Jofra's losing his effect, he will whip him straight out of the attack.
Here comes Bradencast again, bowls. Nair drives beautifully square of the wicket on the offside. That is a lovely, lovely cover drive from Karen Nair. I'm sure that regular listeners during this series have detected that I have a clear soft spot for Karen Nair, what he's been through and the way he's fought his way back. And at the age of 33, that sheer weight of runs is so hard. Discarded at the age of 25 with a 100 to your name, and then not picked again for 8 years, and having to score runs year after year, and eventually the selectors have to say, oh, all right then, we'll give you another go.
It was a good shot. That was a really good shot. It wasn't a bad ball from Bradencast. It really wasn't. It wasn't in a bad area.
Here is Cast once again, bowls. Oh, Nair maybe just threw that one tiny bit early, maybe gripped in the surface a bit, chipped it up in the air, fell short of Stokes at mid-off.
Yeah, it's just I'm seeing this again. Yeah, it was a little bit fuller than the ball before, and it was a little bit straighter, tied into off stump. The one before was a good shot, but he was just reaching for it from where Kieran Nair normally plays from. He likes the ball to come into him. He likes the ball to get close to him. He plays it very, very late. He defends it into the ground when he's in defence. And the last two balls, he just played a little bit out in front of himself, and that will encourage England.
Short mid-off, short mid-on, as Nair chips one up in the air again, wide of... Short mid-wicket, really, because there's an orthodox mid-on. Do you remember Jofra Archer's last test? We commentated on it. Had it on talkSPORT. Do you remember it?
Where was that at again?
It was same opponents. It was a very short test. That's why you don't remember it. 2 days.
Oh, the day-night one, wasn't it?
That's right.
Oh, we had Kevin Peterson with us then, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah, he selected his game well, didn't he?
He did. He picked it nicely. He turned up at 9 o'clock, had 2 days, got fed for got curry for lunch, and he went back into his mansion at the it went with the golf course there. So yeah, nice to see you, Kev.
Here's Chaos again, bowls. Nair beaten on the inside edge. Lovely delivery from Bradencast. That one hit the seam, nipped back down the slope, beat the inside edge. Not much of a gap there between bat and pad for Karen Nair, but 50's up for India, 53 for one. Karen Nair 26, KL Rahul 14. That was in February 2021.
Yeah, that was a beauty of a delivery. It was. It really was. Nipped back down the hills. Good from Bradencast. Yeah, it was a brilliant one. Great team selection. I'm just looking at the TV screen. You've got Michael Atherton, who's Sky Sports Fashion King, along there. Oh, it's a pity Bumble wasn't on air. Lancashire club shop from about 1994-95, I think that was. Two, nice Pringle jumpers. Ath's having a little bit of a scratch of the head. David Lloyd's son, who is Bumble's son, who is fourth umpire here, Graham Lloyd, in a nice snazzy pair of very, very short shorts. Others has got some short shorts on as well there. So
that's late 80s. That's
I reckon that's
89.
early 90.
Yeah, you reckon? Yeah, I think so. But not mid 90s. That's pushed out towards mid wicket, fielded by Chris Woakes, and there's no run.
DK has given others some I mean, he's never been the one for a huge amount of fashion as Mike Atherton, but he got stuffed out of sight by Lancashire there. But going back to that Jofra Archer test, if you remember right, England played 4 seamers, didn't they? It was a day-night test. England played 4 seamers, and the game was finished before the lights went on day 2.
Yes, it was COVID. It was during COVID. It was in Ahmedabad. Here's Stokes once again. It's down the leg side and flick and a miss. I mean, so there's a problem with atmosphere during COVID test matches. So what do you do? Well, you hold them in a stadium which seats 120,000
people. Yeah, I think if I remember right, did they not send Moeen Ali? Moeen Ali got sent home, didn't he? He had done the Sri Lanka leg, and England sent Moeen Ali home, so they had to pick 4 seamers because they had to send Mo home. It was crazy.
England made 112 and 81. And here is Ben Stokes continuing, and forward comes K.L. Rahul playing defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. India made a whopping 145 in their first innings, and 49 for none.
Is that before Root got runs, and then they played them on an absolute Bunsen burner? So they did what they normally do. The Root got 100, or actually no, he didn't. He got a double 100. He come off from Sri Lanka with a couple of big scores, and then got a double 100. So Virat Kohli complained about the surface and ended up playing on the beach for him next day.
Zach Crawley made 53 out of England's 112. 10 fours, whacked it, run a ball. Here's Stokes again, bangs it in short and pushed up towards mid-off. Ollie Pope does the fielding at mid-off. And do you remember Joe Root with a little 5 for 8?
Yes, he did, 5 for 8, wasn't it? Yeah. Remember, it was so weird. I mean, it was weird, that total passage of test matches, and we're coming down on the train of a night time. I think I came down with a train and I bumped into the driver as I got into King's Cross, and there was 7 people that was all of 7 people in 9 carriages from Edinburgh to London in the middle of COVID.
Here's Stokes again, running away from us from the nursery end, clipped off his pads away through square leg, chased by Chris Woakes once again.
I just keep laughing to myself because I was like, other things come to mind. We had curry at 6 o'clock in the morning. We stayed in probably one of the only hotels in London that were open. We had to walk to the news building. It was about 20 past 1 in the morning. There was me, John, Ollie Hunter, our producer. KP would come in. KP was he was chauffeured in. He was chauffeured in, if I remember right. Goughy was chauffeured in. Goughy kept saying his driver was late, and it was like he slept in twice. And, typical Darren.
Here is Ben Stokes again, and that one is driven through extra cover. Lovely shot, super shot from Karen Nair. Pushed, not over hit by any means. You have to say it was more of a caress than a hit. But lovely piece of placement. Big fan of Karen Nair. I keep saying he's 29 now, and 57 for 1. I was staying with the Batties in Balham, and we had a car that arrived for us at 2:30 in the morning.
It was a crazy time, and I mean you did an amazing job, Manners. You and Mark Nicholas did an amazing job, because it was like we go on at 4 o'clock in the morning for a 4:30 start, and we're trying to convince that we're obviously watching this great game of cricket from 40 degrees of Ahmedabad sun, while we're 17 floors up in the news building. We can't even see the floor. It was in the middle of the winter, wasn't it? It was pitch black dark. I mean, the clouds had rolled in, and we're trying to portray that this great game in India is.
Well, the final session began
on
one day and Mark Nicholas was so taken by the drama of the scenery as the sun rose up over the Thames, and it was snowing.
It was snowing, wasn't it?
And he was describing this magnificent sight. Meanwhile, it was 40 degrees in Ahmedabad.
People must be thinking, what on earth is this cricket? I mean, there's a commentator describing snow, and the other one's talking about 40 degree heat in the same game.
Okay, Bryden Cast now back to Lord's, where it is 30 degrees. It's been too hot for some of the patrons in today. Lovely drive and a thick outside edge, I suppose, really. it was a lovely looking shot, but didn't go quite where he was intending, Karen Nair. I think he was looking more extra cover, and it's gone more backward point, past backward point, and down to the boundary for a fortuitous 4 runs. Karen Nair 33 now. India 61 for 1 in reply to England's 387.
He just opened the face there a little bit. I'm not saying he was in control, because he wasn't. Braden Carse has done him there.
But he drives square.
But he
nicely.
drived square. He went with the movement, and I think he got nicked off in the first or second innings at Edgbaston, because he didn't go with the movement. He stayed straight, and he closed the face, if anything. There, he tried to hit it where the ball was. That's where he went.
Carse in. Nair turns it away through square leg. Runs the first one hard, thinking about coming back for the second, and does. Takes on Jofra Archer's throw, but he was 3/4 of the way through the second run before Archer even let go of it. Karen Nair 35 now from 55 balls, 63 for 1. A reminder for those of you who may have missed it, Joe Root and Ben Stokes added just 5 apiece to their overnight scores, but Root did complete his 8th Lord's century, 104. Ben Stokes 44. The runs that pushed England up to 387 came in the form of half centuries from Jamie Smith, continues his prolific series, and a career best 56 from number 9 Bryden Carse, and it's Carse with the ball now, clipped away as it's in at the pads, and Archer has to chase another one, and he will, with his loping, gangling pace down at long leg, pick it up before it reaches the boundary, but it'll be 2 more to Karen Nair. Jarrod Kimber's joined us. We've been reminiscing about the COVID years.
They were great. That last 2 balls tells you a little bit about Ben Stokes and the ball following. The first one was an inside edge out the backward square leg, so he moved Jofra a lot square around, and the next ball's down the leg side, and poor Jofra's had to run back to where he was just standing, and they've ended up with 2 twos.
65 for 1. Bryden Carse in once more. Karen Nair nudges one out to mid-on. Harmy, what's going on with the 2 short mid-ons?
Well, they're just trying to say to Bryden Carse, bowl straight. Try and bowl a bit fuller, try and bowl a bit straighter. The one that he sort of mistimed drive through the backward point region was just a little bit wide. It was about 5th stump. I think what Ben's trying to say is we want you to bowl straight. On this surface, we believe, keeping tight to off stump and keeping the stumps in play, there's enough in this surface with a little bit of movement that we can cause problems. Like I said before, 5 bowled, 5 caught behind. This is a wicket to bowl straight on. So I think because of that, he's got your 2 men in the catching position on the leg side.
Here's Bryden Carse once more, right up in the block hole, and driven up to Shoaib Bashir, who's not had a bowl yet, and probably won't for a little while longer. And there's no run. 65 for 1. I've just remembered you had the Luka Modric hairstyle.
I did, yeah. I had the long hair, didn't I?
You didn't get it cut during COVID.
There was no barbers to get it cut, so no, I had the long hair. I was back to my youth, my heavy metal headbanging adolescent days, from about 14. But yeah, I went for the long hair during that time. It was obviously a weird time.
We look back and it's like a different world, isn't it?
And it was a different world.
Did that really happen?
It was, and you did. It's difficult to talk about because of how serious the world was then.
Here is Carse again outside the off stump. Karen Nair remains in complete control and focus, and his organisation. Karen Nair 37, KL Rahul 15, 65 for 1. India. And so, Jarrod, I was just saying I thought England's 387 was an old-fashioned type value to it. Do you think? Do you agree? I mean, that just seems like an old-fashioned 387. It's going to take hard work to match it.
It is going to take hard work to match it. The one thing I would say is that looking at the 2 batting lineups, you've got Karen Nair, KL Rahul, and then after this you've got Shubman Gill. They are 3 players who are tough to get out. And once they get into a pattern, they will score. As the England players give you a bit of a chance occasionally, don't you? They're a little bit looser and everything else. So I think the pitch should suit the Indian batters more than it did the English batters.
Here's Ben Stokes now, and that was driven through extra cover by KL Rahul. It's running down the hill, definitely 4 there. Ollie Pope sprinting after it, but the ball was always going to win that race. And Stokes pitching one up. Well, they're sort of machinely efficient, aren't they? That top 4.
And the other thing that I would say is that a lot of this wicket, I think it is hard to dismiss someone, but it's also hard to score runs. And that, you get a long half volley like that one and it's fine, but it's not as easy to force runs. And I think that was part of England's problem. But England will chase wickets more than India did, so they might give you more opportunities to score runs. But they're still, the best ball on this wicket still seems to do something a bit fancy, doesn't it? Like, it sits up a little bit, it seems.
Here is Stokes again. That sharp deviation in towards the stumps and his delivery stride, and it's guided defensively by KL Rahul, square of the wicket on the offside.
Yeah, it's a good point, Jarrod, because England are now looking to bowl a lot straighter to India, which you would think would give them more chance to score. Where if you looked at large proportions of yesterday, India bowled wide at England, and England played and missed a lot, when England didn't leave a lot, but they wafted out a lot, missed them, largely down to the fact that it was starting wide and swinging away. Now England are looking to bowl a bit straighter, which will make it easier for India to score.
Forward comes KL Rahul to the next one from Stokes, which is again full and straight.
I think that India have a theory that, and I think we saw it in the first innings at Edgbaston, that if you just hang the ball wide enough and you give yourself a bit of a defensive field without going overboard on defensive, but you give yourself a bit of a defensive field, England do actually give you lots of chances. They throw their hands at a lot of balls. There's drag-ons. They get bored. All those sorts of things. So I do think that India have been bowling wider almost every innings to England because of that.
Here is Stokes up to the crease again. Bowls. Oh, big appeal for leg before wicket. That might be close. Stokes is absolutely convinced. He's looking around and then he remembers that he has to consult with himself about the review. But he is going to talk to Jamie Smith. Just height, maybe. Was it heading down the leg side? Because he does angle it quite steeply into the right-hander. Has he gone for the review? Yes. Time's up. He has.
Yeah, I think this might be going down. I think this is going to
clipping the top of leg,
clip leg stump. And I think if Paul Rifle, hadn't given that caught down leg side, I reckon he gives that out. I think because he's given that one down leg side and he's been overturned, he's kept his hands in his pocket. That looked really, really close, and it wouldn't surprise me if this is clipping leg stump. I don't think it's doing enough to hit the stump on the full.
It's nipped, hasn't it? It's nipped a long way. Oh dear,
it's
man.
High.
It's down leg.
It always felt down leg to me, and I didn't realise it was as high as it was, which makes sense because it bounced up to the slip, didn't it? But he hasn't hit it, so I would assume I'd be shocked if this is overturning the umpire's decision. It might be flicking the outside.
I think it's missing. Yeah, it is missing.
It didn't feel right, and I think one of the reasons they went for the review, Manners, is because the ball ended up at slip. So sometimes when you bowl, when the ball hits the pad, usually and it's going down leg, it goes on the leg side, right? But that one went to the offside, so I think that it almost tricked them into thinking was that just that little bit straighter than they thought. There's also a possibility they thought he might have nicked it as well, and it was caught at slip, so they were double bubbling.
I think the other reason that they reviewed it is that Jamie Smith hasn't played enough Test matches to say, sorry, skipper, I think it was too high.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. But also, it has done enough. It's done not too much. It's nipped in and bounced as well.
I'll tell you something about Smith after this ball. No, I'll tell it to you now because
KL Rahul's backed away.
I think if you watch that replay, Smith is actually outside off stump, not outside leg stump. He didn't go down the leg side, so he might have tricked himself, Manners. He's not in the. If that ball had missed had gone down, he wasn't in a position to take that. So it might just be that he didn't see the nip either.
Nipping it up the hill, Ben Stokes, and he's in once more. KL Rahul guides this one out to extra cover, and there's no run. I do feel compelled very quickly to. I'm conscious that we've got listeners logging in from all around the world. I think we're up to 78 countries, from Crete to Croatia and Siberia to Saudi Arabia. And if they're wondering why Harmy's wearing this hat, I want to just remind you that it is Red for Ruth Day in supporting the Ruth Strauss Foundation. And Harmy's done his bit and has forked out a tenner for the Red for Ruth Day, as Stokes is in again, full length, driven. He tries to field off his own bowling, but in fact it's Carse at mid-off who dives across to his right. Unfortunately, on the road, I didn't have any item of red So, and obviously neither did Harmy, and so that's why he's bought the hat. But it is a wonderful foundation, and it does incredibly good work for families who've suffered the bereavement of a parent prematurely, often with young children, and it helps them come to terms with that bereavement and understanding, if it's possible, the loss of a parent as a young child. So 7th year now, Red for Ruth.
Yeah, 7th year. She was an amazing woman, was Ruth. I mean, always positive, always bubbly. I mean, always, have a smile on her face with, a huge amount of affection. And, whenever a new player came in, their wife was welcomed by Ruth and looked after and made sure that anything was needed and looked after. And she was the mother of the group, really. And it was it was incredibly sad, especially with the 2 boys.
Driven through mid-on. There's a short mid-on. There's 2 short mid-ons actually, and it's dissected both of them. And it's a lovely shot from Karen Nyes. They're playing some really silky cricket shots at the moment, and they're well considered. They're well chosen as well executed. 72 for 1. Karen Nye moves up to 40. Are they called wags? The wives and girlfriends?
They weren't then. I think it was a little bit later when that term came out, but. Footballers were. I don't think cricketers were.
Around 2004, 2005 they started to
I think so. That was the footballers' wives. I think a lot of the cricketers' wives trying to keep themselves, out the way, and very unassuming characters.
Actually, quite different lifestyles for the wives and girlfriends of cricketers. They spend a lot of time
on their own.
Yes, having to
bringing up kids,
correct,
houses,
correct, fixing gutters. Driven through mid-off, and that's a chase, a frantic chase on for Shoaib Bashir. Slide tackles it in front of the away dressing room in the pavilion, and they go through for 3 more, I think. 72 for 1.
I'd say I was lucky this morning because our producer sent us a message at the last minute, so I picked up the red t-shirt, and I've got the red kicks on as well. Almost did my hamstring showing that.
See, that's oof, settle down. Well done, Manners. You got a red case, yeah. I didn't have anything red either, so I did my usual, go to the stall, the red stall outside, and pick up a bucket hat and a rosette and everything that goes with it, supporting what is a wonderful, wonderful charity.
Here's Bryden Cast continuing. KL Rahul pushes it defensively up towards mid-wicket, no run.
I've got a few of those hats at home.
I have them, yeah. You keep taking them back for the kids, and I mean, my oldest remembers Ruth. Emily remembers Ruth. Abby not so much. Abby a little bit, not so much. Sam, who's Strauss's oldest lad, him and Abby are born on the same day. So, got a lovely video. I've got it at home of, I think it was their birthday party. It was Sam's first birthday party. Ruth is prominent in that, which was great to have.
Pushed away defensively by KL Rahul, out towards mid-wicket again, and there's no run. 74 for 1.
Also very much worth remembering, she's Victorian.
Yeah, she was an actress, wasn't she? She was an actress when she met Andrew.
She was on Blue Heelers, I think, which was the big Australian cop show. I think if it wasn't Blue Heelers, it was one of the big Australian cop shows.
Andrew went to, before the National Academy in around about 99-2000 time, Strauss spent, I think, 2 or 3 years in Melbourne playing club cricket.
Yeah, he did.
That's how they met. And obviously from there they came over, children, and it was incredibly sad when Ruth passed away, and the boys are an absolute credit to her, I tell you.
Cast in again. Oh, thick outside edge all the way along the ground. Duckett fields at gully. And it's interesting that because of the low bounce occasionally, and we saw this 6 weeks ago at the World Test Championship final, we had Steve Smith standing, well, probably 4 metres in front of the keeper at second slip. England have now decided, by way of variation, that it'll be third slip who stands a long way in front of the keeper. So that's Zach Crawley's job now.
That's more of a standard one, though, isn't it? You do see that in Asia and the UK sometimes.
I mean, my mouth's 3 seconds quicker than me brain, so I'll come to it in a second.
Here's Cast again, left alone outside the off stump. I'm laughing because I have a feeling I know where you're about to
you
go.
know what I'm going to go, isn't you? Australia sacrificed Steve Smith and he bust his finger. I mean, I think England might be saying, well, if Zach does it, it doesn't really matter, does it, to be honest? Yeah.
Are you
sorry, Zach.
Are you saying that Zach Crawley's fingers aren't as important as Joe Root's at first slip?
Well, I was thinking it and then tried to nearly see it, and you actually nailed it.
Well, I mean, remember, Marco Janssen almost took one. Well, he was at a short gully.
Yeah.
That's got to be the most dangerous position on the field, doesn't it? A short gully. Horrendous position.
It was, but if you shake hands with him, you'll realise that he's one of those with the vast. It's like he's got an octopus on the end of both arms.
Ashley Giles hands, Monty Panesar hands.
That's right. Yeah. Well, Monty's got massively long fingers, whereas Marco Janssen and Ashley Giles have just got like huge mitts with the ordinary length fingers, but huge palms. Well, we've got two short covers now as Ben Stokes is in. Once more to Karen Nair, drives up towards mid-on and Jofra Archer fields.
When we were on tour, I can't remember. We might have been in Grenada. We were at a pub having some drinks, and Ashley Giles came up behind me. And the only reason I knew he was there is because he put his hand on my head, and I've never felt something from a human being that big, and I didn't know who it was. And I turned around, I thought there was maybe a monster behind me or several hands on me.
An octopus.
And it was just Ashley Giles's one giant mitt.
Oh, he was so good in the gully. Big buckets in the gully. We've got two slips at slip and two slips at cover. Edged! Caught! Joe Root's taken a left-handed catch! An absolute screamer! It's gone past him. It was dipping on him. He's taken it one-handed in his left hand. An absolute ripper from Joe Root. There's the catch that makes him the most prolific slip catcher in Test cricket. What's the pause? Are they checking on whether it carried?
They're checking. Both umpires were unsure, and Karen Nair thought it might not have as well. There was a bobble. And I think it's the bobble. They're not sure if the ball's just bounced before him or not.
Looked to me like it's bobbled in his hand and he's grabbed
That's
the
what's
rebound.
happened, but I think they just need to check it quickly. It looked on the replay, it looked fine to me, but they do need to have a look at it just because it was one of those bobbles that could have been just a bounce. And we're having a look now. And
it looks straight in. There's no bobble. It's straight into the fingers. That's an absolute screamer. You will not see a better catch at first slip.
Bobbles afterwards. Have a look. There's a bobble on the end, but yeah, I think that's out. I'd be very surprised if that's not given.
Well, I don't know. There's some sections of the crowd who are booing. I hope I'm not. Jeremy Coney's joined us. I mean, to me, it's out. Jeremy, you as a prolific slip catcher yourself, and a prolific broadcaster, I'm sure will be able to give us a considered,
just the prolific,
unemotional view.
It's more the turning of the hand. I mean, I think he's caught it, but has he turned the hand? I mean, it is a terrific effort.
It's out.
And it's given.
Rightly.
Absolutely rightly. But there was just a suggestion. There's no need to boo, fellas.
No, isn't that Root?
Yeah, it could be Root. Yeah, you're right.
The prolific Root.
But look, it was just a question of the... Once he's held it in the hand just rotate slightly, and whether the ball was touching the ground. That's all they were checking.
And when he turns around, there's a little scoop up, and I think the umpire saw that too. So as his hand comes back around, so he takes the catch there, but just there, it's right in his fingertips. And I think the umpires were completely right, and Karen Nair as well. He wasn't saying he was sure it was dropped. He just wasn't sure what had happened.
It's an excellent catch because he stayed low. He's gone between himself and the keeper, which is a very difficult kind of thing to go to your left. You sort of say to yourself, it's to the right side of the keeper, and the keeper will go that way and get there with bigger gloves and take that in his right hand. And so that's why you're not really looking to go that way. And so that's why it makes it a special little moment for Joe Root. He'll be very pleased with that catch. Not surprised it's come from Stokes, because he's probably the most dangerous bowler that pitches the ball up. And secondly, that it's Karen Naya, was it? I think.
Yeah, it was Karen.
Yeah, who's just plays across the ball slightly. His hands get away. His bat is higher, and his hands then say KL Rahul, which is a lower bat as he prepares to play the ball. So he hasn't got the distance to go or make mistakes with. Secondly, Karen Naya's hands are further away from his body, and so they tend to come across the ball just slightly. Not every time, but he just has to work on that sort of bat path early on when he plays. So this is an important session in the match, guys, isn't it? I mean, if we look at this, if we've got, say, 27 overs, 28 overs left in the 2 hours to go roughly.
We've got 38.
Okay, yes, I know, but you know how many will bowl.
Right.
So that would be at threes, 84 runs.
Shubman Gill on strike, Stokes into him. First ball is full and straight. It might even have been a drivable half volley, actually, but it's defended up to cast.
So, you know, in terms of the match and the story of the match and the narrative, it's, you know, India probably still going to be 210 to 220 runs behind England's total. The second point is really that it depends how many wickets they lose tonight. That's going to sort of see us through what's going to happen in the next day or so.
Can I give you a third point?
You can give me whatever you like, that's fine.
How long before this ball goes soft?
30 overs. Here's Stokes again, bowls full and wide outside the off stump. Gill leaves alone.
30 more overs, like 50?
No, 10 more overs.
10 more overs.
So
it's
right.
about 30.
Yeah.
Both teams have used that as a benchmark.
Right.
So my point being is that if that is true, and I agree with Manus, if that is when it goes, they have to take a wicket in the next 10 overs, and probably 2.
Yeah, they have to break through earlier than later, unless there's some bad batting.
Hang on, but Rishabh Pant couldn't bat this morning when he tried to have a few throwdowns and he couldn't grip the bat. So
I saw him coming back, and I wonder whether that was a good or a bad sign.
Yeah, Stokes in once more, back of a length this time. Gill defends out to cover Ollie Pope fields, but I watched. And it was wincy. First of all, he tried to do a couple of keeping drills and gave up on that very, very quickly. But then he had a couple of throwdowns, could only grip it with the bottom hand. So I'd be rather surprised if he came out full of painkillers and, you know, with an injection in the finger and batted at 5. I mean, I expect he'd probably bat.
I think they could cover that with their batting order. As in, I don't think that's as big a problem for them as it would be for other sides.
Here is Stokes once again, bowls, Gill forward, plays a rock-solid defensive nudge out towards cover, and it's Ollie Pope who does the fielding, and India are 74 for 2. I honestly, I've seen Joe Root drop a few actually over the years. He's spent a lot of time in the slips, but that's catch number 211, puts him top of the list above Rahul Dravid, and what a way to get there. I mean, that was a properly special grab.
It was, because he had to go late. You're always waiting just a bit. You can see the keeper out of your left eye, and you see the keeper if he's not moving, or you're waiting for him actually to move. But it wasn't there, and so he ended up falling and sort of semi-dive, wasn't it? It was more of a fall rather than a dive. And the ball just carried, and he managed to get that left hand underneath it and control it. So really good catch from him.
It felt live, like it was through. Because it was to the left of slip, it just felt like it was through, and suddenly, you know, he did that. And, you know, Jeremy is much more of an expert on this than I am, but diving to your left at first slip is so hard.
And low. Yeah, diving left and low, going low. Here's Jofra Archer back into the attack now. Outside the off stump, left alone by KL Rahul. You know, in the morning, what Jofra Archer, before the start of play, loves nothing more than to bewilder those early spectators by bowling some left arm spin. And he was just bowling a couple of looseners to Shoaib Bashir. He bowled a couple of right arm looseners before he came on for this spell, and then he bowled him a left arm spinner. What's he loosening that
Well,
for?
yeah, that's getting both shoulders working, or maybe I might bowl around the wicket and bowl a few lefties.
He's left arm.
If I can get it, yes, he does a lot of left
There's
armers.
nothing wrong with it. It's good quality.
Yep.
Here is Archer again, and KL Rahul steers it into the gully. Duckett fields. So it's a quite clear play, isn't it, from Ben Stokes? Sorry, just new batsman, Archer. We need a wicket. He's kind of enforcing what you said. They need another one.
I also think they know that Archer had to bowl another spell in this 20 to 30 over period. I don't think there was any way that they couldn't have got away with that. I think you're right. Maybe he came on a little bit earlier because of the wicket. But when it comes down to what's happening here,
they're making him remove something. I think. See, KL Rahul has gone down to chat.
No, his gold chain, is it?
No, I think it was something on his arm. Something on his arm, perhaps the elbow.
Oh.
With the bowling arm.
Yeah.
And I think he had some protective,
I
equipment.
think earlier today he had a white sleeve over his right arm, and he's taken that off, but he still has something else under his arm, and I think that was what was putting off KL Rahul.
Here is Archer, bowls a bouncer, predictably, and KL Rahul ducks underneath it. KL Rahul's not cantankerous, objectionable, argumentative or provocative character, but nonetheless, if I had some kind of, if the medical team had put something on my arm in order to help me manage an injury, and the batsman said, "That's putting me off, take it off," I'd be upset.
Yeah, but you're allowed to ask that.
Dean Jones did it to Curtly Ambrose, didn't he?
Didn't go as well. Well, to be fair, Dean Jones wasn't out, just everyone else on the Australian team.
Ambrose took 5 for 8 or something, didn't he? Oh, that's a bouncer, and it's a quick one, and Rahul is really, really rushed. He didn't actually know whether he kept that one down. He was looking around a bit perplexed. Hit him on the gloves, didn't it?
Yep, the bottom hand. He's a phlegmatic character generally, isn't he? Rahul. He's certainly a technician. He plays correctly, as I say, a slightly lower backlift than, say, Karen Nair is, and he keeps the hands close to the body. Pretty correct.
It was a very, very good bouncer, and there's another one, and it's sway left alone by KL Rahul, who sways out of the way of it.
Personally, I would have just let him have that thing on his arm. It looks like he's bowling a yard quicker since then.
Was it just a bit of sort of tubey grip, just to sort of keep on the...
I think it was the black tape that they put that sometimes players have on their arms. So, we used to have bandages, but now it's more likely to be the tape that you have.
Well, I find that mysterious. I can't imagine that it was really catching his eye, was it really? Pushed away by KL Rahul out towards cover, and there's no run as Ben Stokes comes in to do the fielding. So
you covered Jarrod Kimber. He could see a ladybug fart at 80 metres.
He had
to see it.
A strong sense of peripheral vision.
Would you hear that?
No, he could see the break. He could see the ladybug go faster than it had been before. You know what I mean?
He watches the ball closely.
Yeah, is what I'm saying. And Manners covered him for his whole career. I know at the Oval they used to hate Callis because no matter how much they covered out, Callis would be like, "Do you see that sticker?"
Hello, everybody. 74 for 2 then as Ben Stokes is in, gets one to go past the outside edge of Shubman Gill's bat. What a series Shubman Gill has had. Skipper against skipper. Have we had any word back from Rishabh Pant? Any idea about what's going on there?
No.
It's quite strange not to have had any... Is it BCCI, I suppose, but it is quite strange not to know anything. Continues to monitor. So what does that mean? He's not playing. He's not batting. When did they say that? This morning. So yeah, nothing since the continuing to monitor message. 3 slips in place for Gill as Stokes comes in, and Gill wants to get off the mark. He pushes this to mid-wicket, and it's Woakes running in. Fields. Gill gets off strike and off the mark. India trail by 312. They've lost 2 wickets Karen Nair caught absolutely brilliantly by Joe Root just a few moments ago, diving to his left. You know, it's not really remembered, but that very first Bazball game, which was against New Zealand, can you remember, Jarrod? There were 2 catches taken in the slips, Bairstow with one of them. They were, you know, 2 out of 10. You catch them 2 times out of 10. They were really fantastic chances taken, and it just seemed like it got the Bazball era off to the kind of start that, you know, they got the momentum and they obviously travelled on from there. I mean, taking catches like that, it just gives such a lift to the team. 4 runs though here. Stokes has just strayed a touch in terms of the line. It's actually gone up the hill.
New Zealand got 500 actually, John.
And England won the game.
I know, it doesn't matter. You talked about the catches and started it off well. But
I was going to say, wasn't the first thing they did, Jack Leach concussed himself?
Oh, he did. It was over there,
was
wasn't it? It was just in front of the pavilion.
Do you remember? It was crazy. Did Matt Parkinson play the rest of that test match?
Was it Matt Parkinson?
I was going to say Mason Crane. It was a leg spinner.
It was a leg he came in, that's right.
Rahul was forward and punching this to one of 2 fielders in the covers, Ollie Pope and Zach Crawley.
So the question now is Gill in earlier than he has been so far in the first 2 test matches? Not a lot. We're talking about 3 or 4 overs maximum.
Do you know what, Jeremy? I was going to ask Gary that exact same question earlier on today.
Yeah, just a little earlier, not much. And whether that matters or not, we're going to have to wait and see. He's already got a very good, solid defensive stroke and forward defence in. He's not facing at the moment, though.
So just a little bit more lift. And Rahul defending. Just seems a touch surprise. Doesn't take the hand off the bat. But 79 for 2. 23 overs in. I was listening to you guys talk about, you know, when is this ball going to get soft or out of shape or whatever, and you know, it has been spoken about quite a lot in the build-up. Rishabh Pant was asked about it.
Maybe the cows aren't fit.
What was that? It was the COVID year, wasn't it?
That was with the original excuse, yeah.
Stokes again. Oh, outswing. Or was that from the seam? Either way, it's beaten Rahul, who comes forward and defends, but maybe just a fraction too short. Oh, he actually plays inside the line.
Well inside the line, yeah. Often people will say, yeah, he's beaten there clearly, but no. He's pulled the bat more closer to his pad, if you can get it any closer, and passed through quite harmlessly outside the outside edge, so into the over. And that means now that Gill is going to have to confront Archer. And let's just see how he goes. This is a new kind of challenge that he's going to confront right here. He's just off the mark.
I'm going to have to take you up on something, Jeremy.
What?
New Zealand did not score 500.
Again, no, I was thinking Trent Bridge match.
Yeah.
I was thinking Trent Bridge.
132.
I thought that was the first test.
No, it's the second test.
Yeah.
132. And it was Bairstow with a blinder at 3rd slip, according to Cricinfo. New Zealand bowled out for 132. England didn't fare that much better. They bowled out for 141. Archer continuing from the pavilion end. There's a little bit of additional lift and bounce, but Gill just lets this one go through.
I know. I do remember that match. It was where Root got home in the second innings, and the lights were on, and it was murky and so on, and they got home very easily actually, and won it, and deservedly so. England. I wonder how long if Gill lets those go just outside off stump for Archer before he does deliver a short ball at him, so that he just makes him a little bit more uncertain about that confidence.
Shorter delivery, Archer just dragging his length back a touch, and Shubman Gill with his back to us, but you could almost see his eyes light up. There's a huge gap at mid-wicket, and just for a second he thought he was going to take this on, and the ball just got a little bit big. Wasn't quite as straight as he thought, and at the last minute he just dropped the bat and let it go through.
The thing for Archer is can he after unsettling him, if that's possible, and get a short one in, so he's looking for both.
Archer again, this time Shubman Gill, who's trying to come forward, hurried a touch.
I agree.
He just pushes us down to the offside.
Doesn't quite look, it's sort of half forward and half back, isn't it? It's caught in between. If he can just get him to pull his hands away from his body a little bit and maybe find an edge to a fullish ball. Once he's unsettled him and he doesn't know where the feet are going quite so easily and comfortably as he has in the past, Duckett goes across and takes up the leg slip, which is a wee bit wide. I think he needs to go slightly finer.
We've seen a ball go through keeper and leg slip earlier today. It was Karen Meyer. I don't think that was that from Archer? Yes, it was from Archer, who's back in again, and this time Shubman Gill does get behind the line of the ball and almost crab-like defends. Yeah, he takes a little trigger movement towards the off stump and turns and has a little stroll towards square leg. Just feels like we've got another important little spell here in this test match, which is still quite difficult to call, which is what you want.
Yeah, well, that's what I was talking about before. Overall, I think they should be, around, if it's 3 runs and over, which is what's been scored so far in the match, they'll be about 210 behind.
Does take on the short ball this time, does Gill, and he'll take a single down to long leg.
It's all about the wickets, and one has just been taken already. That's the root catch.
What I will say, Jeremy, is the 2 wickets that have fallen have come from 2 bits of exceptional work. Jofra Archer with the first, the ball that pitched outside leg, seam took the outside edge and it was snaffled in the slip corner. Exceptional from Archer. And then a catch from Joe Root, which was exceptional. This pitch hasn't given up wickets in clusters, has it? And it doesn't seem to be the kind of pitch where...
Well, Bumrah this morning was the only time, wasn't it, with three very quickly.
Yeah, you're always susceptible. Certainly first ball as Hall is beaten past the outside edge. Yeah, but Bumrah is an exceptional bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is, and he was at his best really this morning, especially with the first dismissal of Stokes. I think round the wicket, pitching it just outside and then seaming it back in, and Ben Stokes didn't do a lot wrong, played the initial line, and it hit the top of off as well, and Stokes just sort of shook his head slightly and walked away, which is, you can't do much more than that. That ball would have got most left-handers, I think.
I agree.
Now it's a question of, can they get through this partnership? These are the 2, I think, who are the most solid in terms of a defence to get past, to get through. Can they get through one of these 2 and then perhaps open an end up for themselves? Those are the questions that they have to solve. Stokes looks as if he's into a good spell here. Who thought he was going to be bowling today when we saw him yesterday, and thought he had a sort of a groin injury as he was walking long 2s, wasn't he, really, yesterday? But he's arrived today and he looks as if nothing's happened to him at all.
Yeah, 5 overs this spell, 1 for 16, and the start of his 6th over, Stokes is in with 3 slips in place, and he's bowling to Shubman Gill. We haven't had that answer, have we? Need to find out from Gary Morgan. What scores has Shubman Gill walked to the crease? I mean, I suppose I could actually just look through my book. In fact, I'll just do that, shall I? As Jerry moves seat.
Yeah, I like a higher perch.
92 for 2.
Yeah, what over? Do you know what over? Just as a matter of interest?
Tell you.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you. I could tell you the score, so we could probably guess. It would have probably been about the 20 over mark, you'd think. And then 82 for 2 in second innings. He was out very early on day 5, wasn't he, at Leeds? Yes, it was Leeds, the first one, wasn't it?
He was out for 8. That's just played into the covers by Rahul, and he was out for 8 in the second innings, wasn't he? For Headingley leads. Cast got him out.
Inside edge.
Inside edge onto, and that's the only one that I've felt you could try again from running a little bit wider, angling the ball in towards his off stump, and see if he tries to run that again. I don't think he would try with the 3 slips.
And they did try that for quite some time at Edgbaston as well.
But the rest have been hooks. There was a hook when he was on 269.
Yep. Stokes again, defended again. Actually,
but I don't. Does that mean he's weak on the hook? I don't think that means that at all.
Hook. It was a pickup. He flicked Shoaib Bashir, didn't he?
Oh no, that was the first innings. That was when he was on 140.
Yeah. His 260 first innings, he just picked out Ollie Pope at cover. I think it was just a. But he had 267. 95 for 2. He walked to the crease at Edgbaston in first innings, and.
Yeah, I looked that up. That was the 24th and the 23rd over in that second test.
And 96 for 2 in second innings. Yeah. So all 4, he's come to the crease probably after the 20 over
They've
stage.
just held on long enough.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. Pitched up and driven to mid-off. Sometimes that's all you have to do.
Exactly what you do to protect your main run scorer.
This is one of the reasons why Joe Root wanted to stay at 4, not come in at 3. But you know, you take the first 20 overs out of the game. The top 3, and then your best bat comes to the crease after over number 20 with nearly 100 runs on the board, and things are a bit easier.
Well, that's what I said about the Root as well. He was in the 3rd over and the 5th over in that second test match.
Which is exactly when, if you're the opposition, you want to be bowling to the opposition's best batter. Oh, he's forward again and defended. Holds the pose for 1, 2, maybe. He's still holding the pose. He's probably held that pose for 5 seconds. Did Shubman Gill. And he's got a big smile on his face, and Ben Stokes has a word. Smiling now. He wasn't smiling earlier, was he? Shubman Gill, when he was very hot under the collar. How close was this ball to the pads? Not very.
No,
is the answer.
He always leaves a gap. That's where often the strength is. He gets right beside that pad, and that's the basis of his game, the forward defence.
Gill knows where Stokes is aiming at, and he goes again, and he holds the pose again. Not quite as long. That's a good little bit of back and forth between the two captains. All good-natured stuff. This series has been played in pretty good spirits so far. Seen some really ugly stuff. Can you remember that incident involving Ravindra Jadeja and Jimmy Anderson here at Lord's, when India actually, well, the BCCI put in an official complaint about Jimmy. And there was some unsavoury scenes as the teams went off the field and then walked into the pavilion. India very unhappy with some of the things that had been said on field, and then continued. MS Dhoni got involved, and it was all a bit ugly. And then there was it Ashish Nehra? No, was it Ashish Nehra? There was Jelly Bean Gate, when one of the Indian batters got very angry because I think Matt Pryor was involved in that one, and they scattered a couple of jelly beans on the crease, because there'd been this talk about the saliva being used to administer onto the ball. So that must have been about 2011. The Jadeja one would have been about 2014, I guess. We had the incident involving Ian Bell. That went the other way, actually. That was when Ian Bell was run out. He thought the ball had gone over the boundary and started walking off. Stuart Binney, I think it was, hopped over the boundary. Actually, the ball had stayed in, hopped back in, threw the ball in. They run Ian Bell out for 150 odd. As Woakes replacing Jofra Archer at the pavilion end, and he starts with a Yorker, which is dug out by KL Rahul, who's 25 not out, and again providing the kind of innings at the top of the order that his captain will absolutely love. He's eating up deliveries, taking tension out the game, he's seeing off the new ball, he's forcing Woakes and Archer and the bowling team, to go into their second and third spells. Archer was a 2-over spell, 1 maiden. Yeah, maybe he's going to come round this end.
That's interesting.
I think Stokes might be done. There's Rahul this time. Props forward and pushes this out to point for a single. He moves to 26.
Yeah, unless he is coming from this end, which we've always just favoured in terms of the bounce a little bit. So we'll see. That's the end, of course, that Bumrah got his wickets from this morning. And whether Archer is being changed, we'll just have to wait and see. But I would have thought, while Gill is not settled into his innings, I would have thought you'd have liked Archer to have a little bit more of a crack at him.
Oh, I think Archer's going to continue. Yeah, this is the end. If he bowls from the media centre end or the nursery end that Jasprit Bumrah took those wickets earlier today from. We're just going to have a little bit of a hold up just for a change. I mean, only have to bowl 33 overs in the next hour and 27, guys. There's no reason to get on with things. A helmet's been brought onto the field.
Looks like the keeper is Smith's going to stand up to Woakes.
The ultimate insult.
Well, yeah. Some bowlers like of the pace of Woakes, even Woakes' pace, which is a kind of in the low 80s, would you say? Perhaps 84, maybe. I don't know whether it's, you know, it's somewhere around between 80 and 84.
I tell you, sorry, Jeremy.
No, I was just going to say to stand up, put the pressure on Gill so he can't wander around his crease too much.
Yeah, makes sense. This is clipped past mid-wicket, but it's interesting, isn't it? Because we've seen Ben Foakes stand up behind the stumps against faster bowlers, and he's done so as a deputy, as you'd imagine. But Jamie Smith doesn't have that much experience. I wonder how often he stood up behind the stumps in any cricket against pace. I can't believe it would have happened that often.
I think he did in one of the test matches. Was it Edgbaston, maybe?
He stood up behind the stumps?
Yes,
too?
he did. Yeah, I think he did.
Must have been off comms duty.
But
for that one.
Yeah, well, he doesn't keep for Surrey, really, does he?
Well, that's what I mean. It's.
Yeah.
I wonder how often he's been in that position. There's Rahul, thick outside edge, but it runs along the ground and past second slip. Brook racing away, turns and throws the ball back. 2 runs added to the score, and we've seen this field that we saw before the tea break with catching mid-wicket and cover fielders. There's a squarer cover fielder, and they're mid-on and mid-off. And actually, there's a mid-wicket as well. There's a symmetry to this field. If you take those 2 slips out and show Bashir that long leg. Woakes continuing, a bit wider of the crease, angling in on off stump, but it's touch over pitched, and this is lazily clipped through mid-wicket and away to the boundary. All timing, in control. 84 miles an hour, you're right there, Jeremy.
Yeah, just
KL Rahul moves to 32.
Misses his length, Woakes, doesn't he? He just gets it a bit full, and Rahul's just lent on that, and it's run away down the hill here at Lord's. Hard to catch those ones up.
Yep, using the slope to his advantage is KL Rahul. What a cricketer he is, what a story he's had as well. Up and down the order, he's kept wicket, he's open, he's come in at 3. He must have come in at nearly every position in the top 6. It's Woakes again, fires this in on the pads. I say fires, he's not bowling a particularly fiery spell, and Jamie Smith runs down to the boundary at fine leg, because Jofra Archer, it wasn't Shoaib Bashir, long leg can't get round to cut this off. Another couple of runs to the score. It came off the pad, I think. And oh, actually no, he glanced it fine. So the score moves on. 90 for 2. KL Rahul 34. And Shubman Gill 3. Where did he? It was the first test that KL Rahul scored his century, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. In the second innings.
Yep.
Second innings.
137, 247 deliveries, 18 fours in there as Jeremy makes his way from the commentary box. It's going to be Harmy about to come in. And just a little hush has descended here at Lord's. All the excitement. I mean, if you're ever going to break the record for the most amount of catches taken in Test cricket, you want it to be an absolute stunning grab, and that's exactly what happened. Joe Root diving to his left. Harry Nye done a lot of the hard work, dismissed, or he did a lot of hard work, 40 from 62 deliveries. He's had a couple of starts now, has Naya. He'll be frustrated. Actually, thinking about it, he was dismissed to an absolute worldie in his first innings back, wasn't he, by Ollie Pope at extra cover. So how's your luck? Archer is continuing, and this may well be... No, it'll be cut off, actually. It doesn't go quite as fine, but clipped away for another couple. Shubman Gill moves to 5.
Yeah, it was a wide half volley, wasn't it? And
yeah.
He dived full stretch and took a good catch off Ben Stokes, I think it was.
Well, they're both, so 2 good catches off the captain. That's what
him, yeah.
Trying to impress.
Yeah, if you can't score the runs that you want, make sure that you do the other stuff well, take the catches. Person that does both very, very well, scores runs and takes the catches, is Joe Root, and that was an unbelievable catch.
Archer again is pitched up and driven, tumbling stop at mid-wicket. Smith has stood up to the stumps for 36 deliveries this series. And Gill against Archer, or Archer against Gill, in all cricket, 5 times out in 10 innings from 65 deliveries. I guess a few of those would have come in the IPL.
ODI series.
Maybe that 2-day pink ball test, which still gives me nightmares from 2021.
We were talking about it before. It's a good job you weren't in the room.
Blimey, yeah, you would have lost me there. Archer in again, and just straying on the pad again. Comfortable single to square leg, 86 miles an hour. And, you know, for all of the excitement about that first over wicket, you know, to see the snaps back, the speeds reached, the lateral movement, the seam. You know, the other probably more important aspect to Jofra Archer's return is how is the body going to hold up as the ball gets a bit older, he comes back for his second and third spells. You know, what's going to occur then? We just don't know, do we? Here he is again, Jofra Archer with 2 slips in place. That leg slip's still there. It's a leg gully, really. And regulation gully is a touch wider. There's point. This is left alone by KL Rahul. There's that long leg, a man on the boundary at deep square. And who is that? Is that Bryden Cast there? Just doing a few stretches at mid-on. And Chris Woakes at mid-off. So I imagine we're going to see a bit of Bryden Cast. How many overs do you think Archer will have here? 3 maybe?
2, 3 more, yeah.
Here is Archer again. Good length delivery, which has KL Rahul just playing defensively on his toes. So we're hitting about 85, 86 miles an hour. We saw one from Archer earlier today, 93. His first over was fast.
A good bouncer as well.
Very good bouncer, yeah. There's a couple of very good bouncers as well. That's one of the things that's facing Jofra Archer. You know, you very often know as a batter, don't you, because of the field or the bowler, when the short stuff's coming, but that's one of his absolute skills. Don't know when it's coming. Here is Archer, and it's down the leg side. He's not quite got the line in this over quite right, and Rahul sees it through. End of the over, 93 for 2 India. Yeah,
he's fallen down the hill, that's all he's doing. So his left side's because of gravity, basically. When he lands, his left side is going early, and because the left side's going early, he's just pushing it back up the hill. So there's a couple of things happen there. One, you lose pace, so you'll bowl, instead of bowling 90 or 88 mile an hour, you'll probably bowl 84, 85. So we've seen that. And 2, it'll get pushed down leg side. I think he is struggling a little bit to take the ball away from the right-handed batter. I don't think he's been trying to take the ball away from the right-handed batter, but what it does from the nursery ground end, it gives you that chance to just shape it gently because of the way the slope goes. But in that over, as Jofra's getting tired, and he will be, he hasn't played a great deal of cricket. He's just losing his left-hand side.
Maybe a lot of adrenaline as well. He would have used up a lot of adrenaline in that
start
first
wearing
spell.
off, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But also, as you say, that's his first over from the nursery ground end. So we'll see how he modifies. Woakes continuing with James Smith behind the stumps. and it's pushed to Ollie Pope. Forward a point. Shubman Gill sets off for a couple of steps, but is sent back by KR Hall.
I wouldn't have brought him on from this end. I wouldn't. I would have kept him from the nurse. And it's a hard one. It really is a hard one. But I think from a technical point of view, and I know he's done a lot of work, but bowling at the nursery ground end when you're tired and you're losing that left side is very, very difficult to hold your action.
2 slips in place for Gill, just deftly guides this ball down into the ground as a chase for Root. Not going to chase this down though. 4 runs to the bat of Shubman Gill. In control of this shot. Kind of come forward, but comfortably played by Gill, who moves into double figures. England would dearly love to get rid of Gill. Find out what's going on with Rishabh Pant. Can India get through to stumps and give Pant another day just to get him through to tomorrow and see where he is, because we don't know how fit he is after picking up that blow to the fingers yesterday. He didn't keep wicket. We haven't seen him today.
No, but that's not, from India's point of view, that's not a bad thing, because if you think that the finger's all right, I'd let Jarrod keep wicket for the rest of the Test match and just have Rishabh Pant. The only time he exerts himself is when he's actually going to do something which is going to be influential in the game, which is bat.
Yeah, he has been influential so far as Woakes continues, and this is defended by Shubman Gill back up the track. Dale Rankin says law of averages suggests that Gill should fail this innings, but he did fail in second innings at Headingley. I do live my life by law of averages, Harmy. I felt like that when Jamie Smith walked to the crease. Thought law of averages suggests he can't score runs again today. And maybe if the catch had been taken, he wouldn't have done. Well, he definitely wouldn't have done, so the catch would have been taken. Woakes is in, pitched up and driven to mid-on. Tough wicket for run scoring, says Dale. I think you're right.
It is, but it suits Gill's game, because he's not... Gill doesn't need ball coming onto the bat. He's not somebody... He's a touch player. And a touch player can play on these slower surfaces. The only thing that a touch player needs to worry about on these slower surfaces is their balance, and they make sure they're in their heads in the right place and not falling over. LBW and Nick.
Here comes Woakes again. It's on the pads and it's clipped between the 2 mid-wicket fielders. But the squarer of the 2 gets a hand to this. I think Bashir probably would have cut it off anyway at mid-off. Either way, another run added to the score, and Jamie Smith starts to move back to a more traditional position for a wicket-keeper, with KR Hall on strike, and at the other end, Shubman Gill just leaning on his bat. Pressure? What pressure?
No pressure whatsoever. No.
1.5 billion people watching and hoping I perform again at Lord's.
No pressure.
I worry about that when I'm facing up as Rahul. Again, defends this delivery from Woakes. And that's the end of the over. Are we going to have drinks?
Yeah, looks like it.
98 for 2 then, with India trailing by 289. England earlier today bowled out for not 407. I've got my
387.
387. I've got my scorebook open at Edgbaston. 50s for Smith and Carse, propelling England up to a decent score. I mean, where are we with that first innings score? I wasn't sure. We spoke about this. Where are we with that first innings score?
Yeah, I think it's an in-game score. It's a workmanlike score. It's a score which I think not going to win England the Test match. And I think it's going to, if this was at Headingley, you'd think there are 100 or 50 or 100 runs short. Edgbaston, not quite that many, but you would have said 450 would have been a score you'd want on that in the first innings. Here, yeah, I think that's an in-game score. It's not a bad score when it comes to, but I keep coming back to the point I made right at the very start of the innings. England can't afford India at about 100 overs, because I think that's what it's going to take India to get up to 387. But the ramifications of England fielding for 100 overs would be the amount of mileage that Jofra Archer's done. How many overs are we getting Ben Stokes to bowl? First initial impressions of Chris Woakes so far after 8 overs, we haven't seen an upturn in his form. And we haven't seen Shoaib Bashir bowl yet, who hasn't bowled great so far in this series. For me, apart from that first innings at Headingley, where I thought he did the containing and the holding job very, very well. So England, if they want to win this Test match, you know, they need to take a few risks to try and get India in a position where they're only batting for, you know, between 70 and 80 overs. And so far, India are just hurting England by just spending some time out there, time in the middle. The game will then go deeper, and then England's bowling attack and energy levels, have they got them to take this game into another 5th day of the Test match to get themselves in a position to win the game?
Are the umpires looking at the ball?
I hope so, because it's not done anything and it's not moving.
28 overs old. This is about the time it does stop doing anything. And look, this is kind of perfect for India. Yeah, of course they would have loved to have still had Karun Nair at the crease, but they have set their game plan has been quite evident right from the start. They will take as long as it takes to score their runs, right? Unless they're setting up a declaration like in the second innings at Edgbaston, and even then, for the vast majority of their innings, they were just taking as much time as it took. They just are facing every delivery on its merits, unless Rishabh Pant's in there, and they are just batting time. They're taking time out of the game. They're putting pressure on England. They're putting more miles in the legs, and they just want to just bat. They're not even thinking of anything other than just staying out there and scoring runs. And look, if they're still batting in a day's time, they'll just carry on going if they can.
Yeah, there's a great man on our screens at this moment in time in Sir Andrew Strauss, and today they're celebrating the Red for Ruth Day, and you go back to his time, bumping into Sir Alistair Cook in the corridor. And they've got, when you look at Strauss's team all them years ago, you wouldn't exactly come out the Harris Gardens or the Verve Clicquot tent to watch Strauss, Cook and Trott bat, would you? But once them three went and they completely demoralised the bowlers, all of a sudden Belly just elevated the scoring rate, and then you had the brilliance of KP. Then you had Pryor coming down that little bit further with Collingwood, and then Swanee and Brodie hitting the ball. They've got natural fast forwards of the game, from Pant to Jadeja to Reddy, and we've seen with when they were going fast forward and the way Sundar batted, all of a sudden, if England, like I said before, goes back to the point I was making, if England can be kept in the dirt for 2 wickets down for like 65 overs, they'll fast forward this game because of the players that are coming in.
£300,000 raised for the Red for Ruth today.
Amazing.
That's incredible. Let's find out the number, because you can donate from overseas. So I don't know, Scott, if you can find us a number, we can mention that on air. Jofra Archer, though, at the top of his mark, and he's going to continue here at Lord's. He's in, and he's bowling to Shubman Gill, targeting the pads. It's pitched up and driven, no great timing, to Bryden Carse at mid-on. That was an important innings from him earlier today. 56, he was the last man out. That's his first half century in Test cricket. It won't be his last, you'd imagine. He unfurled a couple of glorious shots in there. In fact, it was only when he had Shoaib Bashir at the other end he started batting like a tailender.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he started trying to hit it out of St John's Wood.
Archer again, short delivery, and Shubman Gill shapes to play and then decides not to, and it's actually too high anyway. 2 sails over his head and through to the keeper, no run.
Having played golf a few times now with Bryden, it's a bit like when he gets on the tee box. When he gets on the tee box and he tries to hit the skin off the ball, it literally goes everywhere. But then when he slows it down to a blur and he's nice and controlled, it goes a long way and it goes straight. And that's where this afternoon he just got into a little bit hitting it too hard mode.
Archer again, and with a cross bat, Shubman Gill just tries to push this past Zach Crawley, who's stationed just front of point. No run, 98 for 2. Yeah, I'm not sure there's a... I mean, these images are being screened overseas with the Red for Ruth. 98 for 2 then. KL Rahul 34 not out, and Shubman Gill 11 and facing. Bat raised, that little movement towards the off stump, and this is nicely played up to Cass again for a dot ball. Did we ascertain whether, because Bumble's son was out in the field again, wasn't he?
Yeah, Bumble's son came out with a towel and some drinks for the umpires. Chris Woakes went over and had a chat, whether he was just asking the umpires politely, as he would, but about the ball.
Here comes Archer again, very close to the wicket. And this is defended by Gill, who holds the pose. Head to the RuthStraussFoundation.com if you feel you'd like to contribute. A few empty seats here now at Lord's. There's always a few thousand out in the nursery gardens. A few over in the Harris as well. As we push towards 5:30 at the end of it's been a sultry day. There's been some exciting moments. Yesterday was a little bit torturous at times. Archer in, and this is pitched up, and it's a touch wide, and Shubman Gill kind of half drives, and the ball comes off the inside edge of the bat, goes in front of the wicket, fielded at mid-on, and that's the end of over number 29. And I just wonder how many more we're going to see from Jofra. I think might be Bryden called into the attack.
That would be enough for me. That would be enough. You talk about spells and predetermined plans that Ben says he didn't have, he wasn't going to have coming into it. I think the management of Jofra Archer would be get him to his 4th over, see how he's going. Is there any point, any worth carrying on? And if there is, carry on for one more. If not, take him off. So for me, I'd take him off. I'd have a look at Shoaib Bashir now. I really would. I would have a look at Shoaib Bashir. I'd see if there was any sort of turn. See if I could get any movement from the slope. I probably want him to bowl from the pavilion end, but I'd want to get him into the attack this quickly. So I think I'd take whatever I can, and I think the end that's obvious is now from Jofra's end.
Here comes Chris Woakes, start of his 9th over, and KL Rahul is going to take certainly one here, and comes back for a second as well, as he just wristily slaps this, or places this to the right of Harry Brook at a wide second slip, and comes back for 2. 100 up for India. There's some light applause here. It was quite an atmosphere on day 5, by the way. I was listening to our coverage. Melinda Farrell was in for me, and it sounded like a right old good atmosphere.
It was a great atmosphere, and I think it helped for us because we were outside. We got the most of it because we were outside. We were in the game, we were in the atmosphere.
Here's Woakes again, and KL Rahul, with all the time in the world, just leans forward and pushes this out into the covers. No run. 36 from 73 deliveries. Woakes yet to pick up a wicket, and that last ball at 80 miles an hour. Jofra Archer's bowled the most overs out of all the 4 that bowlers that Ben Stokes has utilised today. 9 overs, 1 for 20. Stokes himself has bowled 6 overs, as has Bryden Cass, and this is the 9th over bowled by Chris Woakes, who's still looking for his first wicket, and again pushed out to the covers. No run from KL Rahul, and you imagine that we will see a bit of Shoaib Bashir at some point.
Yeah, I think I'd have him
soon.
Yeah, I think I'd have him now. I think I'd go now. Just looking at it now, Shoaib Bashir's having a bit of a warm-up. I'm just looking at Ben Stokes and his body language. He's just giving a sign to Jofra, and whether he's giving the short ball sign to Jofra and asking him whether possibly one more and go bouncer.
Again, targeting off stump. A little bit of nimble footwork there as the ball comes back to the bowler, and he flicks it up, cushions it. Jimmy Anderson used to do that a fair amount, and kind of steers it to Harry Brook. And yeah, Shoaib Bashir's just doing a little bit of a stretch.
He is, but Jofra's just given Ben the thumbs up. So we might have an over of bouncers before Shoaib Bashir gets the ball. So it might be a little bit softer by Shoaib getting it.
Woakes again down the leg side, and it's spilled by Smith, and Shubman Gill is very alert because K.R. Hall's ball watching, and he calls his partner through for, is that a bye?
Yep.
Yep,
bye.
so one more run. 101 for 2, one ball left of the 30th over. And Shubman Gill set to face. A little change in the field. It's Jamie Smith goes back up behind the stumps. Joe Root stays where he is. He's just broken the record for the most amount of catches taking in international cricket. He's gone past Raul Dravid. Is that 211 catches now from him?
Yep, 211 now.
For Root, what a catch to go past the record, by the way. Take the record as Gill defends back to the bowler. No run. And what are we going to have here? Well, Jofra Archer is slowly making his way back. What's going on here? Joe Root's gone over just to take his cap, has he?
Come to get his cap, saves the energy of the bowler. Marcus Trescothick, Andrew Strauss, Paul Collingwood would do that during my time. They'd run over just to stretch their legs a little bit more, come over, take the bowler's cap and the jumper, if they did have a jumper, pass it to the umpire as they were going past. And Ben Stokes has now completely changed tact here. Ollie Pope's gone into short leg, 6 men on the leg side, what it looks like. And Jofra Archer, one last big effort. 9 overs, 1 for 20. He's been asked one more big effort by the England captain. And I don't think the ball is going to be in the Indian batter's half too many times across this next 6 deliveries.
No, you called it, not for the first time, Harmy. You've got it absolutely spot on. It's a field that is set for short-pitched bowling. There's a short leg, a square leg and a deep square leg. There's a fine leg. There's a fielder halfway to the boundary, kind of short long leg, and Jofra Archer about to bowl short, and he does, and K.R. Hall just ducks.
Yeah, I like this tactic. I'd rather Jofra didn't do it, but I mean, needs must at this minute in time. If you're going to have one more over, have it doing something different to what you've been doing. You know, I think from this end, I don't think from this end he's been as effective as he was from the pavilion end, from the nursery end. So
he looks a little tired.
Yeah, but I think he's just falling down the hill. That's all he's doing. You know, that's all he's doing. It's a little technical thing, that not holding his left side up because of gravity. He's just fallen off a little bit. So bowling a bouncer makes you hold that left side up.
Here he comes again. Rahul takes on the hook. Helps it round the corner. It's quite easy. I don't know. It's probably about 88 miles an hour, so kind of paddles this delivery. Yeah, 88 miles an hour.
Stand-up sweep, wasn't it? Just round the corner, didn't try to hit it too hard.
Rolls his wrists over it. Almost a languid hook shot from Rahul. Seems to be seeing the ball nicely, as he has done throughout his innings. I don't think there would be many people who would have thought he would have been such a key part of this India side as an opener. Not even a year ago.
No, but he's shown his experience, his calmness, technical ability batting in England, because he doesn't chase the ball too much. He plays out in front of himself a little bit, but he doesn't play out in front of himself, out the parameter of his body. It's actually in front of himself, as in, you know, defending it with square shoulders back down the ground, as opposed to, you know, from side on and pushing it away from his body.
102 for 2 as Archer continues, and it's not quite as short. It's on the pad of Gill. Smith, of course, is in behind the stumps, and it's clipped to one of the 6 leg side fielders. Pope, I think, the closest to the batter. There's a mid-wicket as well as those other fielders that I mentioned, and there's 3 on the offside with extra cover, backward point, and is that Root back on the boundary at third? Short again, and Gill just squats and lets it go through.
Yeah, why would you? If you're Shubman Gill, you know it's not a panic from Ben Stokes, far from it. It's the last roll of the dice of a spell of Jofra Archer's 5. He's got 2 balls left. Don't give him any energy and encouragement by flapping at one and playing a wafting shot. If you can get through these next 2 balls with no damage, you let Jofra go down to fine leg and you get on with a game of cricket which is a little bit easier.
Archer again. or
just do that.
You do exactly what Harmy said you wouldn't do. Step away from the crease and try and thread the ball through the 2 offside fielders, only one in front of the batter, and cloth it to extra cover.
I was looking down there. I thought somebody had stood up in front of the side screen. I thought you had backed off. I thought that was it. Well, Jofra's going to have to go through this again, and he doesn't need to. I mean, that was, well, it wasn't silly. It is a modern game, isn't it?
Ooh, short again by Archer. Gill takes it on. It's a kind of punch-pull. And I don't think that Shubman Gill quite got over this. And it's kind of looped up and between 2 of those fielders at square leg. One in front and one behind, and away for a single.
And this is what I mean. If you've got, Jofra's got 2 left, just get underneath them, because what's going to happen here is Ben Stokes is going to stand there and go, oh, I'm going to have to do something I didn't really want to do, which is, Joff, there's any chance you can bowl 1 more? Instead of me bringing you on at 6:20, I'm going to bowl you 2 now, and then I'll send you off for the rest of the day. So, look, Ben Stokes has got a decision to make now, and that decision possibly could be sent to Jofra. Instead of you going down to fine leg and stiffening up a little bit and me bringing you back on at 6:20, do you reckon you've got 12 more in you and I don't bowl you for the rest of the day? And I get through that 12 overs at the end of the day, which it'll look like England will have bowled, 42, 43, maybe it's more. You're just given, by Gill playing the way he's just done there, he's given encouragement to Jofra Archer and to the England bowlers that plan is going to work.
Well, it's Woakes continuing now, and it's turned away by Gill on the onside, up to Ben Duckett, 103 for 2. And over as the ball has now reached that I was going to say saturation point, but that's not the right word. Soggy point. Well, it's gone soft. It's reached its soft point. It's lost its hardness into the 30th over, 32nd over, as Woakes is in again. Driven down the ground, lovely shot, super shot from Gill, over pitch from Woakes. I say over pitch, he might well have been bowling that length on purpose, but it is driven straight back past his own feet and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it's a wonderful shot from Shubman Gill, a shot that he's played oh so well in this series so far. Yeah, the ball's gone a little bit softer now because that's just come straight out of the middle of the MRF. Bit of wood in Shubman Gill's hand, and that is a beautiful shot. It really is. There's not a better shot in the book. When you hit a ball straight like that, past the stumps, just on the outside, fantastic execution.
Outside the off stump now, Gill leaves alone. There's an ooh and an ah from Zach Crawley at short mid-off. You realise the statistical milestone of that boundary, Harmy?
Whatever it is with Shubman, it'll be big.
He's gone past 600 for the series.
600 for the series. Not even halfway through yet. As a bowler, you're just going, get an injury, please.
There is talk about, Bradman's 970. Here is Woakes again to the crease now, and Gill is forward, guides that one out to extra cover. He just, I suppose, and this rarefied atmosphere that he finds himself in, you just need to, I suppose, somehow, the biggest problem is remaining grounded and remembering that he had a lot of low scores in his 30 test matches before this series.
It's also cash in, isn't it? It's cash in. You know you've got to cash in, because it's not going to be as easy as this all the time. Making sure you make it count.
Woakes again to Gill, and there's oohs and ahs because it hit the inside half of the bat rather than the middle, and trickles out on the onside. 107 for 2 in reply to England's 387. Well, another wicket with, and then it depends on whether Rishabh Pant comes into bat. But I still think right now another wicket gives the day to England. At the moment, it's quite hard to call.
Yeah, it's 50-50 at the minute. I even think another wicket, it's 50-50.
Here is Woakes, and that's pushed away defensively. I think if another wicket falls, Harmy, before the close of play, and Rishabh Pant doesn't walk out to bat, then I'm shading it in England.
In England, yeah, I get that. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point, well made. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and then you're thinking that Rishabh Pant won't have the same explosive effect on the series that he has done.
Yeah, right. It's Shoaib Bashir time. Talk us through the plan.
Well,
describe the field. Tell us what he's going to be trying to do.
Well, he was going to bowl the over before Ben, but I thought Ben was going to, once Jofra had done 4, that was him done. And then Ben signalled to Jofra the short ball stuff, and I just wondered if Ben might have said to Jofra, have one more, and then that's you done for the rest of the day. But I think Ben's obviously he wants to get Shoaib Bashir into the game, wants to see if he can get the ball to turn. I thought you might have bowled him from the pavilion end, just to get the ball to run down the hill. If there's not so much turn there, and help the ball turn down, help the ball from a movement point of view, off the straight, going down the hill. He's now going to have to try and turn the ball up the hill. If he gets it too wide, his natural lines and lengths are a little bit too wide, and if it just drifts down the slope, it might not be as effective. But he's going to bowl from a nursery end. He's got a leg slip, mid-wicket catching, mid on him enough, a deep square leg, extra cover.
Bashir's first delivery is whipped away. It's a good line, good length, and straight to short mid-wicket, fielded by Captain Stokes.
He needs to get the ball up there. He needs to get the ball a bit fuller, because he has done. India played him off the front foot in the first innings at Headingley, and he was effective in that.
Bashir in again, Rahul forward, playing defensively.
That's better. If he can get the ball up, under the eye line of the India batters. I thought from the first innings onwards, India have played Bashir more off the back foot. He's bowled a bit shorter, he's bowled a bit flatter and a bit quicker, and I think he's been easily milked.
Bashir in again, and clipped away out on the onside to mid-wicket, fielded by Stokes, 107 for 2. Shubman Gill is 601 and going strong. That's his series runs. I say it again, 601. He's 16 not out in this innings. India 107 for 2. Here's Bashir down the leg side, and it spins, hits the pad, and is caught at leg slip by Ollie Pope, sorry, beg your pardon. Harry Brook is at orthodox slip. Can't see where Joe Root is at the moment. I think he might be, that's Zach Crawley sweeping. Here's Bashir again, quicker one. Lots of changes of pace, lots of variations from Shoaib Bashir. Some say perhaps, well, some ask perhaps too many variations. Maybe more concentration on the stock ball, trying too hard to confuse the batsman, and sometimes perhaps confuses himself. Here he is once more. That's a stock ball, spinning from off to middle, which is what his field demands from him, and it's clipped to Ben Stokes at mid-wicket. Well, very tidy first over from Shoaib Bashir, very tidy, 107 for 2. It's not going to be a great deal of spin on the second day, even though it is very hot, and there are some quite significant rough areas. The bowler's footmarks outside the right-hander's leg stumps at both ends are quite significant, quite pronounced now. They will provide some assistance. Jeremy Coney's providing assistance in the commentary box now.
Thank you, Manners. Yes, look, I would like to see Shoaib Bashir. We all have ideas about him, of course, and that's good. But if he can get the ball rotating more before it hits the ground, so that it will be flight in the air, so that it will drop and it will go away from a right hand. It'll drop and go away and then turn back. The same as a leg spinner will go into a right-hander and then turn away.
Shubman Gill's beaten outside the off-stump, he's edged it! Shubman Gill's out! Chris Woakes has the wicket, Davy Smith standing up, and Shubman Gill is shocked. I think we're all shocked. Shubman Gill's been dismissed, and it's Chris Woakes who takes the outside edge. Jamie Smith standing up. What a catch, what a moment. And suddenly England are jubilant again.
This was the wicket that England were after in the last hour tonight, and they've claimed it. And you're quite right. Just a straight ball, really, perhaps just a little bit away, but he's followed it with his hands enough. He's got a fine edge, so it hasn't been a difficult catch for Smith standing up behind the stumps. If he'd got more on it, it might have been just a little more tough. But Gill is gone. He goes for 16, and all England celebrate out on the ground. It's 107 for 3. They've got the wicket they wanted. Now, Pant probably not going to come to the crease. I'm not sure. None of us quite know. In which case, is it going? I can't quite see. It is Pant, I think. It is Pant.
He couldn't bat this morning. He was batting one-handed, and I don't think that there was any gamesmanship or showmanship about it. I mean, I saw from my own eyes he was in clear pain, but you know, medical treatment these days, he could have had a painkilling injection for all I know. And I mean, anyway, I won't speculate too much on the reasons for him coming out, because I don't know, but he's coming out to bat. Yeah. I mean, if he's inconvenienced and in pain, it could backfire.
Yes, it could. And what a wicket, though. We should just sort of, I think, that's such an important moment today. I've said for some time it's the number of wickets that England can claim tonight. It runs, you know, you can see for most of the England innings, you know, it was a bit of a grind, and it will be for India too, chasing this total. They've certainly not come as easily runs themselves as they have in the first 2 test matches of this series. That's okay. Bowlers have a bit more value, if you like, between the bat and the ball, and that equation it does here, you know, at Lord's. So a very important wicket, because we know how much Gill can just remain at the crease and be calm and play, of course, decent strokes as well. So to see the back of him, England will be absolutely delighted.
It's interesting that I suppose that, I mean, I'm half tempted to say that Shubman Gill's extreme form in some ways contributed to his downfall, because, as you said, there was that momentary, just followed it, just didn't he? It was a sign that he's seeing it
saw that
so well.
Yes, exactly. Saw it and followed it and covered it. No, he didn't quite.
I mean, a batsman in lesser form would have missed it. Anyway, Woakes is in. Rishabh Pant's the new batsman. Jamie Smith still standing up. 2 slips a long way behind him. Pant leaves his lone in first delivery.
Well, Pant can play a defensive occupation, there's no doubt about that. He's got quite a reasonable defence, plays back quite nicely, but can he play those kind of strokes that thrill the crowd? I'm not too sure whether that'll be so easy.
Here is Woakes once again. Pant is forward and steers it away out towards backward point. It's intercepted by Harry Brook in that position, but it's Bryden Carse. And they've gone through for a single. Punters off the mark. Now, yesterday there were plenty of, I have to say, humorous comments, most noticeably from Mohammad Siraj and from Shubman Gill about England's approach. Siraj, when he was bowling, kept saying, "Where's Bazball gone? I want to see Baz. Where's Bazball?" And there was no reaction at the time from Root and Pope, it was, who was batting. And Shubman Gill was also overheard quite clearly saying, "Is that the end of entertaining cricket now, boys? Is that it?" Here is Woakes once again, and KL Rahul pushes it up towards mid-on, sets off for a single, which is ill-advised to say the least. Shoaib Bashir in quickly, and he changes his mind. And so I just wonder, Jeremy, I thought crosses my mind that England might have something to say to Rishabh Pant about the fact that he wasn't fit to keep wicket for 80 overs, but now he's fit enough to bat.
Yeah, that's probably a fair comment too, actually.
I think I might have something to say if I was in the field.
Yeah. Are you well rested, Rishabh?
Fresh?
Yeah.
nice to see you've recovered. Here is Woakes again, bowls. Rahul opens the face of the bat, runs it down towards the third man boundary, and it's a measure of the lack of pace of Woakes' bowling that has not reached the boundary, and it's Harry Brook who's in pursuit. He loses his footing as he picks it up.
It's a very heavy ball down there, isn't it?
As he
caused him to fall over.
Stooped to pick it up. He's fallen over and thrown it into the keeper, Jamie Smith, on his back. Nelson on the board now, 111 for 3. But there certainly will. But you know what? And I think Rishabh Pant would probably take it quite well. I mean, there is a sense of irony, isn't there?
Yeah, I think he would.
Gone
I
off
think
in
he
the
would
32nd over.
Yeah.
So 80 overs. He's been in the change room with his feet up, having his finger massaged or perhaps strapped up. Here is Woakes again to Rishabh Pant. Opens the face of the bat, pushes it to cover. Fielded by Zach Crawley. No run.
He's taken off for a run there too. You can see runs everywhere now. And KL Rahul at the other end is firmly rooted to the ground and is not interested in responding to that at all. Rahul becomes very important now, I think, managed to, because he's batted since the start of the innings and has got himself in, but B, because wickets have fallen now at the other end, and he's going to have to supply the Gill part of the innings.
There's another committee meeting, Jeremy Coney.
Yes.
KL Rahul is distressed about something. I don't think he's being summoned, and England, it may just be yet another ball conversation, is it? The batsmen want to know what's going on, so they're both in the middle of the pitch, and Ben Stokes is there. Alongside him is Ollie Pope. He's the vice captain. And I think it's a ball question, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. 34 overs gone now. They've bowled and they have 24 remaining. Well, they're not going to get through those today. So it's going to be a little check to see whether it'll go through the rings, I guess. They won't want to make the same mistake that India did. Oh, now they're talking to it. Now get on with it, says, and he's holding his arm up as if he wants to answer a question. Or is that holding a ball up? Oh, and look at Paul Rifle.
Oh, there's a bowler's footmark problem.
Yeah.
So Rifle has just made a thumper gesture, and that means that it's a piece of actually railway track which has been welded onto a pole. It's very heavy, and they use it to thump down the bowler's footmarks if they're uneven. Here is Shoaib Bashir. We're carrying on for all that. I don't know what the resolution was. Maybe it means that we'll have a thumping of the bowler's footmarks at the beginning of the next over when the seamers are on. First delivery is defended by KL Rahul, 111 for 3. Here's Bashir again, and clipped away by KL Rahul. Down the ground to long on. Ben Duckett comes in to do the fielding. Nelson is replaced. The total of 112 for 3. Rishabh Pant on 1, KL Rahul on 41. Shubman Gill departed with his aggregate for the series on 601, caught behind by Jamie Smith off Chris Woakes for 16. So the left-handed Rishabh Pant now. It's a wonderful little game of second guessing now, with Stokes and Pant, both exciting attacking cricketers, like to make a play. So Stokes has got to guess what Rishabh Pant might try to do against Shoaib Bashir. There's a man sweeping on the cover boundary, man at cow corner, basically deep mid-wicket on the boundary, as Bashir is in around the wicket. Pant defends. What else is this field telling you, Jeremy Coney? He's a long off as well.
There is a long off, and also a man on square right on the boundary. So those are the 3 men out.
45 on the leg side for the top edge sweep, I suppose.
Yes.
There is the sweep, and it's beaten that man. It's beaten everybody, and it would have beaten everybody because it's hit very, very hard out the middle of the bat for 4 to deep backward square leg. And we've been joined by Jarrod Kimber as well.
It's really interesting how often England will gamble and not have someone out for the conventional sweep. So they've got a deep point, a long off, and a deep mid wicket, but they're happy with him playing the conventional sweep. I thought he played it pretty well in the last test, though, so I'm a bit surprised at that. But I've seen them do it a lot and have a lot of success against it, but not there. That was bad.
Here's Bashir again, slower one, flighted, chipped out by Pant up towards Archer at mid-on. They go through for a single. So they're not. Are they happy to let him play the falling over scoopy sweep shot?
Well, that's a bit shorter, isn't it? I think that's a sort of a nice, you know, he's using balance there by falling over. It's controlled balance too, actually.
Ballast?
Balance
No.
or ballast?
Balance.
Low full toss from Bashir now, and it's clipped away by Rahul down to Duckett at mid-on, and they go through for a very easy single.
You two will have Mrs. Pant to answer to.
I can't tell if you enjoy commentating with me, Jeremy, or not. And it's a bit like that in our normal life as well.
Right.
Oh, here comes the thumper. The ground staff is on with his
The strongest
thumping
man. The strongest man
mechanism.
in the ground staff.
Do you know what? It used to be made of a piece of railway track, but it looks a bit small for that now. I think maybe they've discovered some heavy metal.
It may be for the batsman. See,
It
look
is.
where they're hitting there
It
now
is.
at the
Yeah,
moment.
you're right. It is. It's the footmark. It's the footmark where the batter is going, not where the bowler lands. They should rename it the Neil Wagner. Do you remember he used to take it off the staff all the time and do his own thumping? He didn't trust anyone else to thump.
Did he, once it went out there, where his front foot was landing, when he was bowling or when he was batting?
Wagner.
Yes.
Yeah. So he would
When he's
take it.
bowling.
He would take it off the groundsman in many countries around the world and just it was where his
I
front
want
foot
it
was
like
landing.
this.
Yeah, I wanted
And
exactly.
you can't do that.
You don't know how to thump. You don't have the technique. I've been thumping around the world. I thumped as a young child.
Did anybody else make a
Thump has
prediction?
just fallen on the pitch, by the way. The guy dropped it onto the wicket.
Did anybody else make a prediction? My call at the beginning of the play was India 150 for 4 at the close. Did anyone else have a punt? Punt?
No, you said 10 wickets, and
As
we were all
soon as
like,
you say something, you're the oracle.
Yeah.
You're the oracle. You're sitting at Delphi, and it's come down to you. So no, once we heard that, we thought, wow.
I might be wrong on the 150, but and to be honest, I think that the fact that the 9 wickets have gone down today has been magnificent for the Test match, for the series, just for the excitement level. I mean, we didn't need another 4-wicket day. It wouldn't have seen the Test match progress very quickly, or at least a 6-wicket day or 7-wicket day. I think the fact that if 9 or 10 go down, and to Woakes once again, and KL Rahul pushes that one. There's a gap at cover point, as there so often is these days. Jamie Smith suddenly decided to stand back. Why is that? He's been standing up to Woakes for the last 2 overs.
He has, to keep Gill where he was. Now that Gill's departed, he's decided perhaps the others aren't. I would have thought Pant's going to charge more often, to be honest. We've certainly seen him play those strokes of joy.
are you more likely to get a caught behind early when someone comes to the crease, so and you prefer to have the wicket-keeper back for that? And KL Rahul isn't going to come out of the crease, is he? So maybe they're not too worried about that. But no, it's interesting. I don't know if you saw that the actual wicket ball, Woakes, that was the widest ball he'd bowled in that area. So he just came wider on the crease and delivered that one.
Oh, he was wide, not the ball.
He was wide.
Okay, right. Woakes in again. Punt forward, guides that to extra cover, and there's no run. Well, I think the Indian bowlers, the Indian seam bowlers, have used the width of the crease, I think, more effectively than England's, haven't they?
Oh, definitely. I'd say England's best user of the crease, certainly of recent times, other than Jimmy Anderson, who was very good at it, is Mark Wood. He's upstairs commentating, isn't he?
I think he is, yeah. Yeah, he's that dapper dresser as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he was in our box the other day. I was surprised. Very, very nice duds.
You didn't realise he was only on radio. Here's Woakes again around the wicket and steered away to backward point. Jofra Archer's at backward point. 119 for 3. England made 387 today. For those of you who want to recap, you could always... You've probably got a scorecard on your screen or your device, wherever you might be listening to us. But if you're not, then Joe Root and Ben Stokes added 5 apiece to their overnight scores. Root completing his 8th century at Lord's before he was bowled by Jasprit Bumrah, and Stokes perished the same way, bowled by the great man for 44. England got to that total of 387. Woakes in again, bowls. Pant tries to cut, and it's too close to him, and he misses, and it's into the gloves of Jamie Smith, who's now standing up. He got to that total on the back of half centuries from Jamie Smith, 51, and a career best 56 from Bryden Carse. Jasprit Bumrah will have his name in gold letters on the Lord's Honours board at the end of the Test match. Sometimes, actually, they complete that process before the end of the Test match, the close of play, maybe tomorrow. Often they wait until the end of the Test match, but a brilliant return from the great man. 5 for 74 today. 4 of those 5 wickets clean bowled. Here's Woakes around the wicket to Rishabh Pant. Keeper up, 2 slips, nicely taken by Jamie Smith. If you want to stand up to a medium pacer, fast medium pacer, this is the angle you choose, probably, isn't it? You've got a clear sight round the wicket.
Yeah, you don't have to go past the batsman.
Mind you, if it goes down leg side, it's really tough from that angle, isn't it? Because you really lose it even more so.
It's luck, really, isn't it?
I think if it goes down a leg side, you just point to the fine leg fielder.
Or you put your gloves there and hope.
Now he's back. Now he's back.
Well, he stood up for 2 balls. He's got the helmet off, it's behind him, and he's standing back again. Woakes in once more. Punt forward, playing up towards mid-on. You would assume, and that's a stupid thing to do with Pant, never make an assumption about anything that he might do, but you would naturally assume that a batsman who is playing with a significantly injured finger would be less likely to attack and more likely to play within himself, but as I say, you just don't know with Rishabh Pant. That was a maiden, 119 for 3.
No, you're right. It's that disruptive kind of quality, anarchic quality, really. I don't think we'll see too much of that. I'd be surprised tonight, anyway.
I mean, you're often surprised by Rishabh Pant, though, aren't you?
Yes, that's
so
true.
Tonight,
that's
you'd be surprised if he batted normally, but that is what he should probably be doing. Have you talked about
what's normally?
Well, there is no normal. Chaos. Have you talked about Italy at all yet, by the way?
Beating Scotland?
No, qualifying for the World Cup, they just have.
Here is Shoaib Bashir, and punched off the back foot down the ground by KL Rahul. Well, I saw them beat Scotland 2 days ago, and that was a heck of a result.
They did. They beat Scotland, and they've actually lost to the Netherlands, but the other results in their group have gone their way. So the Italy men's team qualified for its first ever Cricket World Cup. It's been coming for a while now. We were actually commentating with Jay Dernbach at talkSPORT, and he's got Italian heritage, and he got a call up at one stage, and he's like, "This can't be serious." And he went over there, and he was like, "Nope, they're trying to build a cricket culture here." And obviously, there's a lot of Australian players with Italian heritage as well.
Forward comes the left-handed Rishabh Pant. There's the Kent all-rounder Grant Stewartio. Grant Stewart to you and I, but he's done some incredible things this year for Kent, hasn't he? But you know, genuinely, I think Italian mother, and I'm all for it. That's chopped away behind square on the offside, going up the hill towards the boundary, and that'll have to be fetched by one of the ground staff who's no, it's an England substitute fielder. I can't see who it is, it's in the shadows. I'm all for it. I mean, days gone by, you just had to develop a taste for Guinness and you qualified to play for Ireland. But nowadays there does have to be some blood in the family. I think it's grandparents, goes back 2 generations. I'm all for it. I love it.
Martin Crowe was a coach for a while of Italy.
Was he?
Yes.
Of course he was.
Enjoyed his wine.
Forward comes Rishabh Pant playing defensively. Emilio Gay is another one. Joe Burns.
The opener,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, Joe Burns. The 2 brothers from Australia as well that played in the Big Bash. Was it Mananetti, I think?
Well, there's no doubting their Italian heritage. Here's...
it's like your name, Manners.
Shoaib Bashir defended out on the onside.
I think there's actually been a few Australian cricketers who would have qualified over the years. Phil Hughes' mother was Italian as well. There's been a few Australian players. Also, if the Greek cricket authorities got in with Australia, there's quite a few Greek Australian players that would qualify for them. So it's a big help.
And just by the by, the majority of the Italian squad are genuinely full-on Italians. Slog sweep now from Rishabh Pant. Hit it beautifully in front of square, and he's timed that magnificently, and absolutely nothing that the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary can do other than run and fetch the ball and retrieve it. That's Joe Root out there in the... It's Zach Crawley, sorry, and he has fetched it. Good shot from Rishabh Pant.
If you're watching on video, me and Jeremy have realised this at the exact same time. That's exactly where the fielder was. Like, the ball landed on the rope where the fielder was standing a little while ago, and they've moved it.
Last over, that's when I described him as sort of wide long on.
He's in the pocket, isn't he?
Moved much squarer, yes.
In that sort of corner pocket over there. But if he hadn't have moved, Rishabh Pant would have swept normally again.
So I just wanted to say that there genuinely isn't a cricket culture in Italy, and there's
certain
areas of the country they've been playing for 50, 60 years.
AC Milan obviously was started as a cricket club, so it's got a really great history. It did recently try and ban cricket in a small town, didn't it? Which made global news.
Well, the mayor of a town believed that there was an excess of immigrants from the south, got Bangladesh community.
Too many Bangladeshis who were helping build boats, and they wanted to play cricket while they were helping build boats, apparently. How dare they?
Quite. Woakes in again, and KL Rahul plays defensively out on the offside. And so you look at this Italian squad, and, you know, I'm making a joke about Joe Burns and Grant Stewart and whatever, but they're in the minority. And that's not the case with every associate nation.
No, and also, if you look at the history of cricket, if you go back to the early South African teams, Manners, I think there was a few people who might have been born in England or grew up in England as well. It's pretty common. I mean, that early South African team was pretty English, and the early Australian team was pretty English as well. We forget that now because, you know, Jeremy was there, but we weren't there for those early tours.
Here is Chris Woakes running in from the pavilion end, and that's short and wide outside the off stump. It's a pretty innocuous long hop, to be honest, and KL Rahul just steers it. He knows there's nobody down over the slip cordon, and he just steers it all the time in the world down to the third man boundary. One key figure in the Italian squad, and English followers of county cricket will remember him playing for Middlesex and Northamptonshire more latterly. He was actually born in Cape Town. Gareth Berg is now the head coach,
and he played for them for quite a bit as well, didn't he? Yeah, so no, he was definitely involved. They used to have a guy who I think played for Lancashire, Joe Scuderi. Did he play? He played county cricket, I think, at one stage. He was from South Australia, a really good cricketer. He played for Lancs? Yeah, Bumbles, give me the thumbs up. He was a very, very good player who would have played for Australia in other eras, but they were a bit too strong at that point.
Here's Woakes again. KL Rahul plays defensively. All of this Italian conversation, to wrap it up now, is the news that they have qualified for the next T20 World Cup.
Yeah, incredible news, and very sad if you're Scotland. And I think was it Jersey? Was it Jersey or Guernsey were in the hunt for a spot as well? So it's great for cricket that Italy is going up against a team like Scotland, who is a very, very good T20 team, and beating them and qualifying. They did, just a reminder though, they did get done over by Netherlands today.
Driven by KL Rahul for a single. And scoreboard just ticking over ever so gently now, 133 for 3. Grant Stewart in that victory over Scotland had a terrific game, didn't he? He made 40 off 23 balls, I think, batting at 7. He's a serious cricketer, big man as well, isn't he? And he made 170, I think, batting at 8 for Kent in a championship game a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago.
Also great that a lot of those players weren't playing in county cricket and can go over and play in that tournament.
Works around the wicket to Rishabh Pant now. Keeper standing back, 2 slips, short mid-off. Pant forward and defends. Well, Woakes has only taken 3 wickets in this series, but they've been pretty important ones. None more so than Shubman Gill, whom he dismissed in his previous 2 overs ago, actually. Caught behind by Jamie Smith. Standing up for 16, 107 for 3 then, now 133 for 3. In reply to England's 387. Some fancy footwork from Chris Woakes, who fielded that return push from Rishabh Pant. Played keepy-uppy for about 6 or 7 goes. before kicking it away to cover. Woakes again around the wicket, Pant forward, defends once more out to mid-wicket, fielded by Zach Crawley trotting in from the leg side. Rishabh Pant 14, KL Rahul is 49 not out from 96 balls, and India 133 for 3. Quick word from Jeremy Coney or Jarrod Kimber. Jarrod Kimber, you've got something to say, and then it'll be Jon Norman to take you through to the close.
Just every now and again, when you look at the glass, you just see a ladybird just crawling up the glass ever so slightly. Remember Akashdeep getting hit in the face with one last night before Ben Stokes got upset. So there's still a lot of them out there, but they're not causing any delays. Mind you, we've had all sorts of delays. We had Mohammad Siraj take off his back brace. We had Jofra Archer with his arm tape. We've had ladybirds, we've had balls, we've had thumpers. We're making them up as we go along. Talking about a thumper, here's Jon Norman.
Just listening to your conversation about Italian cricket, there is he doesn't play anymore, but very, very famous at the time, centre forward for Italy called Christian Vieri.
And who was his favourite athlete when he was a kid?
Alan Border.
He had a poster of Alan Border up on his wall as a kid. Every Australian cricket fan knows this, and most of them have no idea about Italian football.
It's incredible. I remember I was like gobsmacked when I first heard him say that years ago. Pushed out to point, and KL Rahul reaches 50 again. He's had a fantastic series so far. And he raises his bat up to the dressing room. Lots of work to be done. There's runs to be scored on this pitch. Easy nature to it, but there's an easy nature to KL Rahul as well. 19th Test 15, 61 matches. He's hit 9 Test centuries. India trail by 253. They're 134 for 3. Bumble's back, and yeah, Alan Border is not who I was expecting. Christian Vieri. I mean, he was a proper player as well. He played in the 1998 World Cup for Italy. Scored a lot of goals as Rishabh Pant places this to the leg side, and no run.
I probably won't be able to do the piece until after this test, but I was looking up to see how many great Australian footballers actually also come from Italian heritage. So there's a lovely little swap between the two sports.
Tossed up by Bashir and defended by Rishabh Pant. And there's a fielder out now at deep mid-wicket.
Back in the pocket. Now they've got the two fielders out on the leg side. They've got the man out for the sweep, and they've got the deep mid-wicket. Yeah, it's quite interesting looking at all the Australian cricketers playing for Italy, but also all the Italian footballers who played for Australia over the years.
This is Rishabh Pant, who clips this to mid-wicket, no run. So say that again. So a lot of the
So if you look at the great when Australian football started to get good, a lot of those players
so
had
your Harry Kewell and your Mark Viduka.
Yeah. So neither of them have
Tim Cahill.
But there's a lot of others. Bresciano.
Oh, we've seen his shot from Rishabh Pant before. It's still quite astonishing. I can't imagine Bumble playing this one. It's essentially a hook shot over his shoulder whilst completing a roly-poly.
Yeah, it's a fall
for
over.
2.
Yeah, it's a fall over. There's a lot of effort gone into that just to get 2.
No wonder he gets injured all the time.
We don't want Bumble to do it now. I'm not sure I'd get up after playing that shot.
With your knees?
Yeah, probably.
I fancy Bumble to get up quicker.
Still a better athlete than I am too.
136 for 3. Can't keep your eye off the game when Rishabh Pant is at the crease. He's 16 not out, and Shoaib Bashir is round the wicket. This is a full delivery. Rishabh Pant almost yorks himself.
That's hurt. It's hurt his left hand. He's jawed it right at the bottom of the bat, and he's jumped up in the air, took his hand off the bat. It's the end of the over. It's 136 for 3, and here we go again. There's another interruption. Physiotherapist is on again.
So that'll be his hurt finger. It's basically jarred his bust finger, I guess.
Do you think that was him hitting the ground?
Yeah, the bat hit the ground.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He's jarred it. Yeah, so what other players?
Marco Bresciano, do you remember him? I'll try and remember some of the other ones, but there was about 3 or 4 that were Italian or had Italian parents or came over when they were quite young. So I think that's a good exchange. Italy's better at cricket now because of Australia, and Australia's better at football because of Italy. As I was saying, if you run the Greek cricket board, I think I'd also be looking up. There's quite a few Australian players with Greek ancestry as well.
Yeah, what was Viduka?
Is he Croatian?
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, there's a lot of Croatian and Serbian footballers as well.
Yeah, you sometimes get a little bit of trouble, don't you, at the Australian Open? We don't need to go into that, of course,
well,
he says after going into it.
The other one I remember is that the Lebanese rugby league team was really good, and it was all guys from Sydney who went back to Lebanon to play for them, and they got really good for a little while.
Wasn't there a bit of trouble? What part of Parramatta? No, is it Parramatta?
Yeah, there was also some problems there. Can you stop bringing up all the issues?
Sorry.
You know, I'm trying to get tourists to go back for the Ashes.
Rishabh Pant is just getting a bit of treatment to the finger that he injured yesterday.
I'm not sure he did hit the ground there, did he, guys? That looked like it just hit the toe of the bat.
What are you pointing at, Scott? He's just mouthing the answer with our headset on. We don't have talk back. Jofra Archer, you saying?
Is he
He's just lying down in the outfield having a chat. That's how England cricketers used to mark at the fall of a wicket. They'd have a good sit down.
Absolutely ridiculous. This is nonsense.
You're not usually so vocal about this subject. I've never heard you mention
usually
it.
you just handle this well.
You're pretty quiet on this topic.
Never heard you mention a delay ever.
The other thing is that I don't know what it was, but the batsman decided this is not very nice where I'm stood here, so we'll stop the game until one of the ground staff comes out, pounding away. Stand somewhere else.
Thumper was from, what was that? Watership Down.
Okay. I was going to say Winnie the Pooh.
Maybe. We've had rabbit pie, haven't we?
There is a rabbit that's a thumper.
I think it's Watership Down.
£175 to watch this. They must be mad.
Don't worry, Bumble. Driven, but straight to Zach Crawley at cover point. Don't worry, Bumble. They're going to get the 19 overs that they need to bowl today within the checks notes. 16 minutes remaining in the game, on the day's play.
16 minutes and everybody walks off. I'm just thinking, in these next 16 minutes, will we have another interruption? Will there be another? What do you think? What are the odds?
Don't go anywhere, folks.
Interruption watch.
Interruption watch.
Did you send any messages to any family members who might have something to say on this last night?
We haven't seen your son for a while, Bumble. Driven again, but no great timing, and it's fielded by Bryden Carls, bowling from the pavilion end. 136 for 3. I mean, I think most people out there are a bit too drunk to notice anyway.
Well, you just have a look now, and it's half empty is this ground, and I've just been watching out of the back, and people are leaving. Of course, you've got the Harris Gardens, you've got the nursery, lots of people having picnics and chatting, and it's great fun. But you look round this ground now, it's half empty.
It is. People always talk about how Lord's reminds them of Adelaide. And I was thinking, yeah, it's exactly the same. Everybody's round the back. Nobody's actually watching the cricket. Or if they are, they're watching on a big screen. He punched up to mid-off, and Carroll sets off like he wants all 19 overs to be bowled in the next checks notes. 15 minutes, 137 for 3. He's played very well again, hasn't he, Carroll? I think the pitches have been to his liking, it would be true to say. But he's there's been a zen-like quality about India's opening bat.
Did I mention that last evening I bumped into Richard Blakey? You remember Richard Blakey, the wicket keeper?
Yorkshire wicket keeper.
Yeah, and the book that he wrote, do you remember that?
I think we even mentioned it.
Yeah, Taking It From Behind.
We did.
It was a wonderful book. Wicket keeping tomb it was, by Richard Blakey.
You want to talk about the rest of your evening last night, Bumble?
No, it was all a blur.
Can you remember any of it?
Not much.
That's why we haven't had the over rates fixed or anything, because you weren't
sober
enough to send a message to your son.
I was nowhere near him.
Here's Cast again, and Rishabh Pant will get off strike. I think he just wants to get back to the dressing room now. Leg by, added to India's score. They move to 138 for 3.
Night watchman time as well. This is the time when the coach will be saying to the next batter, do you want a night watchman?
What did you? Is that what you used to do? You used to ask them, or did you just tell them?
No. It was down to the next batter. It used to be.
I imagine you'd know the answer. Who were the ones that always called for it? And
Every one of them.
Cast in again. Ooh, this is a good delivery, and Carroll Hall just stands tall and pushes this towards the offside. No run. It was just a matter of part of the course back then, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, it was.
There wasn't really a discussion, was there? It was just a night watch. Yep. Okay.
See that last delivery from Carse at this time of night? They've not bowled that many overs. 82 miles an hour. 82. Pace down.
Pace down indeed. And Chris Woakes was bowling
from batting.
Get Jamie Smith up behind the stumps again. Driven, and there's runs here, just a couple. It's timed nicely, but with no great power, and the ball just slows in the outfield, as it has done over the course of the last 2 days. That would have gone to the boundary at Edgbaston and Headingley, I feel. 140 for 3, but that makes the game more interesting in a way, because runs are a little harder to come by. So England's score of 387, I think, is a little bit more competitive than if they'd scored that in the first 2 Test matches. And of course, Shubman Gill has gone. Caught behind, Jamie Smith standing up behind the stumps, Chris Woakes with the breakthrough. It took us all by surprise.
Well, with the amount of overs we're getting in this game, it's going to take an awful long time, and I mean time, for India to actually get past 380 odd, right? Like it might take a day and a half.
Yeah, and they're in absolutely no rush, are they?
Yeah.
They've batted like this in the first 2 Test matches, apart from when Rishabh Pant at times. But yeah, it's I don't know. What do we have? We've had 9 wickets today, 4 yesterday. England will certainly hope to take a first innings lead, and then it will be about how quickly they can score and set up a target, possibly, as this is pushed back down the track. Shoaib Bashir, who's gone for 19 from his 4 overs so far. And he's in again. Rishabh Pant, I don't think he's going to do anything daft. Again, just pushing this to mid-wicket, no run.
Put your house on that.
Well, there's 11 minutes left. He's hurt his finger.
Okay.
No, you're right. That was actually a daft thing to say. Again, comes forward and pushes us out, this time to Stokes, who seems keen to get this overdone. Try and get what? How many do you think we could get in? 3? 3 after this?
How long is it left?
11 minutes.
No, I'd get 1 in.
We haven't had a stoppage for about 8 minutes. This is a touch short. It's there to hit, and Rishabh Pant does so. Chase on for Woakes, who will stop the ball just in front of the Warner stand. The champagne corks may have stopped for the night. And India move on, 142 for 3.
You were talking about Carse being down on pace. Did you see the fielding effort there? He did a little bit look like he got shot by a sniper several yards out from that ball, and he didn't get up to chase it. He looked very tired or very sore, Bryden Carse.
He, of course, hit his Test best earlier today, 56, last man out. And forward comes at Rishabh Pant, 18 not out, and just defends. Back to the bowler, who slowly makes his way to his mark, and he calls Ben Duckett in. Oh, Ben Duckett coming in off the boundary at long off. A little tempter, tossed up possibly. Here it is. No, it's a bit flat. And Rishabh Pant steps back and pushes this to Ben Stokes at extra cover. 142 for 3. Yeah, in terms of the time left in this game, we've still got 3 full days. India could be bowled out before lunch tomorrow.
3 full days, so what's that, about 70 overs?
Well, I think that India's bowlers have got more out of this pitch and more through the air than England's bowlers. It's been a bit of a toil. You take these 3 wickets, 142 for 3. We saw the ball moving, didn't we? We've all talked about that. I'm fed up of talking about the cricket ball and the changes, but It was moving in the air, it was moving off the pitch. I've not seen that really from England's bowlers.
I mean, even Nitish Redding was getting more swing
Yeah,
than any of the England bowlers.
Yeah, I thought Woakes would swing it, but
No,
he didn't seem to get
No,
much either.
nothing.
They don't try and swing it as much though these days. They do bowl a lot more wobble balls, but
That's true.
Stokes and Woakes can swing it, but they weren't. They were bowling fairly straight.
Here is Carse, short for a second there. I think Rahul was thinking about playing at this delivery. There's no one down at the boundary at third. Just a couple of slips in place and a backward point, but leaves it alone.
Gary Morgan's just sent through the 3 spells of Jofra Archer. So his first spell, the average, he's got the average speed of 90. The second spell was 86, and the third spell was 87. So he's kept his speeds up.
He did, and one of the points Harmy was making is that the bowling from this end, it kind of was falling away a touch because of the slope as KL Rahul is forward, and he was just losing his shape, and his speed may have just dropped a little bit.
I think this is the end to bowl from, the nursery end. The majority of the wickets have fallen when bowling from this end, but it just seems to me to quieten down this pitch.
Well, this is what happens at Lord's, though, isn't it?
It's why the Shubman Gill wicket was a bit of a surprise, isn't it? Because it didn't seem to do all that much. Keeper was up at the stumps. You don't really expect a caught behind there, and it came out of nowhere.
Good catch, a really good catch.
That was a brilliant catch, that.
Would you say, Bumble, that wicket keeping's the hardest place to field?
I do, indeed.
Really?
Have you seen that clip yet?
I haven't seen the clip yet, but I did come up with the question.
I knew that.
Push to cover, no run.
I mean, Bumble spent. We had a Bumble and Kimber the other day where we talked about the hardest places to field.
Yeah.
Wicket keeping in gully.
Yeah, that's what we came up with, and you know, I could never do that. They used to think about wicket keepers. There's a slight madness about keeping wicket.
Who was the maddest?
Oh, Jack Russell, probably.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
You were very quick on that. There wasn't a lot of thinking.
Eccentric.
Who's crazier, a spinner or a wicket keeper? Carse again, and defended again by Rahul.
Oh, keeper every time.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What about last night? Did you have an interesting night last night with a spinner?
Oh, tough. No, don't.
Quiet night tonight.
I always have a quiet night, always, except last night. School by error. For somehow, I don't know what happened, but Philip fell off a sofa.
How do you fall off a sofa?
Absolutely.
What was he doing before he fell off? Standing on it?
No, he just sat there and he rolled off.
He did pop in, didn't he? Tapped you on the shoulder.
Yeah, just to see how
just
I
to give
was.
you a knowing look, just to check
right?
you were here.
Yeah.
Rahul facing up, and again. Do I need to tell you what he's done? He's defended in and around off stump, and back to the bowler. I remember Jarrod and I were out with Shane Warne once. We weren't as fortunate as you. We didn't spend as much time with Shane. We were out at the Malmaison in Edgbaston. It must have been about 2 in the morning, and we looked around, and we were in the company of 3 former cricketers of note, all 3 of them spinners. The one you were out with last night,
Philip.
Shane, of course, who was drinking some very, very sweet drinks.
He wasn't a drinker. He wasn't a big drinker. He liked to stay up late.
Yeah.
And he's very generous, really generous chap.
And who's the other one? Oh, Swanning. Graham Swan, left alone by Rahul. I mean, dare I say it? You know, here at this Lord's press box, we've. It's not exactly been unheard of to have snoring coming from the back of the box. I don't know if that's a comment on our commentary style. But.
Well, you know, you can see that one or two of them in the media centre, the flag at this time, they have a bit of a flag at this time of night. Of course, getting ready for the evening.
You've got to. Well, that's where Tufnell's nickname comes from, isn't it?
The cat on the tiles.
Having a cat nap at the back of the comms box. There was a no ball, by the way, by Bryden Carse, and this is a full delivery which is dug out by KL Rahul. He's bowling around 85 miles an hour. Hey, you'll know the answer to this possibly, but Jarrod was on commentary earlier, and he was saying that because the speed is coming up on the scoreboard almost instantaneous with the delivery being delivered, and Jarrod was saying it usually takes a bit longer for the speed, where they measure the speed at Sky, to come through. So he was wondering whether that is actually an old-fashioned speed gun, or whether they've just speeded up the process. I don't know. Either way, Carse has got one more delivery from the pavilion end. Shadows lengthening here at Lord's as we push towards the close of play. Just the 17 overs have been missed, and Rahul plays inside the line and lets this go past. 53 not out then. KL Rahul. Rishabh Pant at the other end is 18. India trail by 243. That last delivery coming in at 84 miles an hour. And that might be the last that we see of Bryden Carse, unless Shoaib Bashir can race through this over. It doesn't seem like anybody's that keen on racing through anything, Bumble.
Well, the wicket-keeper is ambling down past the two batters now. He collected his helmet. The fielders are wandering slowly into their fielding positions, and the crowd is dispersing. I think this will be the last over.
Yeah, looks like it's 28 past 6 here at Lord's, and Shoaib Bashir is just moving his field around a touch. Jofra Archer, what a moment that was when he picked up the wicket of Jaiswal. Third ball on his return to the England side, and it was the celebration as much as anything, Bumble.
The release.
Oh,
yeah,
fantastic. Just wonder how much adrenaline he used in that five over spell. It would have meant so much.
He raced in, absolutely raced in, 90 miles an hour plus. Great seam position for the wicket. We saw it on the replay, and they do it in slow motion. Absolutely upright seam. Hit the seam, just moved away. Good catch by Harry Brook.
This is a push back to Bashir, who's ready to bowl his second delivery in the over. Much more flight here, but Punt with an extravagant, or an exaggerated rather, forward defensive block. Question marks about whether Rishabh Pant was going to come out and bat in his customary position after he didn't field again today. But he's walked to the crease, and apart from one moment when it seemed to be struggling, it looked okay. Flatter from Bashir, and this is clipped to the leg side, where it's fielded by Ollie Pope, running in from deep backwards square leg for another single. 145 for 3.
He's not spun any, has he?
No.
Nothing. We saw Jadeja spin 2 or 3 and got bounced, the one that bounced to Joe Root, but Bashir's not spun any.
Jadeja picked up the wicket of Ollie Pope, first ball after the tea break yesterday, didn't he? Unwise shot, really, from Pope. Here are India with KL Rahul with a slip and a leg slip. There's a close-in mid-on fielder, as well as a short mid-wicket, and also Ben Duckett as well at a bit further back. And KL Rahul just plays back and clips this to the leg side where it's fielded. There's been some excitement today, but kind of...
Has there?
Oh, Jofra Archer. Jasprit Bumrah, he was on a hat-trick.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Joe Root breaking the world record for catches.
It seems an eternity ago.
It does, doesn't it? This is again just blocked out to mid-wicket. One ball left of the day then, Bumble. Start the car and all that. And Shoaib Bashir about to bowl it with KL Rahul 53 not out, and hoping to troop back to the pavilion. Unbowed again. Here comes Bashir. Forward comes KL Rahul. Dot ball to end the over, and that is stumps on day 2 here at Lord's. The day where England started out with bat in hand and still 6 wickets to go. Ben Stokes, 39 not out. Joe Root, one away from a century. Of course, he had a century from Joe Root. His 37th in international cricket. It duly came, and then a clatter of wickets. Ben Stokes, what a delivery from Jofra Archer, which jagged back into the left-hander and took the top of off stump. Stokes went for 44, and 260 for 4 became 271 for 7. Joe Root inside edging onto middle stump, and then Chris Woakes caught behind. On review, umpire didn't give it. First ball, not for the first time. A batter came to the crease on a hat-trick. Must be the 4th time, possibly, an England batter has seen off the hat-trick ball. Bryden Carse, who ended up being last man out. A really handy partnership of 84 between he and Jamie Smith, who once again produced the goods. 51 to Smith, 56 to Carse, with Archer 9th man out for just 4. 387 then all out, with Jasprit Bumrah up on the Lord's Honours board. His second 5 in the series, both coming in first innings. 5 for 74, brilliant stuff from him. Mohammad Siraj saw another couple of chances go down off his bowling. When India came out to bat, well, the excitement reached fever pitch when Jofra Archer shared the new ball with Chris Woakes. He bowled the second over of the innings, and with the third ball he struck. Thick outside edge taken at second slip by Harry Brook, and what scenes of joy and relief. Archer, after 4.5 years out the side, was back and in the wickets. India, though, knuckled down. They got through to tea. Karun Nair using all of his experience, as did KL Rahul. The two coming out after the break, before Joe Root with an absolute worldie, one-handed, inches from the turf, diving to his left. Stokes with the wicket, but more than an assist from Root, who went past Rahul Dravid, most successful fielder in the history of Test cricket. And then Shubman Gill came in, and there was some surprise when Chris Woakes drew the outside edge. Jamie Smith standing up took the catch, and that was it for the Indian skipper. England would have loved another before stumps. It wasn't to come. Rishabh Pant came out at 5. We weren't sure if he would or not, and he's still there at stumps, 19 not out. KL Rahul has just batted beautifully, 53. And so at stumps on day 2. India trailing by 242 runs. We'll come back tomorrow with India 145 for 3. Thanks for joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube stream. Very shortly, you will be able to see Jarrod Kimber and David Bumble Lloyd bringing you the Super Over, and then Neil Manthorp with Jeremy Coney and Steve Harmison with following on. But for now, thanks for joining us.